A long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars. I, Jedi. By Michael A. Stackpole. Read by Decade Bird Publishing. One. None of us liked waiting in ambush, primarily because we couldn't be wholly certain we weren't the ones being set up for a hot vape. The Invids, the pirate crews working with the ex-Imperial Star Destroyer Invidious, had so far eluded the best efforts of the New Republic to engage them. They seemed to know where we would be, when we would get there, and in what force, then planned their raids appropriately. As a result, we spent a lot of time doing battle damage assessments on their efforts, and they really pushed to give us plenty of BDA work. Rogue Squadron had gone to ground to wait on several of the larger asteroids in the Kvath system. This location put us in close proximity to Kvath 5's primary moon, Alakotha. We powered down our engines and had our sensors in passive mode only to avoid detection by the folks we wanted to trap. According to our mission briefing, New Republic intelligence had gotten a tip they considered reliable that at least part of Leonia Tavira's pirate fleet would be hitting a luxury liner coming out of the resort coast on Alakotha's northern continent. Mirax and I had actually honeymooned there 3 years ago, before Thrawn turned the New Republic inside out, so I had fond memories of the place and could well remember the wealth dripping in jewels and precious metals from the throats and hands of the New Republic's elite. I glanced at my X-Wing's chronometer. The glitter star is still on schedule? Whistler, nestled behind my cockpit, hooted with just a hint of derision in his voice. Yes, I know I told you to let me know if there was a change and, no, I didn't think it had slipped your circuits. I forced my gloved hands open, then rotated my wrists to get rid of some of the tension. I'm just anxious. He blabbed a quick comment at me. Hey, just because patience is a virtue, that doesn't make impatience a vice. I sighed and turned the latter half of it into a piece of a Jedi breathing exercise Luke Skywalker had urged upon me, when trying to recruit me as a Jedi. Breathing in through my nose to a count of 4, I held the breath for a 7 count, then exhaled in 8 beats. With each breath I let more tension flow out of me. I sought the clarity of mind I'd need for the coming battle, if the Invids materialized, but it eluded me with the ease the Invids had shown in escaping the New Republic. Things kept seeming to happen fast. Mirax and I married fast, and while I did not at all regret having done so, events conspired to make our married life extremely difficult. Grand Admiral Thrawn and his antics ruined our first anniversary, and rescuing Jan Dodonna and the others who had once been imprisoned with me on the Lusankia had called me away during the second. And then the reborn Emperor's assault on Coruscant dropped a Star Destroyer on what had been our home. Neither of us were there at the time, which was standard operating procedure far too often. In fact, the only benefit of being assigned to go after the Invids was that their leader, ex-Moff Leonia Tavira, seemed to have a taste for a life of leisure. When her Invidious vanished between raids, we usually had a week of downtime before having to worry about another attack. Mirax and I put this free time to good use, rebuilding our home and our relationship, but with that came some consequences that I saw as incredibly disruptive, on the scale of Thrawn disruptive. Mirax decided she wanted children. I have nothing against kids, as long as they go home with their parents at the end of the day. Expressing this opinion in those terms to Mirax was not the smartest thing I had ever done and, in fact, proved to be one of the more painful ones. The hurt and pain in her eyes haunted me for a long time. Deep down, I knew there would be no dissuading her, and I wasn't even sure, in the end, I wanted to. I did try, however, and employed most of the standard arguments to do so. This is an unsettled time in the galaxy ploy lost out to the fact that our parents had faced a similar choice and we'd turned out pretty well. The uncertainty of my job argument wilted beneath the logic of my life insurance and then withered away when Mirax gave me a glimpse at the accounts files, the real ones, for her import-export business. She pointed out that she could easily support the 3 or 4 of us and I'd not have to work a single second, outside of caring for the children. And, she noted, that carrying a child for 9 full months meant she would already have 3.11 years of 40-hour weeks of childcare logged and that I would owe her. Over and above all that, she said I'd make a great father. She noted that my father had done a great job with me. Having learned from him the skills of being a father, she just knew I'd be wonderful with kids. In using that argument, she turned the love and respect I had for my father around on me. She made it seem as if I was dishonoring his memory by not bringing children into the world. It was a most persuasive argument, as she knew it would be, and hammered me pretty hard. In retrospect, I should have given up at the start and saved the two of us a great deal of grief. She makes her living, a very good living, it turns out, convincing all sorts of folks that junk no one else wants is absolutely vital to them. While she engaged me in logical discussions, focusing my defenses on that avenue of attack, she slipped past my guard on a purely emotional level. Little comments about what kind of child our genetic lottery would produce got me investing brain sweat in solving that puzzle. That went straight to the detective training in me, the training that wouldn't let me drop a case until I had an answer. Which, in this case, meant a child. She also managed to flick on the HoloNet monitors when some event featuring news about Leia Organa Solo's 3-year-old twins was being shown. The children were frighteningly cute and their very existence had been blamed for a baby binge in the New Republic. I knew Mirax was not so shallow as to be wanting a child out of envy or to be trendy, but she did note that she was Leia's age, and that it was a good time to have a child or two. And that cuteness factor really can get under your skin. The New Republic media avoided showing the twins drooling and dripping the way children do, and they really maximized the appealing things about the toddlers. It got so that when I did remember dreams, they were of me cradling a sleeping child in my arms. Oddly enough, I stopped thinking of those dreams as nightmares pretty quickly and did my best to preserve them in my mind. Realizing I was lost, I began to bargain for time. Mirax flat refused to accept fixed time dates, mainly because I was thinking in years, so I made things conditional. I told her once the invids were taken care of, we'd make a final decision. She accepted my decision a bit better than I expected, which started preying on me, and making me feel guilty. I would have thought that was a tactic she'd decided to use, but she thought guilt was a hammer and she's definitely a vibroblade fan. I exhaled slowly again. Whistler, remind me when we get home, Mirax, and I need to make a decision on this baby thing, now, not later. Tavira's not going to dictate my life. Whistler's happy high staccato sailed down into a low warning tone. I glanced at my primary monitor. The glitter star had lifted from Alicatha and another ship had appeared in system. Whistler identified it as a modified bulk cruiser known as the Booty Full. Unlike the liner's sleek design, the cruiser was studded with warty protrusions that quickly detached themselves and began to run in on the liner. I keyed my comm, rogue lead, 3 flight has contact. 1 cruiser and 18 uglies heading in on the glitter star. Tycho's voice came back cool and calm. I copy, 9. Engage the fighters with 2 flight. 1 has the cruiser. I flicked over to 3 flight's tactical channel. Light them up, rogues, we have the fighters. I started the engines, then shunted power to the repulsor lift coils. The X-Wing rose like a ghost from a grave and came about to point its nose toward the liner. As Oral's X-Wing pulled up on my left and my other 2 pilots, Verulf and Gufran, arrived on the right, I punched the throttle full forward and launched myself into the fight. A smile blossomed on my face. Any sapient creature making a claim to sanity would find hurtling along in a fragile craft of metal and ferroceramics to be stupid or suicidal. Pushing that same craft into battle merely compounded the situation, and I knew it. By the same token, very few experiences in life can compare to flying in combat, or engaging any enemy in a fight, because doing that is the one point where civilization demands us to harness our animal nature and employ it against a most dangerous prey. Without being physically and mentally and even mechanically at my best, I would die and my friends might even die with me. But I had no intention of letting that happen. With a flick of my thumb I switched from lasers over to proton torpedoes and allowed for single fire. I selected an initial target and eased the crosshairs on my heads-up display onto its outline. Whistler beeped steadily as he worked for a target lock, then the box surrounding the fighter went red and his tone became a constant. I hit the trigger and launched my first proton torpedo. It streaked away hot and pinkish white, trailed by others lancing out from my flight. While employing proton torpedoes against fighters is seen as overkill by some pilots, within Rogue Squadron using such a tactic was always seen as an expedient way of lowering the odds against us, odds that were usually longer than a hut and decidedly more ugly. The Invids used a form of custom-designed fighter called a trifighter. It started with the ball cockpit and ion engine assembly of Sanar Systems' basic TIE fighter, a commodity which, after hydrogen and stupidity, was the most plentiful in the galaxy, and married it to a trio of angular blades set 120 degrees apart. The bottom two served as landing gear, while the third came up over the top of the cockpit. The fighter still had the TIE's twin lasers mounted beneath the cockpit, while the third tine sprouted an ion cannon. The ships also had some basic shields, which explained why they were more successful than your basic eyeball, and side viewports cut into the hull gave the pilot more visibility. Because the trio of tines looked as if they were grasping at the cockpit, we'd nicknamed the design Clutch. The shields and extra visibility didn't help the clutch I'd targeted. The proton torpedo jammed itself right up the left engine's exhaust port and actually punched out through the cockpit before detonating. The fighter flew into the roiling, golden ball of fire and just vanished. 3 more clutches exploded nearby, then another 3 exploded off to starboard, where 2 flight was coming in. Pick targets carefully, 3 flight. Oral, we're on the pair to port. 10 copies, 9. I kicked my X-wing up on the port stabilizer foils and hauled back on the stick. Chopping power to the engine, I tightened the circle, then rolled out to the right as the pirates started a long serpentine turn. I switched over from missiles to dual lasers and immediately got a yellow box around the lead fighter. I goosed the throttle back to full to close range and keyed my comm. I'm on the leader. Oral gave me a double click on his comm to let me know he'd gotten the message. Nudging the stick just a bit right, the targeting box went green and I hit the firing button. 2 red bolts hit the target. The first fried the shields. The clutch trailed sparks from the shield generator like a comet trailing ice. The second bolt pierced the cockpit and though it hit kind of high, it hit hard, too. Sparks shot from the hole and the clutch began a slow spiral down toward Alicatha. Oral rolled to port as the other clutch broke. I brought my X-wing around and behind him as he lined his shot up. The Gan's first 2 shots blasted past the shields and burned furrows in the ship's hull. The next 2 drilled the engines, jetting the disintegrating ship forward on a golden gout of flame. The flame abruptly died, leaving the trifighter to tumble through space out toward the asteroid belt. Up through the cockpit canopy I could see the green and white streaky ball of Alicatha and the glitter star rising up from it. Off to starboard the booty full seemed to crouch in the void like a malignant insect. The turbolasers along its spine and in a belly turret fired out, trying to track one flight's X-wings. But the shots were no real danger to the fighters. Colonel Selchu, Hobby, Jansen and Gavin Darklighter were old hands at pulling the teeth of raiders like these. As long as we kept the clutches busy, the booty full had no chance. The X-wing's first slashing attack came from Tycho and Hobby. They rolled through and each drove a proton torpedo into the aft shields. Coming from the other direction, Gavin and Wes Jansen strafed the ship with laser fire. Gavin's second burst melted the belly turret clean away while Jansen's shots nibbled away at the ship's aft vector jets. The booty full was done, though I had no doubts it would take a couple more passes before the crew realized that and surrendered. I followed Oral up and around the back toward the fight. It had fairly well degenerated into a chase-and-kill run. The loss of 7 ships before they even saw their enemies had clearly shocked the pirates and, more importantly, brought their numbers down close to ours. While clutches were more agile than X-wings, not by much, but by enough to make fighting them difficult, they couldn't outrun us or outgun us. Lacking the discipline of a trained military unit like Rogue Squadron, when panic set in, they fell apart and made our job that much easier. Oral settled in on one and hit it with a full quad burst from his lasers. The clutch exploded, but boiling in through the explosion came another clutch making a head-to-head pass at Oral. The clutch got off a shot with the ion cannon that sent a lightning storm skittering over Oral's shields, but they died before the ion blast did. The motivator blew on his R5 unit and Whistler reported his engines were out. Oral, go for a restart. I didn't know if he still had comm or not, but I offered that bit of advice and fired a dual burst at the clutch. Hastily aimed, the shot missed low, but did cause the clutch to veer off. Rolling out to the right, I headed in after him. This is 9-on-1. Someone watch my back. Verulf, the Klatuanin in 3 flight, barked a harsh, "I copy," on it, so I felt a bit safer in pursuing the clutch. One of the worst things a pilot can do is to get so locked in on a target that he misses what else is happening. When situational awareness focuses down on one target, the hunter becomes hunted and never knows what hits him. It's a rookie mistake, and while I'm no rookie, I'm not immune to it. The clutch's pilot was good and clearly had no desire to die, but Whistler wasn't reporting that he'd powered down his weapons, so he was just as clearly willing to fight. I tried to settle in on him, but he modulated his throttle and used his ship's agility to keep braking before I could get a lock. I snapped a couple of shots off at him, but they missed wide or high. Try as I might, I was having trouble keeping up with his shifts and cuts. I pulled back on the throttle and let him gain some distance. His juking antics continued, but with range the movements that had ripped him out of my sights in close barely broke the edges of my targeting box. I hit the firing button and sent 2 paired bursts at him. One pair lanced through the aft shield and mangled one of the landing tines. The other 2 energy darts clipped the thrust vector vents on the port side, limiting his maneuverability. Whistler displayed a comm frequency being used by the clutch and I punched it up on my comm unit. This is Captain Corran Horn of the New Republic Armed Forces. I will accept your surrender. A woman answered me.
Don't you know, invids never surrender?
Not true of the booty full.
Rizolo is a fool, but he doesn't have a capital warrant out on his head. I do.
She laughed.
I have nothing to live for, except my honor. One pass, Horn, you and me.
You'll die. A single pass would negate the clutch's agility advantage. She had to know that.
But perhaps not alone.
Her ship stopped jinking and headed out on a long loop.
Allow me this honor.
The clutch turned and began its run at me. I wanted to do as she asked, and would have, except for one thing: the invids had proved over and over again that they had no honor. I switched to proton torpedoes, got a quick tone lock from Whistler and pulled the trigger. The missile shot from my X-wing and sprinted straight for her ship. As good as she was, the clutch pilot knew there was no dodging it. She fired with both lasers, but they missed. Then, at the last moment, she shot an ion blast that hit the missile. Blue lightning played over it, burning out every circuit that allowed the torpedo to track and close on her ship. I'm fairly certain, just for a second, she thought she had won. The problem with a projectile is that even if its sophisticated circuitry fails, it still has a lot of kinetic energy built up. Even if it never senses the proximity of its target and detonates, that much mass moving that fast treats a clutch cockpit much the way a needle treats a bubble. The torpedo drove the ion engines out the back of the clutch, where they exploded. The fighter's hollow remains slowly spun off through space and would eventually burn through the atmosphere and give resort guests a thrill. Whistler made my threat screen all green, indicating no more active hostiles in the area. 3 flight reported in and Oral was back up and running. His forward shield had collapsed and refused to come back up, but otherwise he was fine. Verulf and Gufran reported no trouble with their X-wings. As it turned out, only Reem Polar in 2 flight had been hit hard enough to be forced extravehicular, but she reported she would be fine until the skip ray blast boat from the Glitter Star picked her up. I switched the comm over to the command channel. All green here, Rogue Leader. I copy, 9. Looks like this wasn't the trap we feared it would be. No, sir, it doesn't.
Have your people prepare to rejoin the fleet.
As ordered, Colonel. I relayed the order to my people, but before we could reach my designated rendezvous point, the fleet made a micro-jump in from the edge of the system. A Mon Calamari cruiser and 2 Victory-class star destroyers formed a triangle in the space above Alicatha. We'd come to the system aboard Home 1 and used micro-jumps to get in as close as we did. Because the information about the booty full had been unusual, we expected it might be an ambush, so the fleet had waited to see if the Invids would pounce on the rogues. If they had, we would have gotten a chance to finish them once and for all. I keyed my comm, Colonel, if we were expecting the pirates to jump us, and they did not, was this mission a success?
Good question. 9. This is one of those missions where only intelligence will be able to tell us how we did.
Tycho hesitated for a moment.
Then again, we lost only machines, not people. It's a victory any time that happens.
2. The Kvath system was far enough from Coruscant to be trendy and desirable for seclusion, though the price of a mug of lum there would have been enough to discourage most folks from enjoying their holiday. Mirax and I never would have gone there 3 years ago, but Wedge Antilles had recommended it, and someone in management had been convinced that our participation in the liberation of Coruscant made Mirax and me just the sort of glam couple to attract the notice of the New Republic's fashionable elite. As a result, we didn't pay for anything while we were there, and stopping the booty full over Alicatha helped me feel a bit better about having enjoyed the world's hospitality. The Glimmer Star requested an escort all the way to Coruscant, which Home 1 agreed to supply. This meant our return trip would be at the leisurely pace dictated by the liner instead of the faster speed of which the Mon Calamari cruiser was capable. The rogues could have taken our X-Wings home, but the trip would have locked us in the cockpit for a full 24 hours. Which I looked forward to with the same enthusiasm I had for discussing old times with Mirax's father. It would have been nice if the Glimmer Star had allowed us to spend the extra day of travel time on the liner, but their gratitude extended only as far as letting us study the ship's beautiful lines from afar. We had duties enough to keep us busy anyway, and despite the oppressive humidity, the Mon Cal cruiser's accommodations were not that bad. After landing my X-Wing and getting Whistler set up for recharging, I caught a quick meal in the galley, then joined the rest of the squadron in a briefing room for our debriefing. We all rode Reem for going EV, but we were glad to have her back and enjoyed her descriptions of the Glimmer Star's blast boat. After that I grabbed some rack time, slept for 8 hours, worked out a bit and headed for the galley for some breakfast. Oral raised a 3-fingered hand and waved me over to the table he occupied all by himself. I smiled and nodded to him, then grabbed some breakfast cakes and an artificial Nerf milk protein beverage. I almost balked at it, because consuming anything that doesn't sit well on the stomach can be a mistake when eating with a Gand, but I was very thirsty. I dropped into the chair opposite Oral and did my best not to glance down into the bowl from which he was feeding. Anything interesting happen while I've been down? Oral's mouthparts moved apart in his approximation of a smile and his compound eyes glittered brightly. His gray-green flesh was of a hue slightly darker than the sauce on the tentacles he was fishing out of the bowl, and contrasted sharply with the bright orange of his flight suit. Knobby bits of his exoskeleton poked at odd angles from within the fabric, as if his flesh were having an allergic reaction to the color.
Nothing Oral considers out of the ordinary.
I frowned. The Gans had a tradition of speaking of themselves in the third person and not using the pronoun I, because they thought it was the height of arrogance to do so. Only those Gans who had committed acts so great that all Gans would know of them were allowed to speak of themselves as I. The whole of Rogue Squadron had even gone to Gand and been part of Oral's Janwinjika, the ceremony that conferred that right upon him. For him to have reverted to third person meant something was bothering him. What is the matter? I narrowed my green eyes and stared into his black faceted orbs. You can't be embarrassed about getting shot by that invid. Oral slowly and deliberately shook his head.
Oral is ashamed that he has not been able to help you with your problem.
My problem?
You have been distracted, Corran.
Oral perched his hands on the tabletop like two armored spiders.
You and Mirax desire offspring. If Oral was on Gand, Oral could help solve this problem.
I stuffed a crumb from one of the cakes into my mouth, chewed quickly and swallowed. Back up here. How do you know about the child thing? The Gand remained rock-still for a moment, then lowered his head.
Krieg was told by Mirax that you and she would have children, therefore Krieg had to do Krieg's best to make certain you were not killed in combat.
I gave him a hard stare. Mirax talked to you about our discussion on children?
Mirax wished to know if you had spoken with Krieg about the discussion. When Krieg said you had not, she asked Krieg to encourage the discussion if you did.
Oral's head came back up.
You should not have been ashamed to speak to Oral of it. Oral would have been worthy of your trust.
I gave Oral the biggest smile I could muster. I over-exaggerated it because he wasn't so good at reading subtlety. Oral, if I was talking to anybody about our wanting kids, it would have been you. I trust you with my life every day and have never had any cause to regret it. I saw his mouth parts open, aping my smile, and I realized right then and there I'd been fairly stupid in keeping the whole discussion to myself. And I really should have spoken with you about it. Your advice has always been welcomed and wise. I just didn't think, which is a bad habit I had hoped to abandon.
If Oral was truly wise, Oral would have advised you to abandon it. You have, in very many ways.
I sighed slowly. And, as Mirax told you, we have been talking about having kids. She went to you to learn what I was thinking. I'm sure any help you offered her was appreciated.
Oral would like to think so. You will recall that during Oral's Janwinjika, Oral was also initiated into the ways of being a findsman. On Gand, the findsman performs many useful tasks. He locates lost slaves, reads the mists for omens, and hunts criminals. There is one more duty he performs for people like you and Mirax. He can wander into the mists and find the child they desire. These mist-born children are a gift and raised by the people as their own. I would be honored to do this for you, my friend.
I smiled. Thanks, but I think I can handle the child production part on my own. Oral's mandibles sprang open.
Then you are capable.
Yes, very much so. I raised my chin. Very much so. No problems here. A membrane nictitated up over Oral's eyes for a moment.
Then why would you not have a child already?
Huh?
This is the purpose of life, is it not? To create life is the greatest act a living creature can commit.
The solemnity and truth in his words hit me hard. That's true, but...
Is this a time Oral should remind you that you are trying to abandon being thoughtless?
I snapped my jaw shut and narrowed my eyes. If having kids is so important, why don't you have any? Oral shrugged. It wasn't a motion natural to him, and his exoskeleton clicked in protest.
I am Janwine. It is not for me to choose a wife, but for Gand to choose one for me. At that time I shall proudly commit genetic fusion.
The idea loses something in translation there. I drank a bit of the milk and used another piece of cake to get rid of the thick chalky taste. The fact is, I mean to settle this thing with Mirax once we get back to Coruscant.
Good. With the stories you have told of your father, any child you will have will be well cared for.
I arched an eyebrow at him. And how do you know I'll agree to have children?
I have spoken with Mirax. That is enough.
I sat back and laughed lightly. I never really had a chance, did I?
No, Corran, but that really means you will have every chance.
Oral slurped in a tentacle, then wiped verdant gravy from his cheek.
We have all helped create and strengthen the new republic. Creating the generation to which it will be passed is one more duty we owe posterity.
Oral's words stuck with me through the rest of the trip and worked on me like a virus. By the time I loaded myself into my X-Wing and began to descend to our hangar facility, I was looking forward to heading home with Mirax and start working on a child then and there. And while that sort of an enthusiastic greeting when either one of us returned from journeys was not at all uncommon, this time it would be more than a wordless way of saying, "I missed you." It would mean parts of us would never be separated again. That thought struck me as so right and good. Even flying over the debris fields littering Coruscant could only slightly tarnish my mood. Vast swathes of destruction had been carved across the urban landscape. Ships never meant for entry into atmosphere had crashed down, glowing white from the heat, trailing thick clouds of black smoke, to slam into the cityscape. They gouged great furrows through neighborhoods and blasted huge craters out of the buildings. Hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions of people had died in the factional fighting that followed Thrawn's assault on the New Republic, and we were nowhere near recovered from it. Looking at the shattered buildings and twisted wreckage, I found it difficult to conjure up my memories of Coruscant from before, back when it was still Imperial Center. I could remember vast rivers of light making the night side glow with life, but here only dull gray predominated. Bright lights had once given Coruscant an artificial life, and without them the urban planet seemed dead. I knew it wasn't really that bad. Despite the vast surface destruction and tremendous loss of life, people did continue living. The catastrophic damage did bring out the worst in some people, but it brought out the best in even more. Mirax and I had planned to live in her pulsar skate when our home had been destroyed by one of the crashing ships, but friends wouldn't let us. Iella Wasiri, my old partner from the Corellian security force, managed to convince her boss at New Republic Intelligence that we should be given the run of a safe house they maintained, so we ended up with a place even closer to Rogue Squadron headquarters than before. Ours was hardly the most remarkable of tales. Supplies that had been hoarded for years during times of political instability suddenly poured forth. People took refugees into their homes, which seems hardly unexpected, but a lot of the hosts were old Imperial families and the refugees were from the various non-human species in the galaxy. The battering Coruscant had taken at the hands of Imperial warlords had broken down the last walls of resistance. Suffering formed a common bond that began to erode xenophobia on both sides. With the rest of the squadron I made my approach and landed in our hangar bay. I turned the X-Wing over to a tech, changed into civilian clothes and caught a hover bus south to the Manarai Mountains. A mother and child in a seat up the way from me caught my eye. I watched the woman smile as the infant reached out unsteadily and grasped at her nose. She tilted her face up slightly, kissing the hand, then lowered her face until she was nose to nose with her baby. She whispered something and rubbed her nose against the child's, then pulled back accompanied by the baby's laughter. The infant's delighted laugh still echoed in my ears as the bus broke from the darkened canyons and started flying across a ruined landscape of duracrete chunks strewn like a dubak scales on a stable floor. The burned-out hulks of airspeeders lay twisted and half-melted all over the place. Scraps of cloth that had once clothed victims flapped and fluttered from various points in the stone piles. Bright bits of color, that could have been anything from toys to the shards of a holodisc player, littered the landscape. Despite the utter destruction, the child's laugh overwhelmed it all. The laugh was innocent and light, it mocked the ruin surrounding us. People could create and destroy, but, the laugh seemed to suggest, anyone who thought destruction was more powerful than creation was a fool. Within the first 10 years of that child's life, the scars from the battling on Coruscant would be erased. And even if they were not, that child could, in 20 or 30 years, be the person who saw to their erasure. Life truly was the antidote to destruction. I smiled. Mirax has been right all along, and Oral, too. If we live for the present and in the present, we shortchange the future. Living for the future is necessary if we are to have any sort of future at all. Yes, Mirax, we'll have a child. Make that children. We'll make our contribution to the future. I winked at the woman with the child as I got off at my stop. I threaded my way through the buildings and over the catwalks that led to my home. I almost stopped at a store to buy a decent wine to celebrate the resolution of our problem, but decided instead to whisk Mirax off somewhere for a quiet, romantic meal. I didn't know where we'd go exactly, but with the construction droids roaming over the planet, I knew there were dozens of restaurants that had been created in the week I'd been gone. Finding a place to eat wouldn't be much of a problem. I hit the door and punched the code into the lock plate. The door slid open and a wave of warm air cascaded down over me. I stepped into the apartment's darkened interior, letting the door close behind me. The warm air surrounded me like a thick blanket, and for a moment I almost gave in to panic because it seemed suffocating and dense. My high spirits began to die down. The air had become warm because Mirax had shut off the apartment's environmental comfort unit. We both did that when we were going to be gone for an extended period of time. It was possible she was only going to be gone during the day, but a quick glance at the food prep station told me that wasn't the case. All the dishes had been washed and put away, and the small basket of fruit she kept around wasn't in sight. That meant she'd tossed it in the conservator so it wouldn't spoil while she was gone. I continued my way on into the apartment. I ducked my head into the darkened bedroom on the left, but saw no signs of life there. The dining area, which abutted the food prep station on the right, was likewise devoid of life. The main table had a couple days' worth of dust on it, and the data card that had been set near my place likely held all the messages that had come in for me up to the time Mirax left. In the living room area off to the left I saw a light blinking on the holodeable. I smiled. Good girl, you didn't leave without giving me a message. I shucked my jacket and tossed it on a Nerf hide chair, then crouched down and hit the button below the light. Standing 45 centimeters tall and as beautiful as ever, Mirax smiled at me. Even in miniature, her black hair shined lustrously and fire filled her brown eyes. She wore the black boots and dark blue jumpsuit in which I'd first seen her, and had a blue Nerf hide jacket slung over her shoulder. A small canvas satchel rested at her feet. Corran, I'd hoped to be here when you got back, but I've got a run I can't turn down. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. You should only be lonely for about a day. If my plans change, I'll let you know. She bent to pick up her satchel, then smiled at me again as she straightened up. I love you. Don't forget it and don't doubt it. Ever. I'll be back soon, love. Her image dissolved into static, then the holopad shut itself off. I reached out to run the message again, but hesitated. I'd come home to dozens of such messages during our time together, as had she, and never before had I wanted to play one again. Why do I want to now? It struck me that I might be feeling a bit cheated and a bit vulnerable. I'd spent the better part of my time away from her thinking about children and had finally come around to her point of view, and she was gone. I'd made one of the most important and momentous decisions of my life, and she was just off flitting about the galaxy as if my decision was no big thing. To have it treated so casually stung a bit, and I wanted to hear her say again that she loved me. As much as I knew my analysis of my emotions was true, I also knew my emotions were not at the core of my problem. I hit the button and listened to her message again, then nodded. She said I'd be lonely for only a day or so, and that if she had a change of plans, she would let me know. The fact was, however, that I had been a full day late because of our escorting the Glitter Star here to Coruscant, so she should have been here. I'd had no message from her about a delay here or at Squadron HQ, and that surprised me. Others might have taken the phrase, about a day, and have seen it as a fairly loose measure of time, but to Mirax it was painfully exact. She made her living delivering items of value to various clients, on time and intact. If she had meant 12 standard hours, she'd have said so. If she'd meant 25 hours, she'd not have rounded them down to a day, she would have given me her best estimate, to the hour or minute. As damning and worrisome as that might seem, I knew better than to panic. Any message could have been delayed or misrouted. She could have even stopped off to see her father on the errant venture, and his communication system could be down again. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shrugged it off. Your good news will just have to wait, I guess. Still feeling a little achy and tired from the run home, I stripped my clothes off, hit the refresher station, cleaned myself up, then dropped into bed. I left the bedroom door open in the hopes that I'd awaken when Mirax returned. Scant chance of that. I dropped into a deep sleep, dark and black, like the deepest shadows on Coruscant. I realized I was drifting off and tried to seek out the dream about the child, hoping my decision would paint more details onto him, but it eluded me. Consciousness evaporated in a pool of nothingness and I fell into a dreamless sleep. Corran. I stirred at the sound of my name but couldn't recognize the voice.
Corran.
Mirax's shriek ripped me to wakefulness. I sat bolt upright in bed and reached out for her. The image of her face faded from before my eyes as my hands encountered only cold sheets where she should have been. I felt about for her, seeking the warmth that her body should have deposited there, but I found none of it. For all of a heartbeat my brain chastened me with a flash of Mirax's message, then something more horrible slammed into me. Bile surged up into my throat, choking me. In one blindingly terrible moment, I knew Mirax was gone. 3. I stumbled out of bed on the far side and barked my shin on a low table set there. I kicked out angrily at it. Who would have put that there? I knew I wouldn't have put it there because even a gentle bump would have toppled it and scattered the data cards stacked there as easily as my kick had. I looked around the room and in the half-light I saw all manner of things that were wrong about the place. The holographs on the walls were pleasant enough, and were even of scenes from Corellia, but were of locations I'd not known on my homeworld. Who built this parody of my home? My feet caught in the sheets I'd tossed off and I crashed to my hands and knees. The pain in my shin found an ally in my knees and hands, and just for a moment shocked me into a clarity of mind. The holographs and the table and the data cards, all these little pieces of the apartment that were not mine, they were things Mirax had placed here. Mirax, my wife. I looked up at everything she'd brought in to make our apartment feel like a home. Somehow she had found replacements for many of the things we had lost when our previous home had been destroyed. Intellectually, as I looked around the room, I could catalog her contributions to the decor, and could even remember the when and where of her finding the items. I looked at the closet and could see her clothes hanging there. I found it easy to recall when she had purchased this gown, or where she had gotten that jacket. But I could not recall anything about her connections to those items. In looking at the clothes I couldn't remember which gown was her favorite. I couldn't remember which jacket she considered slimming, or which blouse and slacks she considered appropriate for business, and which outfit she wore when we were out to have fun. I studied a holograph of Rainy Island on Corellia. It showed a small island covered with trees, floating in a stormy sea as a thunderstorm approached. Shifting my view slightly, I injected lightning into the picture, a massive triple fork that sent countless tendrils crawling across the waves. The image was fantastic and the holograph was a work of art, but I could not recall why Mirax had wanted it. I didn't know if she had known the holographer or if she had spent time on the island, or if she had purchased it as an investment. Mirax is gone, and I am losing details of her life. I got up and ran to the living room. The red light still blinked on the holopad. I punched it with the urgency of a pilot ejecting from a stricken fighter. Her image appeared once again and I smiled, but as she spoke, my smile died. The countless nuances I'd read into how she looked at me, and what she said, how she inflected her voice and shifted her balance, were gone. I could have been looking at some commercial broadcast of a beautiful woman selling anything from Lum to a trip to the Alicatha resorts. I hit another button and switched the holopad over into communications mode. I keyed in a call to Squadron headquarters. The head and shoulders of a black droid materialized, all but lost in the darkness except for the glow of golden eyes in his clamshell head.
You have reached Rogue Squadron headquarters. This is Emtree. It is good to see you, Captain Horn.
You, too, Emtree. I raked fingers back through my short brown hair. I'm going to ask you a question and I want a straight answer, and the question is going to sound strange.
I understand the parameters of your request.
Good. I hesitated for a moment. It is approximately 1:30 in the morning, Coordinated Galactic Time, right?
1 hour 31 minutes and 27 seconds, to be exact, sir.
I nodded. Normally I found Emtree's slavish adherence to reality annoying, but right now it was a lifeline to sanity. And I'm Corran Horn, right? The droid's head jerked back.
Yes, sir. A moment please, your voice print checks to within 99.4953% of accuracy, the variation being accounted for by travel stress and degree of rest.
Okay, good, Emtree, very good. I licked my lips. Here's the big one. The droid's image leaned forward toward me.
I am ready, sir.
I'm married to Mirax Turek, right? Emtree's eyes flared.
Oh, yes, sir. You will recall that I attended the ceremony Commander Antilles conducted on the Lysankia, and again attended the ceremony you had here on Coruscant. I believe Whistler made a holographic record of the first ceremony, and I know there were multiple holographs of the second one.
My jaw dropped. I knew there were holographs of the ceremonies, but I had forgotten them. Our original copies had been destroyed when our home had been leveled, but Mirax had obtained new copies from her father. I wanted to turn to the cabinet where we stored them and play one immediately, but I hesitated. I couldn't risk finding them as emotionally empty as I had the replay of Mirax's message.
Are you all right, Captain Horn?
I frowned, then nodded slowly. I don't know, Emtree. Is the Colonel available? Emtree's eyes flickered for a moment.
The Colonel is in his office. He has a meeting scheduled 30 standard minutes from now.
Ask him to cancel it or postpone it, please. I have to talk to him. I stared intently at Emtree as if I could reach into his robotic brain and communicate my urgency. Mirax is gone, I mean really gone, and I have to find her. I'll be there in a half hour. Horn out. I arrived at headquarters a little later than expected because of gross indecision on my part concerning clothes. I went to toss almost anything on, but I saw too many shirts and pants and jackets that Mirax had bought for me and, rather often, transported from all over the galaxy. Try as I might, I couldn't remember what she had said about any of them. I couldn't remember her smiles or laughter as she dressed me up, or what she'd said as she later worked me back out of the clothes. Each shirt hung there like a ghost of a memory, all two-dimensional and lifeless. I'd finally shrugged something on, a hideous matching of patterns and colors, as it turned out, but I had dressed in the dark. I had a haunted look on my face so people on the hover bus shied away from me. I would have taken our airspeeder and doubtlessly salvaged some of the time I'd lost dressing, but even as messed up as I was, I knew I had no place piloting anything through Imperial City even if the traffic was light. Emtree made no attempt to stop me in the antechamber to Tycho's office. I shot in past him, then snapped to attention and gave Tycho as crisp a salute as I could manage. Thank you for seeing me, sir. Standing at his desk, with a big transparent steel viewport framing a view of the Imperial Palace behind him, Tycho looked every bit the recruiting hologram image of a pilot. Steel spine straight, wasp-waisted, with his light brown hair cut short and just beginning to show some white at the temples, he returned my salute sharply. Sympathy softened his blue eyes.
Emtree told me about your problem, though he didn't give me much detail.
I didn't have much to give him. I'm sorry. Tycho shook his head and pointed me to a chair in front of his desk.
Not your fault, I think.
He glanced back at the doorway.
That's why I asked General Kraken to join us.
I turned back and saw Iron Kraken enter the office. Though an older man, he had not thickened around the middle with age. White predominated in his hair, but tinges of the red hair he'd passed on to his son Pash still lingered around the sides and back. His eyes were green, like mine, but more of a sea green, which did not make them lack for intensity. He waited for both of us to salute, which we did, and he returned it sharply. Tycho waited for General Kraken to take the other chair and sit before he sat himself.
General Kraken was my appointment anyway, and one I could not postpone.
No, sir, I said, as I sat. I had first met General Kraken on Coruscant, when I showed up at Tycho's treason and murder trial. My arrival seemed to surprise the general, but that was the first and last time I'd seen him taken unawares by anything. He'd asked me to help him negotiate with Booster Turek for possession of an Imperial Star Destroyer, and I had failed in that mission rather dismally. The infrequent times we had met since then had been more satisfactory, but his presence here did nothing to put me at ease. Kraken smiled carefully.
I wanted to discuss with Colonel Selcha the intelligence we obtained from Fan Rizolo, the Booty False captain. From him, really, we learned very little that will help us deal with the Invidious and solving the mystery of its location.
I frowned. I'd really rather talk about my wife.
I know, but this is germane, believe me, Captain Horn.
He leaned forward and plugged a cable from the datapad he carried into the holoprojector pad on the corner of Tycho's desk. An image of an Imperial Star Destroyer hovered there as if in orbit around the crystalline model of Alderaan centered on the near edge of the desk.
This is the Invidious, represented in old Imperial holo-images because we have no current ones of any reliable quality. At the time of the Emperor's death, it was part of a task force commanded by High Admiral Teradok and served as part of the fleet with which he secured his holdings as the Empire crumbled. That was a good 7 years ago. Then, approximately 6 years ago, Leonia Tavira appears to have obtained it.
Kraken hit a key on his datapad and the image shifted to that of a very young woman in an Imperial naval uniform, with the rank insignia of an admiral. I'd seen enough of those rank badges on self-styled warlords to make me imagine the Empire had given them away as party favors at the Emperor's funeral, but I'd never seen them on someone so young. Her black hair had been cut to the line of her jaw, emphasizing her youth, but an ancient hunger played through her violet eyes. I looked at Kraken. She's a child.
Was.
Kraken sat back in his chair.
We think she was 16 standard years old when she began an affair with the Moff on Iata 4, the homeworld of a former pilot in Rogue Squadron.
Tycho smiled.
Plower. We didn't know she was part of the world's ruling family until they came looking for her to come back and guide them.
I concentrated for a moment. She was before my time, before the squadron was reformed and Coruscant was taken. Didn't realize who she was when I met her on Corellia, back when I was still with Corsac.
Her reports on that incident spoke highly of you nonetheless, Captain Horn.
Kraken pressed his hands together.
Leonia proved to be ambitious, and after the apparently accidental death of the Moff's wife, he married Leonia. Then he suffered a stroke that left him speechless and paralyzed. Because of an allergy to Bacta, the road back to health was not easy for him, but he worked hard in physical rehab. He regained use of his hands, a goal he had, it seems, because he then turned a blaster on himself and committed suicide. Leonia assumed his title and duties and ruled Iatu 4 until Plower and the rogues forced her to flee. This she did, with a considerable portion of the planet's wealth.
I felt a chill run down my spine. Over the years I had heard countless stories of people willing to sacrifice others for their own greed. With Corsac I had even investigated a couple of these morning murderers, but they were nothing in comparison to Leonia Tavira. Is there any question that she did away with her husband and his first wife? Kraken shook his head.
Not in my mind, but there is no evidence to prove she did. From Iatu there is no trace of her. She escaped in a shuttle, until she had another run-in with Rogue Squadron. This time she was in command of a small band of pirates that proved somewhat less tractable than the Invids. She fled from that confrontation and hooked up with Teradok. She obtained the Invidious from him by means unknown and vanished except for the occasional supply raid. She became more bold during Thrawn's campaign, and first appeared with the Invids during the Emperor's return. She was a minor concern then, but she learned very well how to manage her pirates.
An image of the booty full replaced her holograph.
What she has done is forged a loose coalition of freebooters and marauders into a fleet that looks to her for planning and coordination. She provides them times and places for rendezvous, then plots courses, downloads battle plans, and uses the invidious firepower to suppress planetary defenses. Her allies then loot and pillage to their heart's content, transferring half of what they take to her. She then vanishes and they return to their bolt holes, waiting for her next call.
I frowned. Why haven't we gone after her fleet? Tracking them can't be that difficult.
It isn't. We know, for a fact, that many of them spend their time at Nal Hutta, or layering up in various and sundry smugglers' hideouts throughout the galaxy.
Kraken's eyes narrowed.
Without Tavira and the Invidious, her fleet would fall apart and mopping them up would be simple. With her ship intact, we can't begin to prey on the fleet unless we devote sufficient forces to be able to repel an ambush. You were at Kvath. We had a Moncal cruiser and 2 star destroyers there to take down a bulk cruiser and 18 tri-fighters.
Tycho leaned forward and rested his elbows on his desk.
The fact is, though, sir, that we were not ambushed at Kvath. I know, and that is one of the more troubling aspects of this whole affair.
Kraken sighed and I felt a wave of fatigue wash out with his breath.
The source that tipped us to the Booty False raid appears to be one tied to Tavira. Rizolo says he wanted to go out on his own, so he severed ties with Tavira. He says he had been holding out on her anyway, which is why he was able to buy his own clutches. He even sliced the plans for the taking of the Glitter Star from her computer. Because we escorted the liner back to Coruscant, he believes he just got unlucky in the timing of the raid, since we were obviously there to escort the ship, not go after him.
I shook my head. He'd not be the first criminal to refuse to believe he was set up.
He still is stupid enough to think what little information he was able to give us will save him from prison.
Kraken hit another key on the datapad.
About the most useful thing he did give us is this updated image of Leonia Tavira.
Gone was the prim vixen from the previous image. Though still very young, Leonia had become sharper and far more beautiful. Her violet eyes had a piercing quality that belied the gentle smile on her face. Her hair had grown out somewhat and was raggedly cut, but held back with a red bandana of the same hue as the scarlet panels on her black jacket. She wore blaster pistols on either hip, and the gunbelts that encircled her waist emphasized her slender, petite physique. Her black leggings clung to her like synthetic flesh, while armored boots encased her legs from the knees down. I shook my head. Looks like life gave her some ice heart lessons. Kraken snorted a laugh.
I hate to think what Tavira would have become if Isani Isard had taken her on as an apprentice. Or even Grand Admiral Thrawn, for that matter. She appears to learn from her experiences very quickly and very well, which is part of the reason we have trouble locating her. As we suspected before, and as Rizolo confirmed, she initiates contact, not the other way around. None of the Invid pirates know where she hides her ship or when she will show up. Only those individuals recruited to crew on the Invidious learn those secrets, but that avenue of access is one way only. Once you are invited to the Invidious, you do not leave it.
Tycho studied Tavira's image, then glanced at Kraken.
I seem to recall a number of other operations launched against her that proved fruitless. Do you suspect she has sources of information that tip her to our plans? I certainly would like to think so, Colonel, because that means we could trap her if we could locate her source and feed him bad data.
Kraken opened his hands.
So far all efforts in that area have come up empty. In fact, I have had Yellow Wasiri coordinating our efforts to locate any spies working for Tavira, and the both of you know how thorough she can be.
I smiled. Iella had been my partner in Corsac and had been the chief prosecution investigator in Tycho's treason trial. If she can't find a spy, there isn't a spy.
A conclusion I am forced, reluctantly, to accept.
Kraken shook his head.
Somehow Tavira seems to know when we have prepared for one of her raids and calls it off. We've been able to figure out no pattern of behavior that would tip her off, so we have had to rely on more and more unorthodox methods for trying to locate her.
He turned to face me and ice crystallized in my guts.
Part of those efforts involve Mirax.
I slumped back in my chair, suddenly feeling as old as the galaxy itself. I know, somehow, that she is not dead, but I cannot feel her otherwise. What do you know, General?
I know very little, and some of that I cannot tell you.
Tycho frowned.
This is his wife, General, and she's missing. I know that, Colonel, and I know where she might be.
Kraken held his hands up to forestall comment by either one of us. He needn't have done it for me because I felt as if all my bones were turning to liquid and the very act of breathing was almost more than I could manage.
Mirax came to me to ask what she could do to help bring an end to the Invid raids. It turns out that a client of hers, a collector of antiquities, had lost some valuable items when an Invid raid hit a vacation home he maintained. He wanted the items back and was interested in having Mirax make some inquiries. She came to me offering her services, noting that such a cover story might allow her to go where my people could not. I explained to her that the Invids could prove very dangerous, but she was willing to accept that danger, though she did travel alone, not wanting to subject co-pilots to such risk. She said that the sooner the Invids were broken up, the less she would worry about their possibly killing rogues, and that she and you could get back to your lives.
Somehow I balled my hands into fists and fought to stop the tears threatening to leak from my eyes. If I had not set the destruction of the Invids as a condition for our decision about having a child, she never would have taken this risk. I should have seen that, I should have known what she would do. She never was one to stand around idle when a goal eluded her grasp. Was she? With that question, with my realization that I couldn't remember enough about her to answer it, the tears came. I wanted to apologize, but the lump in my throat choked off my words. My mouth gaped open in a silent scream, then I hammered my right fist down against the arm of my chair and snapped my mouth shut. I sniffed, swiped at tears, then sat back upright. Please, forgive me, I croaked.
Nothing to forgive, Corran.
Tycho gave me a brave smile.
You're taking this a lot better than I would if I had the equivalent news about Winter.
Kraken reached out and patted me on the knee.
But for your sense of Mirax's being gone, would not be overly alarmed, Captain Horn. She is overdue for reporting in, but not by so much time that I see a need to assume the worst.
I'm not assuming, sir. I opened my fists and stared down at my empty hands. She's gone. Not dead, just gone. I was sleeping and heard her scream my name, and then she was gone. Kraken's head came up.
You think this is more than a nightmare?
It was no nightmare.
Then part of your Jedi heritage?
I stopped and thought hard. Did I maintain some sort of unconscious, untrained connection with Mirax through the Force? I didn't know if that was possible. I don't know, General, I just know she is gone. I can't feel her anymore. I looked toward Tycho. Tell me you can feel Winter's presence, please. Tycho smiled quickly.
I think I know what you mean, Corran, and I do feel her presence when we're together, but it is not a constant thing. She's off nursemaiding Anakin Solo and I have no idea where she is or how she is doing. Knowing her, I assume all is well. I can't tell you, however, that I have the same bond with her that you share with Mirax.
Thanks for your honesty. I turned back to Kraken. Tell me where she last was. The general shook his head.
I cannot.
You must.
I can't and won't, Captain Horn.
Kraken's face closed.
Think about it for a minute. I have agents in place who are very vulnerable.
It's Mirax's vulnerability I'm worrying about here.
I know that, man, don't think I don't.
An edge crept into Kraken's voice and sliced through my anger.
She's in the same position you were when we inserted you and the rogues here, into Coruscant. If I give you that information and you head out after her, you might just cause those who are dealing with her to think they have been set up. You have to trust her and trust that she will do the right thing.
And if that isn't enough? I found my hands had become fists again, so I forced them open once more. You may not want to give me the information, General, but you can be ordered to do so.
Only by the New Republic's ruling council.
I gave him as hard a stare as I could muster. I'm willing to petition them to get me that information. What I've done for the New Republic may have aged a bit, and nothing is as tiresome as yesterday's hero, but I'll burn whatever political capital I have to save Mirax. Kraken frowned at me.
But we don't even know she needs saving yet.
You don't know, General, I do. I stood and offered both men a salute. I respect you both very much, and I do not mean to be insubordinate, but my wife is in trouble and I will help her. I'd like your help, but absent that, don't try to stop me. 4. I knew General Kraken's reasons for refusing to give me the information I wanted were good and sound, and I would have resisted my request the same as he had, were I in his position. That sort of cold logic melts away, however, in the face of the sort of anger and pain I was feeling. If I had just made a decision and not tried to delay things, Mirax wouldn't be missing. I'd abrogated my responsibility once and I damned well wasn't going to fail her a second time. My threat to petition the New Republic's ruling council wasn't an idle one, but Kraken knew he had little to fear from it. In theory, any citizen of the New Republic could communicate with a senator and, if their case warranted it, might even get an audience with the council. In my case I could go more directly to Doman Barus, the Corellian counselor, and seek an audience that way. I was fairly certain the council would let me speak to it, but that still put me far from getting what I needed from General Kraken. Even before going to the council, I needed to enlist support of various members so I had a chance of getting my request approved. In reality I knew it would be fairly easy for my request to be dismissed in the name of security, but if a couple of council members backed me, I might win the day anyway. To enlist that sort of support, however, I needed to ask friends for favors. My first stop in that quest, at least my first stop after returning home and changing into my service uniform, was the office of General Wedge Antilles. I did not call ahead, and Wedge's executive assistant, prim and cold though she was, seemed to accept my dropping in as a matter of course. The nature of Wedge's office revealed a lot about the man I had come to know and trust over the years. The whole of the wall behind his desk had been formed of transparent steel, providing the illusion that he worked on a balcony. It gave him a great view of Coruscant and, more importantly, a lot of sky. The desk he had been given was big enough to land an X-wing on, and Wedge kept it clear enough so he could land an X-wing there. Off to the left side of the room Wedge had a couch, a low table, and some battered chairs that would have looked more at home in some Squadron debriefing lounge. I hope I'm not disturbing you, General. Wedge gave me a big smile that pulsed some warmth back into me.
Corran, it's good to see you. Been too long.
I gave him a salute, then shook his hand. It has, General, far too long. He frowned and waved me to a couch off away from his desk. He came around from behind the desk and took a chair facing me, leaving the low table between us. I noticed it matched the one I'd tripped over in my bedroom and my shin throbbed sympathetically. A scattering of data cards from military historical reviews and architectural publications littered the table. Wedge regarded me carefully as he sat.
You needn't be so formal, Corran.
Sorry, Wedge. I forced a smile onto my face. In the Squadron we understood command moving you into fleet ops while the reborn Emperor threatened the New Republic, and even during the last 4 months you've been flying around pulling debris out of low orbits so it wouldn't crash down and kill more folks here. Then when you took this ground assignment instead of coming back, well, some of us wondered if you hadn't gotten used to the sound of General Antilles. He smiled in that easy, open way he had about him, with his brown eyes bright.
Nothing I'd like better than to be back with the Squadron, but, you know, I've spent the last 11 years of my life blowing things apart. When I returned to Coruscant and I saw all that had been destroyed here, and all the folks left homeless, like you and Mirax, I don't know, something in me wanted a change.
Wedge leaned forward in his chair and one lock of brown hair swung down onto his forehead. He picked up one of the architectural journal data cards.
Way back when I lived on the Gus Trita station with my parents, I used to dream about having a home on the ground and building incredible buildings. The rebellion and all intervened and I'd pretty much forgotten that dream, but flying over the destruction here rekindled it. I don't know if I'll stick with it, but for now it's something I want to do.
Part of me wanted to protest and convince him to rejoin the squadron, but he just sounded so happy that I couldn't begrudge him his change of jobs. You know we'll be happy to have you with us again.
Thanks.
Wedge nodded and sat back in his chair.
So, what brings you here? Just visiting?
I swallowed hard. Not exactly. I need a favor. A big favor. His reply came a bit more gravely than before.
What is it, Corran?
Mirax is missing and I need to find her. General Kraken knows where she was last reported to be, she was doing a job for him at the time, and he won't tell me where that was. Wedge frowned.
He doesn't want you running off and jeopardizing her life and his operation.
I know, but she's in trouble and I need to help her. I want to know if you would be willing to speak to Counselor Organa Solo and see if she would help me petition the Council to order Kraken to give me that information. I tried to make my request sound reasonable, but even as I heard the words, I knew it was insane. Even if Wedge helped, the Council could never give me what I wanted. I was way out of bounds and I knew it, but I had no other choice. Before Wedge could answer, a bright-eyed man swung in through the office doorway. He was looking back at Wedge's assistant and said, "It will just take a second, and then I'll be out again." He looked over at Wedge with a rake-hell grin as wide as a hut and full of trouble on his face. "Wedge, want to make a run with me to Kessel?"
Kessel? That's the last place I'd think you'd want to go.
Wedge blinked away his surprise.
Thanks for the invitation, Han, but I've got duties here.
What duties? Construction droids run themselves. You can head out with me and check on folks you left there, like that Flurry Voru. Han Solo looked past Wedge and acknowledged me with a quick nod. Sorry to interrupt. Wedge looked from him back to me, then smiled.
Have you two not met?
I shook my head. I know General Solo by reputation, certainly. Han Solo's smile remained in place. No longer a general, just a civilian, thanks. Wedge smiled slyly.
I don't think that's the whole of the reputation he means, Han. This is Corran Horn. He used to be with Corsac.
Han extended a hand to me. Then I know you by reputation, too. And your father? My father? Corellia's most notorious smuggler nodded. He was on my trail once. Had to take an appointment to the Imperial Naval Academy to escape him. Han Solo had a hint of smugness in his voice that I'd long associated with smugglers and criminals boasting of their narrow escapes, and I wanted to hate him for it. I knew he'd trafficked in spice for a Hutt and that, too, was cause for me to think him the dregs of the universe. Even the fact that Corellians were often seen as flashy scofflaws in the rest of the galaxy, largely because of the fame of his exploits, was more than enough to have earned him my enmity forever. But there was something in his eyes and the firmness of his grip that hinted at the honorable spirit at his core. It would have been easy to deride him as nothing more than a mercenary who had found his fortune in Princess Leia, but that denied the sheer pain he'd suffered and the effort he'd put into fighting against the Empire. Something in the man struggled against taking the easy way out, against abandoning friends and abandoning hopeless causes. Perhaps it was a will to succeed or a fear of failure, both or even more, but it caused me to realize that a catalogue of his crimes and deeds could not sum this man up. I am pleased to meet you, sir. You were Corsac, I'm supposed to call you sir. He shrugged. But formality has never been my strong suit. Wedge waved Han to a chair, but the man remained standing.
Corran was just asking me to speak to your wife on a very important matter. Do you remember Booster Turek?
Han's face brightened. Booster? Hard to forget him. He was a legend among smugglers before Corellia cooled into a ball. Didn't your father send Booster to Kessel? I nodded. 5 years. Han winced. That's a long time in the mines. Wedge nodded.
Corran married Booster's daughter, Mirax.
Really? Someone who finally has in-laws that are as interesting as mine. Han looked at me. What did you want Wedge to speak to Leia about? Mirax is missing. I want to go after her, but Aaron Kraken won't tell me where she was when she vanished. I shrugged. I was hoping the council could order him to give me that information. Leia might be able to convince them to do that, but I'd not be betting a lot on it, kid. The smuggler's brown eyes hardened. As sympathetic as Leia might be to your cause, the fact is that your request would be pretty low on the New Republic's list of priorities. And, if you think about it the way you would have thought about it when with Corsac, there's no way you'd have turned that sort of information over to the spouse of an undercover officer. I glanced down at the floor. I know. However, he said, letting a lighter tone bleed into his words, New Republic intelligence isn't the only place you can get information about Mirax. She's still flying the Pulsar skate? My head came up. Yes, sir. Before I head out for Kessel, Leia has me working as a liaison to the inmates since I've been in the area before. I'll put out some feelers and see if the skate has been spotted in any of the usual places. Might pop up a lead for you. Han's eyes narrowed in my direction. But that's only if you get over this sir thing. I smiled in spite of myself. Thank you, Han. And I'm Corran, despite having been in Corsac. Han smiled. The galaxy is a big place, so your search won't be easy, but I don't expect that matters much to you. It doesn't. May the Force be with you, then. He glanced at Wedge. You certain you don't want to come along to Kessel?
Next time, Han, but not right now.
Wedge gave him a smile.
The last time I was there, Rogue Squadron was there. Morith Duel didn't really take a fancy to me. Do yourself a favor and don't mention me to him.
I copy. When I get back, I'll let you know if I've learned anything, Corran. The pirate tossed us both an easy salute. Good flying to both of you. Wedge and I stared after him as he spun and disappeared through the doorway. I laughed. He has something of a presence, doesn't he? Wedge nodded.
Kind of hard to forget.
Explains the bounties on his head. I felt my smile slowly receding. Wedge, one thing, I don't know if you're planning to see Yella now that you're dirt down, but if you do, don't ask her about Mirax. She's working for Kraken still, and might have information, but I don't want her to get into trouble giving it to me.
I'll bear that in mind.
Wedge frowned slightly.
I really should link up with her, shouldn't I?
I smiled. You two seem to get along famously. I pretty much thought you'd have gotten fairly serious by this time.
I would have, too.
He shrugged uneasily.
I had intended to start dating her before her husband showed up, then after his death and Thyphera and Wraith Squadron and Thrawn.
I know, a lot of things have happened to make things tough. Can't beat a homeworld girl, though, for having someone who can share the universe with you.
You and Mirax are certainly proving that.
Wedge looked away a little wistfully.
I really should call her and give things another chance. Maybe once I get this reconstruction going well I can take the time.
As Han said, it's a pretty big galaxy, but I don't think you'll find anyone in it better for you than she is. I forced an awkward laugh. Big galaxy and I'm having to look for my wife, while the perfect match for you is so close. Life is never easy, is it?
No, that's true.
Wedge's eyes brightened and a smile began to blossom on his face.
However, we might have an edge in helping you solve your problem.
What do you mean?
Luke's here, on Coruscant. You should talk to him.
Wedge nodded solemnly.
Finding Mirax may be akin to finding a quark in a mole of deuterium, but if that's your task, having a Jedi help you do it is not a bad way to go at all.
5. Despite the early hour, Wedge made a call to Luke Skywalker, and we were invited to his chambers in the Imperial Palace. Wedge obtained an airspeeder and flew us over. He wove an aggressive course through the tall towers and thick ribbons of traffic choking the airways of the palace district. Jacking the speeder up on its left side, he slid us between two heavily laden lift trucks, then came around in a big arc that brought us in for an approach at one of the palace's many landing bays. I glanced over at him and the look of pure pleasure on his face. You may not believe it, but you're missing the squadron a whole bunch. He winked at me.
I'm missing flying, certainly, but dealing with you fighter jocks and your egos was wearing thin.
Yeah, that's all space dust and plasma balls. Now you deal with politicians and their egos. I laughed aloud. You just moved up to really hard targets. Wedge frowned for a second.
More truth to that than I want to think about, my friend.
We both fell silent as the Imperial Palace came into view. An upwelling of towers and massive edifices, it appeared to be the ultimate monument to power. Even so, the various parts had been sculpted with such exquisite attention to detail that taken in isolation, portions of it appeared positively delicate. What looked like thin membranes and gossamer tracery from far off became far more solid upon approach, but proximity revealed yet more levels of detail, complete with winking lights and bright colors splashed about. Complex seemed to be the only word that could fully encompass the palace. The New Republic government had tried to abandon the name Imperial Palace. And various campaigns to call it things like Republic House or simply the Capitol had been launched down through the years. None of them succeeded because none of them seemed appropriate. It was as if the building had grown up to fill every nuance suggested by the title Imperial Palace, and to call it anything less just felt wrong. Wedge gave the proper codes for us to land at the palace, then led me off through a maze of corridors to the Jedi Master's home. I would have been utterly lost in the tangle of hallways, and only had a vague sense of our moving across the tower and up, but never really knew how far we had gone. Part of this was because the ornate designs and vibrant colors used to decorate this palace tower almost overwhelmed me. The use of imperial scarlet predominated, with gold, silver, blue and green accenting various features. Just when the clash of color would become too much, we'd walk past an alcove or a wall panel that housed artwork from one of the myriad planets in the galaxy. I found the alcoves to be a sanctuary of sorts and greatly anticipated them, moving from one to the next as I might move from system to system on a long flight. What struck me as odd about my reaction was that this was not my first trip to the Imperial Palace. I couldn't be certain I'd not been in this very tower before, but the fact was that quite a bit of the palace was garishly decorated. Part of me speculated that the reason for the violent use of color and ornamentation was because when the Emperor lived here, he so sucked life out of everyone, that if something was not made brutally and abundantly clear to them, they would not notice it. The palace had not changed since my previous visits, but I had always come here before with my wife. Mirax's appreciation for art, her knowledge of the various pieces, their styles, likely origins, and even market value, had provided me with a context in which to place everything. I focused upon those things that interested her and built upon a foundation my mother had given me on our visits to the museums on Corellia. Through Mirax I had been able to filter out all the irritating things, but without her the colors assaulted me. Master Skywalker's chambers saved me. The door opened before we got to it and Wedge did not hesitate in plunging into the dimly lit room. The low lights quelled the riot of color. While the chambers still had the imperial styling, there was no excess of furnishing to clog them with angles, plush fabrics, and dangling fringes. The shelves that had been built into the walls of every chamber were all but devoid of datacard boxes and curios. Aside from a few mementos, a gaffy stick, his X-Wing helmet and a couple of items I remembered from the Emperor's Jedi Mausoleum, the shelves remained bare. The Jedi's chambers reminded me of the very spare condition of the safe house in which Mirax and I had come to live. The freedom from distractions made the rooms feel peaceful. Time seemed to slow here, and for the first moment since I discovered Mirax was gone, I didn't feel as if a sandstorm was scourging my brain. Luke looked over at us from the small kitchenette and gave us a smile. "Wedge, good to see you again. And you as well, Captain Horn. Can I offer you something to drink?"
"Calf, if you have it."
Wedge hit a yawn with the back of his right hand.
"You keep it dark enough in here for me to drop off right now."
"Calf it shall be, then." The Jedi Master looked at me and I felt electricity run through his blue-eyed gaze. When we had met before I had felt power in him, but now, after his experiences with the Emperor Reborn, his power had been redoubled. Physically he looked a bit haggard and worn, with the flesh around his eyes having tightened and wrinkles appearing at their corners. I knew we were the same age chronologically, but in experience he far surpassed me. "And for you, Captain? I keep some of that Gizzer pale blue ale here for Han. I'm having hot chocolate." I thought for a moment, then shook my head. "Too early to start drinking, and I'm not sure I'd want to stop. And I certainly don't need to be more awake. Your agitation is easy to sense." Luke gestured toward the simple chairs and low table opposite the food prep station. "Why don't you explain what the problem is?" The soothing calmness of his voice helped quell the riot of emotions in me as I took a seat. Wedge sat at my right hand and Luke across from him. I leaned forward in my seat, resting my elbows on my knees. I took in a deep breath, held it for a moment and slowly exhaled. My wife, Mirax, is missing. She was off on a mission for General Kraken, a mission to see if she could discover the location of the Invidious so we could put an end to Leonia Tavira's raids. I hesitated, chewing my lower lip for a second. She'd not have gone except for the fact that I said once the Invids were dealt with, we could make a decision about having kids. If I hadn't put that condition on making the decision, she wouldn't have gone to Kraken and wouldn't have been taken away. Luke reached out and laid a hand on my left arm. "Take a moment. Calm yourself. You are building on a foundation that is not sound." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "You are taking responsibility for Mirax's actions, responsibility that is not yours to take." Luke kept his voice low and even, forcing me to focus so I could hear his words. "She may have gone to Kraken to help end the Invid raids for a whole host of reasons. Clearly she wanted to help you and Rogue Squadron deal with them quickly. You think what she did was dictated by your postponement of a decision. She was probably more interested in keeping you and your friends alive." Wedge nodded. "You have to admit, Corran, that what Luke's just described is exactly the sort of thing she would do." I shut my eyes for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Good point. You're right, but that doesn't mean part of her disappearance is not my fault." Luke's hand tightened on my forearm. "Your sense of guilt is natural, but you can't let it paralyze you. I am curious, though, about one thing. You say she has been taken away. How do you know that?" "I don't know, I just know. I was sleeping, waiting for her to come back home, when I heard her call my name. Then I heard her scream it, then there was nothing." I opened my eyes and locked gazes with the Jedi Master. I could feel she was gone, not dead, just cut off from me. And then I began to forget details of her and our life. I could look around the room and identify things that she had brought to the house or that she had owned or used, but I got no emotional details. It feels as if she is dissolving from my memory. Luke straightened up and sipped his chocolate. His eyes grew distant for a moment and his face became a dark mask. "Very curious. What is?" "Having the memories fade." He looked at me again with an intensity in his eyes. "I'd like to try something, if you don't mind." I glanced at Wedge, who gave me a reassuring nod. "Fine. What do you want me to do?" Luke smiled easily. "Just open your mind to me. I want to probe you. You'll feel something, a little pressure. It might even tickle. Okay. He drew in a deep breath, and as he exhaled I felt a wave of peace wash out over me. I did my best to relax as the Jedi's eyes half closed. I felt something in my mind, something gentle yet firm, like a reassuring pat on the back, press against my consciousness. It grew more intense and shifted from point to point, if something as ethereal as a mind can be said to have points. I felt different angles of attack and an increase in pressure that verged on painful, then it evaporated and Luke sat back. I looked at him expectantly. What? He grinned boyishly. Very interesting. Were you trying to resist me? I shook my head. Not at all. Was there a problem? A bit. I could pull off some surface impressions, but you were locked up pretty tightly. He frowned for a moment. Let me try it a different way. Wedge, I want you to start talking. What about doesn't really matter? Something simple. Maybe a joke. Corran, focus on Wedge's voice and what you feel about him. I'll do the same thing, which ought to bring our thoughts on roughly parallel courses. That might provide me an opening. I shrugged. Worth a shot, I guess. We both looked at Wedge. I'm not very good with jokes. Luke nodded. The sound of your voice is the focus here, not making us laugh. Okay. So there was this Bothan who walked into a tapcaf with a gaunt under his arm. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of Wedge's voice. I thought back on all the times I had heard it, and all the advice and congratulations he'd given me, all the danger we'd shared, and the good times as well. I marveled at how we'd managed to scrape through impossible situations, winning against odds longer than even a Corellian would have bet on. I thought about the people we'd helped, the lives we'd saved, and even the shared pain of comrades lost in our battles along the way. The whole of that time I only caught a hint of Luke's probing. This time, instead of coming in directly, he allowed his exploration to begin flowing along in the same direction as my thoughts. The current of his sensing melded with me, and whatever mental defenses I had in place failed to fully recognize this other presence in my mind. Luke's inquiry slipped past them, still bumping along my memories of Wedge. Then, when he hit upon a memory in which both Wedge and Mirax appeared, he veered off sharply, and I felt as if a transparisteel fong had been driven deep into my brain. I must have blacked out for a second, because the next thing I saw was Wedge standing over me. I blinked away tears and found myself staring up at the ceiling, with my chair having toppled over onto its back. I clutched at the arms so hard my hands hurt. My legs had wrapped themselves around the chair's legs so tightly I heard the fiberplast creak and snap. I felt a burning in my lungs and realized I needed to remind myself to breathe. Wedge dropped to a knee beside me.
Are you okay, Corran? Luke, how are you doing?
A bit better than he is, I suspect. Luke appeared on the other side of me and pressed his left hand to my shoulder. I felt something flow from him into me, and my quaking limbs slackened. Easy now, Corran. I know that was a shock. I'm sorry. I slowly snaked my left hand over to wipe my mouth and came away with a bit of blood from a bit lip. Pain still echoed within my brain, and the hollowness in the pit of my stomach made me happy I'd not drunk anything. I coughed and forced a weak smile. Not what you were planning? Not at all. Luke and Wedge disentangled my limbs from the chair and helped me to my feet. With a gesture the Jedi Master got another chair beneath me and I sat again. I had to fight to keep from slipping slack spine to the floor, but I managed it. Sorry for breaking your chair. Not a problem. Wedge frowned.
So what happened? I didn't think the joke was that bad.
Luke laughed politely, and even I had to smile. No, Wedge, it wasn't. Even Corran will agree with that. What happened was that I managed to work my way in past his defenses and used a memory of you and Mirax together to make my connection to her. I shivered. And somehow I threw you back out of my mind. Yes, you did, and quite strongly. Luke righted his own chair and sat down again. I think I have a clue about your losing emotional details concerning Mirax. Tell me. You've got flash burns. The trauma of hearing her shout for you and then having her gone pretty much burned out your emotions where she is concerned. Your mind is closing off access to certain points to prevent taking another shock like that. Luke shrugged lightly. Your defenses are quite strong and right now it's like swelling after a trauma. You're shut down emotionally and very tough to reach. Some strength had returned to my limbs, so I pulled myself into an upright sitting position. It's not permanent, is it? I don't think so. Luke sipped at his drink. The mind can be pretty hardy. I waited for him to swallow another mouthful of chocolate, then asked, so, will you help me find her? I would like to, very much. First we need to figure out why she is missing. Wedge frowned over the lip of his calf mug.
She's missing because she went out to learn about the invids.
That's the root cause, yes, but why her? And why wasn't she killed outright? Luke pressed his hands together. There have been points where I have felt friends being in danger over great distances, but the most powerful time was when Han and Leia and Chewbacca were on Bespin and being tortured by Darth Vader. He wanted me to come to him, so he could win me over to the dark side. But he knew you had been trained as a Jedi by then. He knew you would be receptive to that sort of bait. I poked a thumb against my own breastbone. Almost no one outside the squadron knows my Jedi connections, and I haven't been trained. In fact, there's very little to link me to the Jedi at all. Luke nodded. Then what is there to link Mirax to them? My heart stopped for a second. Sithspawn, she has my Jedi credit. I gave it to her when we were engaged. She wears it as a good luck charm when she travels. The Jedi Master's face darkened. That could be it. From what I learned of the Corellian Jedi traditions, when a knight became a master, he had memorial coins struck. They were given to family, friends, his master and students. It could be that someone saw the medallion, assumed a link there and took action. But why? It didn't make sense to me. You said Vader tortured your friends to lure you into a trap. I can't find Mirax, so how can I fall into a trap? Wedge shook his head.
Might just be a warning, Corran, warning you off from doing something.
Sure, but what? Luke held a hand up. We don't know. Speculating now could be a waste of breath. My using the Bespin example might have set us off on the wrong trail. It could be nothing more than someone kidnapping Mirax because they recognized her and think they can ransom her, since both of you are known as part of the rebellion. The warning you got may have come before any ransom demands and the kidnappers might not know you have been warned. My eyes narrowed. Good, then we're a step ahead of them. With your help, we can find Mirax and take care of this situation before it becomes more dire. Agreed, but there is a problem. What's that? Luke sighed. I don't have your connection to Mirax. The abruptness with which your link to her was broken makes me wonder if she's in stasis. I'll have to ask Leia what she felt when Han was sealed in carbonite. I know it hurt her terribly. What you felt, I bet, was a lot of what she felt. I hugged my arms around myself. The thought of Mirax being frozen in carbonite, or stuffed into a hibernation tube, filled me with dread. You're saying that you have no way of finding her? No, not right now, not over this distance. My heart sank. So she's lost. I didn't say that. Luke set his mug down on the table and stared into my eyes. I think you can find her. I think you are strong enough in the Force to pick her out, even if she is in hibernation. Her thoughts may have been slowed to the point where they barely register, but through the Force you can find them. They will lead you to her. But I need to find her now. No, he insisted calmly, you need to find her. What you need to do now is learn how to find her. Luke stood, circled behind his chair and leaned heavily on the back of it. I've been thinking a lot on what has happened recently, and I know there is no way Leia and I and her children, as they grow to maturity, can shoulder all the responsibilities that we're called upon to deal with now. Down through the 1,000 generations that the Jedi maintained peace in the galaxy, there were lots of Jedi, hundreds certainly, thousands probably. The Emperor's best efforts to destroy the Jedi were not wholly successful, and there are Force-sensitive people still out there. Just like you, Corran, and me and Mara Jade. We need to create more Jedi to share the burden. I know I asked you before to join me and train with me. You refused for what were good and valuable reasons. Events since then have not let me push to re-establish the order, but now is the time. In a couple of days I plan to ask the Senate to let me establish a Jedi Academy. Just a basic search through databases has turned up a number of viable candidates. If I can get a dozen, I think I will have enough to start. I'd like you to be one of them. How can I think of training to be a Jedi when my wife is gone? Wedge frowned at me.
Think for a second, Corran. If her abduction was meant to send you a message only a Jedi could understand, then whoever has her is tough enough that they think they can take on a Jedi and survive. If you don't train to be a Jedi, what do you think are the chances of your being able to rescue her?
Luke nodded. Wedge is right. And, if you got the message because of your sensitivity to the Force and the kidnappers know nothing about it, Jedi training will make you that much more able to deal with them and save her. Their logic was unassailable, but I still felt uneasy about committing myself to a course of training while Mirax languished in stasis. I don't know. The Jedi Master slowly smiled. I would have expected no other honest answer. 2 things for you to consider, Corran. The first is this: when Vader tortured my friends, it was to lure me to him and to disrupt my training. I made the most serious mistake of my career leaving my master at that point. It cost me my hand, nearly cost me my life, and, as events went from there, could have seriously hurt the rebellion. You have a chance, being faced with a similar challenge, to avoid the mistake I made. I hope you will take it. I could feel the sincerity rolling off him. What's the other thing? The Corellian Jedi tradition is a strong one. In the annals of the Jedi, many Corellian Jedi are noted for their devotion to service. They tended not to range far from Corellia. That system had more than enough for them to do, but their wisdom and courage made quite an impact. You are heir to that tradition, and I think weaving it back into the new Jedi traditions will be very important. What you do in joining the Academy will not only let you rescue Mirax, but will help others come to their full potential in the Force. I hear what you are saying, Master Skywalker, but there are other problems. I shrugged. I'm not you or Han Solo, but I'm not unknown in the New Republic. If Mirax's kidnappers hear I'm at your academy and being trained as a Jedi, her life would be forfeit. Wedge pointed at me.
If nothing else, his status as a hero of the rebellion would probably distract other students.
Very true, but that's not too difficult a problem to handle. Luke smiled easily. Dye your hair, grow a beard, you'll look different. In your time with Corsac you performed undercover operations. Sure, but I wasn't known as Corran Horn during those assignments either. No, you changed your name. Luke nodded solemnly. In researching the Corellian Jedi I saw a name, probably an ancestor of yours. You may even have been named for him. He was Corran Halcyon. You can use his name. It is close enough to your own for you to respond to it, yet far enough away to give you the cover you need. Corran Halcyon. The name rolled around in my brain and seemed to soothe the last lingering bits of pain from Luke's probe. That might work. I have to think about it. Luke reached out and patted me on the shoulder. It is a big decision. Go home. Definitely think about it. Think about reclaiming the heritage the Empire tried to deny to you. This is yet another chance for you to defeat that evil and prepare yourself to battle new evils. If you truly want the galaxy to be safe for the children you and Mirax will have, learning to become a Jedi is the best possible course you can take. 6. Wedge ran me home and offered to stay and talk things over with me, but I let him go. I appreciate the offer, Wedge, but you've got more important things to do than to listen to me argue this from all sides. Wedge pressed his lips together in a grim grin.
Nothing I have to do is more important than my friends. Mirax is as close as I've ever come to having a little sister, and I definitely think of her as family. You're a good friend. As much as it bothers you to be able to do nothing at the moment, at least you have some options. I'm even more blind here than you are, but I'll be ready to help no matter what decision you make.
I shook his outstretched hand. Thanks. Believe me, you'll be hearing from me.
I'm counting on it.
I held a hand up. One thing, please. Don't say anything to Booster. Wedge frowned.
But he's her father. He should be told.
Yeah, but if Kraken was afraid I'd be a nerf in an antiquities bazaar, just imagine what Booster will do. I shook my head. The errant venture might not be in the greatest shape, but having an Imperial Star Destroyer show up and threaten a world probably won't be the best way to get Mirax back.
You have a point there.
Wedge smiled.
I won't lie to him, but I won't go out of my way to say anything to him until or unless I have some good news.
Thanks. See you later, Wedge. I walked down the steps from the complex's common landing area and over to the apartment. The door slid open when I punched in the code. I was 2 steps inside before I noticed there were more lights on than when I'd left. Without a blaster or my grandfather's lightsaber, I was defenseless against whoever had broken in. I was about to turn and head back out again, when a familiar hooting sounded from the living room. Yes, Whistler, it's me. The little green R2 unit rolled over, swiveled his head so his visual monitors could take in the hallway, then turned around and disappeared again. I walked down to the living area and found a variety of bags and containers of food piled on the holopad's table. The droid's pincer arm extended from its cylindrical body and elevated a can of Nerf and gums to the top of a shaky stack. Whistler, despite what Mirax told you months ago about my dietary habits when she's gone, I really can feed myself. I dropped to my knees on the floor beside him and caught the can he dropped in my lap. Yes, I'm certain this would be good, but I'm just not hungry right now. A whistle started low and spiked high. Why? I snorted. I don't know how much of this you can understand, Whistler. I ignored his derisive reply and pushed on, organizing my thoughts as I went. Since you're here, I know you pulled the skate's port logs and saw Mirax was gone. Fact is, she's really gone. Someone has taken her and Jedi Master Skywalker thinks she's being held in stasis somewhere. Why, none of us have any clue. Whistler's mournful tone raised a lump in my throat. He tweetled and hooted a bunch of things after that, but I couldn't figure out what he meant. I reached out and patted him gently on the dome. His pincer gently tugged on the sleeve of my jacket. I've just come from talking with Wedge and with Luke Skywalker. They both think my learning to train as a Jedi is the key to finding Mirax, but I think that will take too long. Part of me knows they are right, but another part doesn't think Mirax can afford the time. I keep trying to think about what I should do, or what my father would do, but I have so many questions that need answering that I'm lost. Whistler toddled forward and toppled one of the stack of cans he had created. His data probe came out and sank itself into the data port on the holopad. In an instant the image of my father, standing slightly taller than Mirax had, appeared frozen on the holopad. Whistler hooted insistently at me, but I couldn't understand him. Slow down, slow down. What are you getting at? My father's image faded, replaced by the glowing words, all you have to do is ask. I was about to ask for a further explanation of that line, but the words struck a resonance inside me and I recognized them fairly quickly. Back before we had liberated Thyfera, before Thrawn and freeing the Lusankia prisoners, Whistler had informed me that my father had encrypted and loaded into him a holograph talking about my heritage. Whistler had said the message was recorded back before I joined Corsac. He'd been instructed to play it for me whenever I asked and could provide the encryption key. I resisted listening to the message back then because I feared it would make me make choices that I didn't want to make. If my father had urged me to become a Jedi, to seek out a master and to train, I knew I would have. At the time that would have meant leaving the Squadron and leaving Mirax and abandoning the former Lusankia prisoners. I couldn't do that, so I set aside the idea of hearing what my father had to say. After that, with Thrawn and everything else, I never got the chance to explore what my father had left for me. Mirax told me the message itself was not the last gift my father had given me. The last gift was the trust he showed in allowing me to choose when and if I listened to his message. I cherished that gift, and while I knew I should listen to the message, by putting off the decision I made that final gift last longer. Even as that thought bubbled into my brain, I realized that listening to the message would not destroy my father's gift. His trust had been implicit in every aspect of our lives. My father had died in my arms and I had been powerless to prevent his death. Because of this I had allowed myself to imagine that in his last seconds of life he wondered where I was. He wondered why I had not been there to help him. I had to hope, for the sake of my sanity, that he knew I would have given my own life to save his. Somehow I did think that, I even knew it. I smiled. He recorded that message long before he died. It was never meant to be a legacy, but a failsafe. If something happened to him, I would not be left without information he thought I needed to know. And I need to remember that he never would have put me into a position to make a choice against my own best interests. I trust him in that, but by not listening to the message I've failed to act on that trust. I nodded to Whistler. Please, play the message for me. Decryption code is Nija Halcyon. My father's image reappeared and my throat tightened. He'd always been taller than me and, with me kneeling on the floor, I once again had to look up at him. His black hair had been closely cropped, his hazel eyes had golden highlights that sparkled. He wore that easy smile I'd see so often. I'd probably been 16 years old when he recorded the message. He still had his powerful build and only a hint of the thickening he would fight until the end of his life. His voice came through clear and strong. I am making this recording for you, Corran, because there are things you should know. Being in Corsac can be dangerous and I don't want anything to happen to me that would prevent you from learning about our family. I hope and trust right now that we're sitting together watching this, laughing at how young I looked when I recorded it. If not, I want you to know I love you and have always been very proud of you. Whistler stopped the message as I closed my eyes against tears. The shock of Mirax's disappearance might have numbed me from feeling anything about her, but the pain of my father's death came roaring back to fill the void inside of me. I realized I was kneeling now the way I'd knelt in the cantina where he died, cradling his head in my lap. It was almost as if I could feel his blood soaking into my clothes again. The frustration I felt over Mirax compounded itself with the frustration I'd felt with my father's death and I almost walked away. But neither of them would. I sniffed and wiped my nose on my sleeve, then opened my eyes and nodded to Whistler. Thanks, my friend. The message continued with my father smiling broadly. This will sound like a wild tale, but it is all true. Your grandfather, Rostek Horn, is really your step-grandfather. As you know, he partnered with a Jedi before the Clone Wars, and that Jedi died serving away from Corellia, right after the Clone Wars. That Jedi, Nija Halcyon, was my father. He served as my master before he went away. I was all of 10 years old when he died, and Rostek Horn saw to it that my mother and I wanted for nothing. My mother and Rostek fell in love and married, and Rostek adopted me. More importantly, when the Empire began to hunt down Jedi and their families, he managed to destroy records and fabricate new ones that insulated us from the Empire's wrath. I know this is quite a secret to keep from you, but the deception was necessary. I know you, Corran, and know you would have been very proud of your heritage. You would have told others of it, sharing it with them, and that would have been your destruction. Lord Vader and the others hunting Jedi have been relentless. I have seen the results of their handiwork. Keeping you ignorant is keeping you safe. It's a terrible bargain to make, but the only one that can be made. My father's face screwed up in that expression he wore when things were not going exactly the way he wanted. The Halcyon family is well known among the Corellian Jedi. We were well respected and many were the tributes to Nija Halcyon upon his death. You can find no record of them now, of course. What the Empire did not destroy, Rostek did destroy or hid away. He won't even tell me where the records are, but I cannot believe he would have allowed all traces of his friend to perish. The Halcyons were strong in the Force but not flashy or given to public displays of power. A word here, an act there, allowing people to choose between good or evil at their own speed and peril was more our way. And so, here, with this message, I give you a choice. I will be proud of you and love you no matter what you choose. The fact that you say you want to join Corsac has filled me and your grandfather with more pride than you can imagine. There is no greater honor you could show us than to follow in our footsteps. I do want you to know, though, that my choice bridges two paths. While Rostek and my father work together, Corsac and Jedi, I have used what I learned from my father to work within Corsac. In this way I serve both the Halcyon and Horn traditions. My father's image opened his hands. If you have the chance, if you feel the need, I hope you will also make yourself open to both traditions. It is not that being a Jedi is better than serving in Corsac, not at all. But there are so few who are able to become Jedi that to turn away from that path is a tragedy. I have been forced away from it. It is my hope that you will not also be barred from it and, if possible, that I will be able to instruct you the way my father instructed me. My father smiled and pride burned in his eyes. There you have it, my son. Now you know more of who you are and what you have the potential to become. The only limits on you are the limits you will place on yourself. I know that whatever you will decide, it will be the right thing. You're that good, Corran, and that special. I will know great joy if you bring the Halcyons back into the Jedi Order, but even that will be nothing compared to the joy I know in having you as my son and knowing you are happy and well. The message stopped and Whistler offered to play it again, but I shook my head. He wants me to train. He knows it is the right thing for me to do. I thought for a moment. And I guess I know it, too. I always saw my service in Corsac as the utmost I could do to prevent the innocent from coming to harm from evil. That's what it was then, just as flying with Rogue Squadron became later. Now, the utmost I can do is to become a Jedi, like Luke Skywalker and my father's father. To do anything less is to be unworthy of the trust they all place in me. I slowly stood. To do anything less means I fail in my responsibilities to Mirax. I'm not going to let that happen. I walked down the hallway and into my bedroom. I slid back a false panel in my nightstand and withdrew the slender silver cylinder that had been Nija Halcyon's lightsaber. My right thumb punched the black button on it, allowing the silver-white blade to hiss to life. It hummed as I turned toward Whistler and wove the blade through the air. Luke Skywalker is looking for students, and I need a teacher. I smiled as Whistler trumpeted triumphantly. Corran Halcyon is born. 7. I emerged from the apartment's refresher, finished toweling off my hair as I walked toward the living room, and smiled at Iella as she came into view. There, what do you think? She narrowed her brown eyes at me, then nodded.
Not a hint of green.
Good. I hung the white towel around my neck, holding on to each end of it. It's going to take a while to get used to seeing my reflection with my hair this close to white. She tucked a lock of golden brown hair behind her left ear.
It makes you look older. The mustache and goatee changed the outline of your chin just enough that I almost didn't recognize you when you called earlier.
You don't think the green had anything to do with that? I snorted. I didn't think dyeing my hair would be that complicated.
Corran, you're supposed to read the instructions on the box.
I did.
And then you're supposed to follow them.
She gave me a look of mock disgust.
Once you've ingested the metabolizing agent, you have to be very specific about how long you leave the color targeting gel on. If you get the timing wrong, you have problems.
I plucked at the hair on my chest. Yeah, but I was trying to do my whole body here. Slathering that stuff on takes time.
Which is why you take it in stages, not try to do it all at once.
She began to laugh and I blushed.
You went from emerald to pale green at your toes. Your beard did match your eyes, though.
But it would have been unending trouble to accessorize. I gave her a snooty glare, then smiled. At least I won't need to repeat this ordeal for a year or so.
True, that's usually how long it takes for the metabolizer to leave the follicles, but be careful. Weird foods can affect the chemistry there.
She stretched.
Speaking of which, where are you going to take me for this lunch you promised?
I shrugged. You pick. Fact is that I've not been thinking much about food over the past couple of weeks. Iella frowned at me.
You know, I'm still a bit angry with you. I thought we were friends, but your wife goes missing and you don't call me or tell me about it.
I closed my eyes and nodded. I know I should have.
You're damned right you should have.
Her voice softened and I felt her hand caress my bare arm.
You were there for me when I lost Derek. I don't think I could have gotten through it without you. I owe you a lot, and even if I didn't, I'd want to help with this sort of thing.
I opened my eyes and gave her a brave smile, but swiped at a tear with my towel. I wanted to talk to you, but you're working for New Republic Intelligence and I didn't want to place you in a position where you'd feel a conflict between your job and our friendship. No, wait. I know you and respect you and your professionalism. I know you would have and will do what is right and in the best interest for everyone. I also know that isn't exactly what I want. I didn't want you thinking you'd failed me because you couldn't say anything. Iella nodded, then gave me that indulgent grin I remembered from our years partnering in Corsac.
Your squadron briefings about the Invids probably have told you just about everything I know of fact about the Invids.
I arched a newly blonde eyebrow. But there are rumors?
Vague, insubstantial rumors.
She pursed her lips for a moment.
On some of the early raids, when Leonia Tavira deigned to travel dirt down and tour the ruins her people left behind, survivors have reported seeing armored figures accompanying her. Never more than one, and everyone has described them as having a Vaderish air about them, but both male and female figures have been described. With Rizolo's report to add into the mix, we think we have at least 4 distinct individuals.
I scratched at the back of my neck. When you say Vaderish, are we just talking masks, cloaks and heavy breathing, or are they doing the virtual garrote thing or other force power displays?
Nothing more solid than image, though Rizolo insists they were special. I don't know to trust his reports, though. I think he's telling us a lot of what we want to hear, so we'll find him a hole to hide in.
Iella shrugged.
From everything we know about Tavira, it would be just like her to cultivate a Vader image for her henchmen, making her appear to them as the Emperor was to Vader. All reports seem to agree that she may be smart, but she's also decidedly vain.
I nodded. Interesting information. Thanks. So, where do you want to eat? She slapped a hand playfully against my belly.
We should find a place to fatten you up. You've lost weight.
I've been in training. It's been almost 2 weeks since I decided to join the Jedi Academy and took my leave from the squadron. I tossed my towel on a chair, not really caring that the cleaning droid would notify Whistler and he'd scold me for it. You remember how the Corellian Security Force Academy training went, and I got through that when I was a kid. Physical training at dawn, long runs, classes, more runs, exercises, standing watch. We're going to have all that and more in the Jedi Academy. Iella smiled.
You will be the elite of the elite. Think you're up to it?
I hope so. I'm Master Skywalker's age and probably in as good physical shape as he is, but I'll bet he's going to be bringing in a bunch of kids. I'll really have to push myself. Gotta do it, though, because Mirax is counting on me.
You'll do fine, Corran. Or should I call you Kieran?
Corran will do.
Okay. How do you feel about eating Ithorian?
I wrinkled my nose. Food's good, but I want something with a bit more animal protein.
There's a new Twi'lek place that opened up a couple of sectors down and away from here.
Carulorn's calf's rack? She nodded.
I think that's the place. I heard they do something special with Minok.
If I'm eating Minok, it will have to be very special. I winked at her. Nawara said the food was good there, so it looks like that's a go. Let me pull on some real clothes and we're out of here. While I changed, Iella consulted the Imperial City Directory and discovered the restaurant was actually closer than either one of us thought it was. We decided to walk there and slipped into the easy gate we'd used when walking patrol duty together back on Corellia. A lot of years seemed to melt away as she pointed out the things she knew I'd find amusing, and I did the same for her. I elbowed her gently in the ribs. You ever figure we'd end up on Coruscant back when we were partners? Her eyes narrowed for a moment, then she shrugged.
Maybe on vacation, though I can think of hundreds of worlds where I'd rather go. Derek always wanted to come here, to see the hub of the galaxy. Back then I thought of it as too urban.
And now?
Once you get here you find out that it's not all one big city, but it has neighborhoods and little city-states. It's not just one big uniform block of gray.
She shot me a sly grin.
I'd still like to head out to some place like Alicatha.
You might ask General Kraken to send you there to check out how Rizolo picked his target.
Thought of that, but I'd have to haul that piece of pirate hutpus along with me, so I don't think it's an assignment I want.
I smiled. Talk to Wedge. He could use a vacation.
There's an idea.
Iella slipped ahead of me as the walkway we were on became more crowded. She slipped past a knot of whiffets, then pointed at a small ball of lurid red light a couple of levels down.
That's the place.
We hurried on over and down. Carulorn's calf's rack had quite a crowd in it already, and most of them Twi'leks. We took this as a good sign, even though we found it somewhat unsettling as we were led on a twisting path to a small table back near the kitchen. Because Twi'leks use the twitches and shakes of their brain tails, more properly, Leku, the way humans use their hands to emphasize things they say, the whole room was alive with serpentine writhings. I looked over at Iella through the holographic projection of the menu. Remind me, I don't want anything with noodles. She laughed and pointed to an item 3 down from the top.
Minok Coronet City. A spicy combination of marinated Minok strips with Vuela nuts and Ithorian chale, in a lum sauce.
Sounds good, but the roast gornt sounds better to me. I smiled at her. Reminds me of a joke I heard from Wedge the other day.
Not the bothan and a gornt in a cantina?
You've heard it? You talked to Wedge?
There are about 1 billion bothan and gornt jokes, Corran, and I've probably heard them all. Tend to be rather popular in Intel.
Iella glanced down at the table.
But, no, I've not spoken to Wedge.
Our server came and took our order. She told us we'd made good choices, but the quick shiver running down one of her Leku suggested to me she'd rather drink Rancor spit than have the roast gornt. I refused to let that intimidate me. And a little extra of the gravy on that, please. As she whirled away, I fixed Iella with a stare. What's going on between you two? You both seem to like each other and get along well. Iella frowned and picked at a thumbnail, which I recognized as a sign of her not being certain how to answer me.
I wish I knew. We definitely hit it off, and he was very understanding when Derek returned and very supportive after Derek died. You know what our duties have been like, so there hasn't been that much time to get together. And now he has new responsibilities that take up even more of his time.
Yeah, but you could convince him to make time.
I'd like to think so. I don't know.
She sat back and shrugged.
You remember back when Inspector Sasek made Corsac chief? She was all of 40 at the time, a great accomplishment.
I thought back. She ditched her husband, bought that Chirk Red ZRX-29 airspeeder and started taking personal training lessons from those twins about half her age. I remember that.
You just wish you were one of the twins.
No, at that point I just wished I could borrow the airspeeder. I laughed. I seem to recall my mother had a few choice things to say about her. Iella frowned.
Your mother actually said something critical of someone?
I didn't say that. As I recall, my mother commented that the Income ZX-26 would have been a more practical vehicle. I shrugged. That's about as critical as she got. She always thought gossip was in such poor taste. However, your point about Wedge is what?
I think he's in that same sort of transitional phase of his life. For better than a decade he's been responsible for the life and death decisions that have cost a lot of people their lives. That's not saying someone else wouldn't have caused more people to die by making worse decisions, that's pretty much a given, but he's been going like that since before you joined Corsair. He's, 2 years older than you. That means he's had a lot of pressure since a time when you were still a kid. Given the death of his parents and his trying to make a living shipping.
And his time spent with Booster Turek.
Right, he's never had a chance to cut loose and be himself. I think that's what he's doing, and I'm not certain he wants that many reminders of his previous life around right now.
Her analysis of Wedge's situation seemed to hit pretty well dead on, but she'd always been a good judge of character. So that means you're just going to back off. She nodded, then smiled at our server as the Twi'lek female placed our meals in front of us.
That smells wonderful. Thank you.
I glanced down at a bowl filled with gravy. A lump floated to the surface and a couple of bubbles thinned from brown to khaki, then burst. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure this will be lots better than the Academy food. The server gave me an "I told you so" twitch of a leg and wandered off. Iella popped a forkful of her minok into her mouth, closed her eyes and sighed.
This is really very good.
The aroma of her meal wafted over my way, starting my mouth watering. To curb that behavior, I poked my fork at a lump of what I hoped was Gornt, but it just sank away out of sight. I'm so happy for you, Iella. A growl from my stomach underscored my sarcastic remark. She leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially to me.
It's your own fault. Twi'leks consider Gornt to be tourist food. You might as well walk into a cantina and order Nerf milk.
Hey, I'd order it straight up. She laughed and I realized I was going to miss that sound. If I didn't feel I had to go to the academy, if I didn't feel my father wanted me to go, I don't think I would.
Yes, you would, Corran.
She shook her head at me.
Once you heard about the academy you would have been going, even if Mirax wasn't missing.
What do you mean? I manfully speared a chunk of Gornt and tucked it into my cheek. How can you say that?
I was your partner, remember? You're very competitive, which can be cute and endearing at times, as long as someone stays out of your way. You want to know why you were the first person ever to escape from Isard's Lysankia prison? Because there was no way you were going to let her beat you.
What's that got to do with the academy?
You've always wanted to be the best, and becoming a Jedi Knight will be that for you. Look at yourself. You're already beginning training before you begin training. You've figured out that Master Skywalker will be bringing in folks who are younger than you are, and you're already figuring out how to be better than they are.
I chewed on the Gornt and thought. And chewed some more. Actually, I was finding acknowledging the truth in Iella's words about as tough as the Gornt I was chewing, and swallowing either would hurt. Despite the impending discomfort, I knew she was right. I swallowed the Gornt, then coughed lightly and nodded to her. She reached out and tapped a finger against my forehead.
The one thing you haven't figured out yet is that the person you're really in competition with is yourself. Luke Skywalker will be a tough taskmaster. Of that I have no doubt. And I know Wedge was, but they weren't as hard on you as you'll be on yourself. I know you well enough to know you won't back off, so I just hope you remember that when you feel all that pressure on you, the majority is coming from right inside your think box.
I thumped a fist against my breastbone to help the Gornt go down. You know, you could have told me this a long time ago.
I did. Several times. You weren't much into listening back then.
I glanced down. Back when my father died.
Right.
Her voice softened.
You can learn a lot from Luke Skywalker. It may be part of being a Jedi, but he seems to work a lot from his heart, following his feelings. You work primarily in your brain. Thinking all the time is definitely you, Corran, and was very useful back in Corsac, but I think you'll need to open up more with this training.
I nodded slowly. You're probably right. I guess we'll see how long it takes for old habits to die. Iella rolled her eyes.
That means you'll be a Jedi, what, about the time the sun goes nova?
I get your point.
Good.
She gave me a wink.
Want to try some of this Minoc?
I looked back up and shook my head. Nope. I laid in my course, now I'll fly it. This Gornt isn't bad once you get past the tasting, chewing and choking part.
Yeah, tell me that in half an hour.
That prospect began to sour my stomach. I sighed. Look, Iella, I appreciate what you've just said, and just knowing you were here and would have helped me out with Mirax's disappearance, that was enough to help me keep going. I want you to know that. Her brown eyes studied my face for a moment.
I believe you.
And I want you to know I really do value your help. With the dye and with those rumors. I forced my fork into a smaller piece of Gornt. I have a question that you can probably answer more easily than anyone else.
Go ahead.
I've talked to everyone about my decision except for my grandfather. What are the chances, do you think, of my being able to slip onto Corellia, seeing him, and getting back out? She thought for a moment, then set her fork down.
I don't think anyone in the Diktat's regime is watching Rostek, so seeing him wouldn't be a problem. You still do have the murder warrants out for your arrest, however. Curtin Lower's legacy could still cause you trouble if you were to be identified and apprehended. As for getting in and out, the current government really isn't much better than any other Corellian regime at keeping smugglers out. With what you know about the system, you could manage to get in. The real problem is that with the relationship between the Corellian government and the New Republic being something less than a happy one, I wouldn't want to get caught on Corellia if I were you.
I see. I get the impression that the last hologram I sent my grandfather was chopped to bits before he got it. Even reading between the lines of what little of his return message got back to me, I know he didn't track a lot of what I said to him. The new piece of Gornt I started working on kind of forestalled further speech, so I just shrugged.
If you want, Corran, I'll see about finding you a secure communications route into Rostek. Shouldn't tax our resources that much. That way you won't make a run and risk getting caught before you have a chance to train.
I nodded, then chanced a swallow. I appreciate it.
I don't mind keeping you out of trouble. That's what friends do for friends.
Thanks. I smiled up at our server as she asked if everything was to our liking. Oh yes, quite. Both her Leku shuddered.
And you would like a confection to finish the meal?
I smiled, then winked at Iella. We would. And my friend will order for us. That's what friends do for friends. 8. With Oral in the co-pilot's seat beside me, I flicked on the Lambda-class shuttle's descent warning indicators, then angled the ship into the atmosphere of Yavin 4's jungle moon. We were coming in on the night side of the moon. Its rotation had it facing away from the star at the center of the system, but it faced the day side of the gas giant around which it orbited. This meant we had a fair amount of reflected orange light by which to make our approach. I looked over at the Gand and smiled. I appreciate your letting me drive this thing down. Oral's mouth parts opened. I understand you will not be flying while you are here. Yeah, Whistler is not happy about being left behind on Coruscant, but Master Skywalker wants to minimize the distractions here. It makes sense, and I'll be far too busy to be taking flights. And Whistler should have plenty to do reviewing all reports on the invids and pulling a criminal activities analysis for me. I will see to it that Whistler is taken care of. Thanks. The controls bucked a bit beneath my hands as we hit some turbulence coming down through the atmosphere. The jungle moon had fairly humid air which, if the documents I'd read were accurate, remained fairly stable except in the transition from day to night and vice versa, when cooling and warming took effect. I maintained control as we dropped down through a thin canopy of clouds. Luke Skywalker appeared between us and pointed dead ahead.
There it is. Bring us down on this side.
As ordered. I glanced over at him. You want to strap in, sir?
As smooth a ride as you're giving us?
He patted my shoulder.
I will if it will make you feel better.
No reason to have more variables in play than I really need. I cut the throttle back and began to boost the power on the repulsor lift coils. Stand by to retract wings on my mark, and lower landing gear. Aurel leaned forward, his fingers poised to flip the appropriate switches. As ordered. I watched the altimeter slowly scroll down and pulled the shuttle's nose up in a slightly better glide path. The jungle's thick foliage looked like mottled carpeting, with the occasional giant tree spiking upward. Further on the Great Temple, a squared-off, pyramidal stone structure, loomed like an alien creature amid the greenery. I'd seen images of that structure for years, first in Imperial Nuzholos and later in every history of the victorious rebellion ever made. It had looked impressive in the holograms, but never real and certainly not this majestic. Mark. As Aurel snapped the wing switches in the up position, I throttled back to 10% of power and boosted the engine feed to the repulsor lift coils. The shuttle flew on easily and just missed clipping some trees as we came down in the clearing on the east side of the temple. There, at the base, I saw a long, low opening of sufficient height that I could have tucked the shuttle on inside, but a landing zone had been laid out well clear of that area. And back away from it had gathered the 24 New Republic engineers that had been present preparing the Great Temple for its new role as the home of the Jedi Academy. Aurel would take them home, leaving Master Skywalker, 2 other recruits and me behind. 9 more recruits would be following us, making the first class at the Academy an even dozen. I set the shuttle down without so much as a bump and shot Aurel a wink. Haven't lost my touch, but I'm going to miss flying.
I am Fine's man. I will help you find your skill again, Kieran.
Aurel turned his chair and bowed his head toward Luke. Provided Master Skywalker would not object. The Jedi Master gave Aurel a broad smile.
You are welcome to hone his old skills as I hone his new ones.
Aurel is honored.
Good, don't want to lose my flight certification. I flipped a switch and lowered the boarding ramp. Warm, moist air immediately jetted up into the shuttle. I hit my restraining strap release and stood. Thanks, Aurel. I'll see you next time you come through.
Aurel will be proud to have a Jedi Knight as a friend.
And wingman.
And wingman.
The Gans settled into the pilot's seat as I followed Luke back into the passenger compartment. Luke Skywalker was slightly taller than I was, but we had similar builds. The other 2 passengers towered over each of us. Brachis stood a good 15 centimeters taller than me, and Cam Salusser another 10 centimeters above that. Brachis had the slender build and sharp features of an aristocrat. If it weren't for the haunted look in his blue eyes, and the way they sunk back a bit in his skull, I would have taken him for some planetary noble out for a lark in taking on the training. Cam Salusser was really Brachis' antithesis, despite sharing his blonde coloration. Cam's hair had been cut short and a bit raggedly. The strong blocky nature of his features was enhanced by the stubble on his cheeks and chin. His powerfully athletic build marked him as the physically strongest of us, and the seams on his face and leathery quality of flesh on his hands clued me into both his age and the hardships he'd lived through. The fact that he already wore a lightsaber also meant there was more to him than was easily apparent. I'd brought my grandfather's lightsaber with me, but I'd packed it in the small satchel loaded in the cargo bay. I didn't feel inclined to wear it yet, despite Master Skywalker's insistence that I had every right to do so. Until I had more training, it was little more than a tool, and I felt it deserved to be more. We grabbed our bags from the pile of supplies the engineers had unloaded, then Luke led us away to the area where the engineers had awaited our arrival. I waved to Aurel as the boarding ramp retracted and the shuttle took off again. Aurel piloted the shuttle out in a grand circle around the Great Temple, then shot off around to the moon's day side, vanishing from sight as if swallowed by the forests. Luke let his black cloak slip back from his shoulders as he opened his arms.
Welcome to Yavin 4. This will be your new home. I wanted the three of you to be the first students here because all three of you have a greater understanding of what we will be doing here. Your foundation means you will progress more quickly, therefore I may ask you to perform extra duties, like helping other students.
He nodded toward Cam.
Cam's father, Rannoch Salusar, was a great Jedi Master. Cam studied under him, became a Jedi Knight, then was co-opted by the Empire. He became one of the Emperor's dark side warriors, but has rejected the dark side.
Muscles bunched at the corners of Cam's jaws.
Master Skywalker was able to touch the foundation my father had laid down in me. I now serve him.
Luke pointed a hand toward the other man.
Brakis here was discovered by the Empire to be Force-sensitive. They trained him to use his abilities, using him largely as a spy. They held the threat of destroying his family over his head to make him comply with their wishes. He is here to learn how to use his abilities for the benefit of other living creatures.
Brakis gave us a weak smile but offered no comment. Luke shifted his attention to me.
Corran Halcyon's grandfather was a Jedi who died in the Clone Wars. Kieran's family has a strong Jedi tradition and he is here to reclaim it. As you have seen, he is also a skilled pilot and has had training that I think will be useful as we go along.
Cam offered me his hand, so I shook it, and Brakis and I exchanged nods. Master Skywalker started walking toward the Grand Temple.
There are 5 levels to the structure here, 6 if you want to count the observation level at the top. The lowest level, the one beneath the ground floor, was something the rebellion put in for storage and servicing of our fighters. The main floor houses the flight operations area, as well as some living quarters. The 2 levels above that were used by the rebellion as the base command center and the combat operations center. These levels are most of what we will use, but they only have some basic computer, training and library facilities. Their value comes to us from student housing and what will serve us for a meal hall. The highest level here is the Grand Chamber, which I had left alone.
He smiled carefully.
I thought I would allow you to choose your own quarters and get some rest. We can continue orientation tomorrow.
I raised a hand. I have a few questions, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Are we going to be using coordinated galactic time here or are we going to just work with Yavin's normal day? The moon's rotation is slightly faster than that of Coruscant, so keeping on the galactic scale will put us out of sync with the planet. The Jedi Master hesitated for a moment, his blue eyes reflecting the sky's orange highlights.
With your training, time will very much become subjective. I will teach you Jedi refreshing techniques, so your need for sleep will change. Worrying about time might create pressure on the students. I don't want that.
I frowned. But if we don't have a coordinated sense of time here, how will we know when our watches begin or end? Luke regarded me quizzically.
Why would we need to stand watch?
I wanted to answer that if someone like Thrawn wanted to show up with an Imperial fleet to raise the planet, warning would be a good thing. Of course, all the warning in the world about a fleet coming to attack would be useless since we didn't have any ships here to let us evacuate. There was, then, absolutely no practical reason to have folks stand watch, so I fell back on the reasons given for such things at the Corsac Academy. Standing watch provides us with a sense of responsibility and fosters trust between the students, since we are looking out for each other. Luke nodded.
This is good, but here I want you to come to trust the Force. You will find, as your understanding and skill grow, that the Force will provide us all the warning we need if there is a threat. We will know it and have ample time to react to it.
Which seems to describe how the Invids avoid all the traps we set for them. A chill breeze seemed to cut at my spine. Is it possible for someone sufficiently versed in the Force to hide his presence from detection? I stand corrected, Master. I bowed my head toward him. Then will we just get up at dawn to begin physical training? He opened his hands.
You may do whatever you feel necessary to make yourself feel at ease and receptive to the Force.
So there will be no organized physical training? Cam laughed gruffly.
You sound disappointed, Corran.
Not really, just confused. Luke smiled.
You will find your training demanding enough, I think, and quite exhausting.
I pointed toward Cam's lightsaber. We will, at least, have combat training, correct?
Yes, you will be trained in the ways of the lightsaber.
Not the question I asked. Luke's head came up.
You had better explain, then.
I pressed my fingertips together. The lightsaber, as all of us know, is a very powerful and lethal weapon. My father once said to me that no one ever regretted hitting a target with a stun bolt as opposed to a lethal shot from a blaster. Basic combat training could help us avoid having to use a lightsaber where a less dangerous method might work. Training in that area means we will have more options available to us. The Jedi Master narrowed his eyes.
These would be defensive techniques?
They are combat techniques, which can be employed offensively or defensively, just like a lightsaber. I shrugged. It's just an idea. Cam nodded. Such training would lay the foundation for any lightsaber training we do later.
Okay, Cam and Kieran, you will come up with a plan for that type of training. We will discuss it further when you have something.
Luke regarded me with the hint of a smile on his lips.
Anything else?
No, Master.
If you think of something, let me know.
He waved us on toward the temple.
Now find yourselves quarters.
The trio of us left him behind and did not speak as we approached the great temple. Having lived on Coruscant, I had seen much more massive buildings, but little there had the antiquity and sense of stability that I found in the temple. It did not strike me as odd that a building which had been old millennia before the Empire came into existence had sheltered a movement that overthrew that empire. I could easily imagine the dignity of this building being offended by the city world that had been Imperial center and doing what it could to contribute to the Empire's destruction. Why the Empire had not flattened the place after the rebellion abandoned it was a puzzle I figured could never be solved. Generators and lights left behind by the engineers brightened the large hangar area. Aside from stockpiled supplies, the room stood empty, but echoes of the urgency the rebels had felt the day they flew off to destroy the Death Star still reached me. The fear, the panic, and the giddy confidence in their cause still permeated the walls. For the first time in all the time I'd been associated with Rogue Squadron, I could feel what Wedge and Biggs and Luke had felt when they faced the Death Star. Their emotions set off resonances inside me, bringing up memories of the last mission to Black Moon and the final assault against Isard's forces at Thyfera. For the first time I actually felt the connection the new rogues had to the heroes who had gone before. I'm not certain at which point I veered off from Cam and Brachis, but it was before they headed to the upper levels. I found myself alone on the ground level and in a small chamber built into the structure of the temple itself. The engineers had set it up with a pair of cots and some lockers for gear, with blankets and sheets piled at the foot of the bed. I tossed my satchel on the bed and smiled. I couldn't place why the room felt familiar or right, but it did.
I thought I might find you here.
I turned and saw Luke standing in the doorway. Am I not supposed to be here? Luke held his hands up.
This room is perfect for you, believe me. It's certainly better for you than any of those in the upper levels.
He gestured easily and one of the lockers slid silently 50 centimeters to the left.
Look down there, at the block 3 up from the floor.
I walked over and crouched down. Mildew and some lichen had grown over that block, creeping up from the ground, but I easily managed to brush it away. Sunk into the stone were letters and I smiled as I read aloud. The Empire or us, there is no compromise. Biggs Darklighter, Wedge Antilles, Jack Porkins. A boyish grin tugged at the corner of Luke's mouth.
Back then the 3 of them bunked in here, I came late and had the room up above. We met here and swapped stories before we headed out, we were too excited to sleep. We all thought we would survive, despite the odds. I think their inscription was a hedge against death for them. If they didn't survive, if the whole rebellion died, at least there would be a record of their names. But your success has guaranteed everyone knows those names, and yours as well. What you did here changed the course of life for billions.
Luke lowered his hands and his cloak enfolded him in shadow.
What we will do here, now, will change the lives of billions.
I straightened up and turned back toward him. I want to apologize for my questions. You're a Jedi Master and I'm here to learn. I did not mean to show you any disrespect.
No offense taken. Your questions were valid, but you based them on a life lived without the touch of the Force.
His grin broadened somewhat.
My master, Yoda, thought me impatient and impossible to train. You fare much better in that regard. You do tend, by nature, to think too much and to be suspicious. This could be a problem. Suspicion raises walls, allows fear to grow. That can interfere with your ability to use the Force.
I nodded. Then, at the risk of making you worried about me even more, I need to ask you another question.
Please.
You mentioned that both Cam and Brachis have experiences connected with the dark side. You didn't bring the three of us in together with the intent of having me watch over them, did you? Luke adamantly shook his head.
Not at all.
His eyes hooded themselves in shadow, yet pinpoints of light seemed to sparkle at their centers.
During the time of the Emperor's return, I, too, went over to the dark side. I did so for a variety of reasons, some of which seemed to make sense at the time, and many of which still cause me difficulty. What I experienced then has given me an understanding of the dark side which is vital to fight it. More importantly, the love of my sister and my friends drew me back. It redeemed me. Even the most foul victim of the dark side can be redeemed. By turning their backs on evil, Brachis and Cam have already begun their journey into the light. I want to help them complete that journey. Don't be so suspicious. Don't think, feel. Your task is not to watch over them, but to learn from them.
Luke's voice began to harden and his words thundered through me.
You will find, at some point, that the dark side will speak to you. It is seductive, offering you everything with little effort on your part. Learn from the lessons the others have endured, so their strength can become your strength when you face this test.
I nodded slowly. I understand. The Jedi Master's face brightened.
Good. Sleep well, Corran Halcyon. What you will face in the future might not seem as difficult as destroying a Death Star, but I assure you that it is easily just as important.
9. Within a week the rest of the Jedi candidates had reached the Academy, filling the great temple with the life and color and laughter I guessed it had not known since the celebration following the Death Star's destruction. Still, that celebration had to be tinged with sadness at the loss of so many comrades, whereas we were looking forward to the future and that made us much happier. Master Skywalker allowed each of us to approach our training on an individual basis. While there were group exercises and organized teaching sessions, we all had a fair amount of latitude in what we did. I missed the sense of camaraderie I'd established with other trainees at the Corran Academy, but we all knew here that we were pioneers and vital to the future of the new Republic. That put a significant amount of pressure on us to succeed, and a harder, tougher training program could easily have ended up pitting us against each other. And some of that happened naturally anyway. Because I took to heart Luke's suggestion that he wanted each of us to be comfortable with ourselves and our efforts, I would get up at dawn and go for runs along trails within the rainforests. Being up that early I got a chance to see what I dubbed prisma storms. When the moon traveled behind the gas giant and spent time in its shadow, the nights would get very cold. Water crystals would form in the upper atmosphere, and as the moon came out from behind the gas giant, the sunlight would be shattered by millions of prisms. The light danced and sparked through the atmosphere, crackling along like varicolored lightning. The first time I saw it I thought a fleet had showed up in orbit and had started fighting with another fleet. I quickly saw it was nothing to worry about and learned to look forward to seeing it. I shared the news of it with the others, of course, and some of them dragged themselves out of warm bunks to watch the storm's brilliant display. They stood there looking skyward while I stretched out and prepared for my run. As I started off and turned to toss a quick wave to them, I noticed that one of them was more intent on watching me than the storm. Gantoris. I think I knew that personality conflicts would be inevitable, but with our unity of purpose I was hoping they would be trivial. A tall, broad-faced man who wore his long black hair woven into a braid, Gantoris had been something of a head man in his community. His abilities in the Force helped his people survive, and he had all the earmarks of being a leader. He carried himself as one and had a healthy ego. He was not used to being second to anyone in anything, and I think he decided I did all the extra training I did to curry favor with Master Skywalker. In truth, I was doing the extra physical training because I was just stubborn. I had decided before I arrived here that I needed to get into shape to be able to do well, and if I didn't continue, I'd have to acknowledge that I'd been in error. Gantoris was not the only person present with a healthy ego, and mine wasn't inclined to take any shots by having me admit I was wrong. I did my best to ignore the hard glance Gantoris had shot me and just tried to enjoy the run. The rainforest and humidity made doing just that very difficult. Despite small herds of runyips coursing their way along these paths often enough to leave a crowd of hoofprints, the local vegetation seemed determined to reclaim the paths. If it wasn't knobby tree roots trying to trip me, the woody, skeletal roots of nebula orchids clawed at my face. The orchids were eye-catching in another sense. I'd never seen flowers that had such swirls of color in them. Part of me wondered what other patterns someone like Auril, who could see in the ultraviolet range, would discover in their blossoms. The humidity dragged at me the most, and my clothes would become soaked with sweat within the first kilometer and a half. My run took me out and around past the Temple of the Blue Leaf Cluster. With such a name you would expect it to be surrounded with the blue leaf shrubs that tended to encroach on most other clearings, but this was not true. The name came from the leaf patterns carved onto the surface and around the doors of this smaller temple. I'd not yet been inside, but Master Skywalker had mentioned it contained a blue crystal that pulsed with power. He said he had no clue as to its origin or purpose, leaving me a mystery to solve in my spare time, if we ever had any. The main hazard in running through the forest came from some of the creatures living there. Running into a swarm of piranha beetles would put an end to my career as a Jedi fairly quickly. The blue bugs could strip flesh off bone faster than Jawas took to dismantle an airspeeder. Fortunately, the beetles tended to move through the upper reaches of the forests, and most creatures cleared out of their path with a maximum of hooting, hollering, and other useful warning sounds. Woolamanders with their blue and gold fur moved in packs through the forest and seemed to take great delight showering passing targets with leaves, sticks, fruit, and anything else that comes easily to paw, like the occasional tree tick. I learned not to like Woolamanders pretty early on, and found myself cheering silently for the prowling stinterels stalking through the trees like an army on a search and destroy mission. The rodents had enough teeth and powerful enough jaws to take healthy bites out of the bigger Woolamanders. While I didn't want a host of stinterels to move into the Great Temple, I was happy to see them flocking in the direction of any Woolamander pack that decided to harass me. The thing I enjoyed most about the runs was that it gave me something to do that was distinctly mine and for me. That sounds selfish, but Luke had begun to stress that each of us would find that we had talents in certain areas of the Force, talents that no one else might share, in fact. Their discovery would be just a small part of our self-discovery and growth as a Jedi. The runs gave me something to bridge my past life with my new one, and they also provided me a chance to think about what I was learning and where I wanted to direct my efforts in the future. Running was good for me, no matter what Gantoris or anyone else thought of my efforts. Cam and I had come up with a plan for teaching some basic combat skills to the other recruits, and Master Skywalker approved our plans with a few slight modifications. We took the others through the standard procedures, walking them through drills at slow speeds, then working along faster and faster until their reflexes sharpened and responses to attacks came automatically. Into this whole mix Luke injected the Force, asking us to feel our opponents through the Force and monitor what was happening to them. In the walkthroughs I had a great deal of trouble doing what he asked. I remember squaring off with Tyan, the slender, silver-haired woman who was more scholar and singer than she ever would be a warrior. Still, her enthusiasm for becoming a Jedi, and her ready laugh, made her a good student and a better comrade. She came at me, her hands held high as if she meant to batter me down with overhand blows. I sensed her approach and could feel subtle shifts in her balance as she came in, but what I felt had little significance to me, since it was very easy to turn into the direction of her attack and use her momentum to toss her over my hip. Which was exactly what she and I knew would happen the second the exercise began. As Cam began to layer in lessons about fighting with a lightsaber, sensing my opponent became more important. My ability in that area began to grow, but I didn't trust it enough to abandon myself to it. Though we sparred with padded wooden practice swords, I treated each cut or slash as if it were from a true lightsaber. Very defensive, I relied upon the basics that Cam taught and found they stood me in good stead close to 90% of the time. In that other 10%, Gantoris inflicted some nasty bruises on me. Cam's instruction can't be faulted at all in this regard because he taught us well the 3 rings of defense. The outermost ring consisted of 4 guard positions: upper right, upper left, lower right and lower left. The lightsaber's hilt would end up wide of the body, with the tip coming back toward the middle to pick up the grand sweeping blows that are very powerful, but also take longer to deliver. The middle ring also involved 4 guard positions: high, low, left and right. Whereas in the outer ring the blade tended to be held at a diagonal, in the middle ring up and down were parallel to the ground at head and knee height, while left and right were perpendicular to it. The idea with the middle ring was to pick up quicker blows and stop them before they could intersect with the body. Luke also noted that the middle ring was effective against picking off blaster bolts. The inner ring involved parries instead of blocks and was proof against lunging attacks. For this third line of defense, the lightsaber was kept in close, with the hilt covering the navel. By angling the blade's tip and picking up attacks on the lower third of the blade, attacks could be shunted aside, and a riposte to the opponent's chest or stomach became a very real possibility. The inner ring was the last line of defense, dangerous to be defending from, and dangerous to be attacking from. That afternoon saw me pitted against Gantoris in a basic sparring match. Because he was taller than me, he had something of a power and reach advantage. My only salvation would be quickness and the years I'd spent involved in rough and tumble battles as a Corsac officer. It also helped that, because of my Corsac experience, I knew I could beat someone as big as he was, whereas I doubted Gantoris ever had found himself in a real fight with someone like me. We bowed to each other as we entered the circle described by our panting and sweating comrades. I turned to my right and saluted Master Skywalker, and then to my left and saluted Cam. Cam raised his right hand, then lowered it quickly and shouted, "Begin." Expecting a charge, I took a step back. Gantoris' eyes blazed with triumph as if this concession of a meter's worth of territory was somehow a great victory. He gave me a cold smile, then slowly began to pace forward, much like a stinterel stalking a tree tick. He kept his feet shoulder-width apart as he came in, and his knees bent, but I knew the attack wasn't going to be coming until he rose on the balls of his feet and set himself to strike. My sense that he was going to do just that came nanoseconds before I saw him gather himself for the attack. I almost lost the impression in the violence of his attack, but I'd begun to react to the force sense before the attack came in. My blade rose up to the upper right guard while I slipped to the left. I picked up his attack and knocked it aside so quickly that I surprised myself. Because I had moved out of the line of his attack and was already drifting past his left flank, with a flip of my wrists I could have brought the wooden blade down and across his stomach, but I didn't. Instead, trying to cling to the warning I'd been given, I danced past him and set myself for a new attack. Another one came hard and fast. Gantoris' blade came up, around and down in a crowning blow that would have split me from skull to navel. I snapped my blade up into the high guard, bracing myself to pick up the blow, but it never landed. Proving himself far quicker than I expected, Gantoris whipped the wooden practice sword around in his left hand and slapped it across my right shin. Despite the padding on the blade, the blow hurt a great deal. As pain jolted its way up my leg, I tried to remember some of the Jedi techniques for shunting aside pain that we'd been taught, but being in the middle of a fight wasn't the most conducive circumstance for meditative arts. As I reeled away, Gantoris slashed at me again, catching me across the back of my thighs, making me yelp aloud. My face burned with shame. Here I was, someone who was helping instruct the others in self-defense, and Gantoris was slashing at me with impunity. He had me hurt and I was all turned around and vulnerable. My self-image imploded as I read the shock and horror and comical smiles on my friends' faces. In their minds I was victim and clown, and those two images succeeded in grinding the image I'd held of myself as Kieran Halcyon, Jedi hero, into little tiny bits. Then I got the very clear impression that the next blow would land on my right ear and do all it could to drive it into my brain. Without conscious thought, I dove forward on my belly, then scissored my legs and rolled over onto my back. My legs tangled themselves up with Gantoris' legs and twisted the larger man to the ground. I brought my own stick around and smacked him across the buttocks, then kicked his legs free of mine. Gantoris got up, his eyes narrowed, while I just sat on the ground and drew my knees up to my chin. I resisted the urge to rub my shin and forced myself to think past the pain about what had just happened. At that moment when I had been the most vulnerable, when I had been beaten, I had known what he was going to do and I had been able to react to it. What surprised me was that my access to the Force had come at a point when I had been forced to abandon the image I had been trying to present to the others. Once I got past pretense and had just been what I was, the Force flowed more freely. It was as if the role I had created for myself had inhibited the flow, whereas abandoning the role brought me closer to it. Perhaps it is not for me to sculpt the Force's flow to my purposes, but for me to be sculpted into that which more easily works with the Force. Gantoris pointed his practice sword at me.
Let us go again.
I tossed my wooden blade aside. I'm ready. Come on.
Take up your blade, Kieran.
I shook my head. Whenever you want, I'm here. Gantoris looked over at the Jedi Master.
Tell him to defend himself, Master Skywalker.
Luke's blue-eyed gaze flicked between Gantoris and me, and then back again. It appears he is content with his defensive posture, Gantoris. The taller man pulled his chin up.
It is dishonorable for me to strike someone who is defenseless.
Luke smiled. Then, if you will not strike, he has won. One without striking a blow. That is a lesson for you to learn, Gantoris.
Yes, Master.
Luke gestured to my sword and it floated back over to me. That, however, is not the lesson Kieran needs to learn. If you will, Kieran, defend yourself. I plucked the sword out of the air and stood. I started to smile and offer a challenge to Gantoris, but I realized that would just be helping rebuild the illusion that choked off my access to the Force. I set myself and offered Gantoris a quick salute. Whenever you want to start. He approached cautiously, but as I watched him, bits and pieces of my visual perspective shifted. I saw a second and third image of him arise, with each of them moving to the right or the left, with arms coming up or around, and only when his true form rose up to match it would I know where his attack was coming from. I realized the images I was seeing were a sense of his thought processes, a reflection of strategies weighed and rejected. When he made his choice, I'd already seen it and could sidestep it with ease. Over the next 10 minutes we continued to spar. My reading of his intention was far from foolproof, and I had the bruises to prove it. I did notice a pattern. After 4 or 5 successful evasions I would become confident and even cocky, which is when the sense would fail me and I'd pay an agonizing price for my arrogance. By keeping myself calm and focused, by letting my senses project themselves beyond my mortal shell, I could feel Gantoris as well as see and hear and smell him. In the end I evaded him for a full minute with only the breeze from his blade hitting me. His chest heaving and sweat staining his khaki robes, Gantoris leaned heavily forward on his sword.
This dodging and evading works well against sticks, but it will not protect you against a lightsaber.
Feeling similarly drained, I sat down on the grasses. I don't expect to face many foes wielding lightsabers. Gantoris' eyes sharpened.
But someday that will happen. When it does, beware.
Luke entered the circle and dropped to one knee between the two of us. When that day comes, your progress in the Force will mean you'll have other, better tools to use in defense. Remember, today you are in your infancy in the Force. The lessons learned here are but the beginning.
10.
If we were in our infancy in the Force, I was not proving myself to be a boy genius. The warnings I had been able to use, the dim sense of others grew slightly, then plateaued. If I was concentrating or if I wasn't thinking at all, I might notice someone approaching the doorway of my room. This definitely was an improvement over the split-second warnings I sometimes got when flying or back with Corsac, but not the sort of practical application of an ability that would allow me to find Mirax. Measured against that goal, my progress seemed far too little, far too late. That's not to say I found the training disappointing. I didn't, not at all. In fact, I found in it a great deal about myself that surprised me. I didn't notice new talents or new sides of myself, but I recovered things I had long forgotten. Master Skywalker took all of us through a series of exercises he said he'd learned from his teachers, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda. The exercises were typically little things that seemed, on the surface, to be child's play. Trying some of them seemed silly, but Tyan and Corran, the green-eyed witch from Dathomir, and even the hermit gas prospector from Bespin, Streen, all approached these things with an open wonder and humor that made being silly a lot easier for me. Master Skywalker stood before us, having arranged us in a semicircle on the grassy clearing near the Great Temple. This is an exercise in 2 parts that will build on what we learned a week ago. What I showed you then was a simple technique for shunting aside pain. Its use is obvious. That same skill also allows you to shut off sensory input. Why would you want to do that? Brakis? The blond man gave Luke a smirk.
Your roommate might snore, so you could cut off your hearing to sleep.
The Jedi Master smiled. Very good. I recall using it for that a couple of times myself. Another reason? Corran raised a hand. Since we rely heavily on visual senses, a visual illusion might blind us to what is truly going on. Being able to cut down or cut out our vision would allow us to determine what is truly happening. Gantoris frowned.
But that would leave you blind.
Cam disagreed.
You would rely upon your ability to sense things through the Force to make up for the lack. Without the visual confusion, this sense should come much more clearly.
Luke raised a hand and nodded. Good points, all. The key here is learning to control perceptions. First, you need to make certain that the data coming in is correct. Filtering out distractions, or sharpening a sense to gather more information, will let you do that. We will work on that in this exercise. The second thing we will deal with, later, is determining the truth or falsehood of what you perceive. I scratched at the back of my neck. Truth and falsehood seem pretty straightforward to me. On the surface they are fairly clear, but truth can depend upon a certain point of view. As Obi-Wan Kenobi said to me, many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view. Luke smiled indulgently at me. You would like an example to show this? I nodded. I work better with Duracrete than I do vapor. Good. Luke's blue eyes narrowed until they became chips of ice in shadowed wells. You all know of Darth Vader as the most vile creature that ever lived. He became a symbol of the Emperor's evil. He personified evil in the minds of many, including all of you. Luke's voice dropped to a harsh whisper, forcing us to strain to hear him. But I tell you this, he was good. My jaw dropped open in complete disbelief. That's some point of view. The Jedi Master nodded. Please understand this, there was, inside Darth Vader, the core of the man he had once been. Though wrapped in layers of evil, this man still existed. In Vader's final moments, he won out. He rejected the evil that had become his life. He rejected his master, the Emperor, and killed him. Brakis' head came up.
I thought you killed the Emperor.
Luke shook his head. I caused the Emperor to be destroyed by reaching out to the good in Darth Vader and making him change his heart. I was just the instrument of change that allowed Darth Vader to redeem himself. I dimly recalled Luke having said that he had been turned back from the dark side by the love of his sister and friends. You must have made a powerful appeal to him. I did.
Love is a powerful tool to employ against the dark side. My sister's love saved me.
Luke hesitated for a moment.
And the love of a son for his father is what saved Darth Vader.
I would like to claim that I instantly tracked the full import of what Luke said because I had been trained as a detective to analyze confessions and figure out what people were truly saying. The fact is, however, that with his words came beams of pride and compassion and just a hint of fear that played over me like an ion blast. My flesh puckered and I suppressed a shudder when the realization that Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader's son finally exploded in my brain. I nodded again. Quite a perspective there. Knowing how much I revered my father and his memory, I could have nothing but sympathy for Luke. I had been lucky enough to know my father, to have him guide me. Even as we worked our way through these simple exercises, I recall watching my father do some of them when I was a child. As any child will, I imitated him, and he instructed me, telling me it was our private game, and that I should reveal it to no one. He taught me nothing that, in a display of youthful enthusiasm, could have revealed my Jedi proclivities to any of the Emperor's Jedi hunters. Even so, they formed a foundation for my current training without which I would have been utterly useless. I had a million questions I wanted to ask him about when and where he learned about his father. I wanted to know everything to fill in the background of the familiar orphaned hero from a desert world biography we'd all heard countless times about him. The Vader revelation suddenly added depth to what we had been told. At the moment of his greatest victory, he lost the goal he sought. He redeemed his father and lost him at the same time. At least in my case, though I lost my father, I had all the good things about him to remember and cherish. Luke looked down at the ground, almost penitent.
I have told you this to provide Kieran his example, and to lower a barrier between us. I want you to know that no decision is final. If you are to avoid the lures of the dark side, you must be constantly vigilant. If you fall to the dark side, you can be brought back. I have been redeemed. I have been a redeemer. Now I wish to guide you so that you will never have to fall. You have the last of my secrets now. I trust you with it and look forward to when you will trust me with whatever secrets trouble you.
His head came up and his face brightened, shattering the dull mood that had settled over us.
Brooding over this will waste the day, so I want to return to the exercise. You will choose a partner and each of you will bear a forearm. You will close your eyes and use what you have been taught to block feeling to that forearm. Then each of you will take a small stone and grasp it between the thumb and forefinger of the non-numbed arm. Using your remaining senses, and concentrating on the other person's senses through the force, you are to bring that stone as close as possible to touching the other person's flesh as you can. Once you sense the touch of the stone through the force, gently reach up and tap your partner's arm. The goal is to come as close as possible to touching without actually doing so, and to react only when a touch is sensed, but not felt.
I partnered up with Tyan and knelt knee to knee with her. We both drew our sleeves back from our left forearms and presented them, wrists upward, to the other. Fairly easily we located small pebbles with our free hands and held them poised above the other's forearm. Giving her a brave smile, I closed my eyes and shut off the feeling to my left forearm. Then I tried to sense Tyan's presence. To say that I stretched out with my senses is really an exaggeration. I wanted to produce a field effect, allowing my senses to spread out and encompass Tyan. But I found the effort as difficult and painful as trying to will my flesh to split so my muscles could expand outward. I took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, focusing on it to regain my concentration. I wondered what to do for a moment, then realized I was really trying to spread myself too thin. First of all, I needed to be able to sense Tyan's arms, not her whole body and presence. Narrowing the task before me made it far more manageable, and I immediately felt a burst of self-confidence pump more energy into me. Then, following along the same lines of thought, I realized I didn't need to sense to the micron where her hand or arm was, since both were fairly large. I shifted my thinking around to a new paradigm in which I saw the hairs on my arm exuding little force tendrils that wove themselves into a glowing mesh. When I felt a contact, I made the mesh even more fine beneath it, and added depth to it, so as her pebble approached my skin I watched it penetrating layers of my screen. A smile blossomed on my face. The difference between contact and non-contact was just a layer defined as a micron, but a layer that was easy to perceive when I was able to focus. As her stone touched my skin and the last layer parted beneath it, I poked a finger up and tapped her elbow. That brought a little gasp from her and I smiled a bit more. Then I shifted my concentration to my right hand. I projected similar tendrils from my fingers, forming them into a capsule that surrounded my stone. I shaped it using what I could feel of it with my fingers. The resolution at the point of my fleshy contact with it became very fine, but remained indistinct where I imagined the point of stone to be. Regardless, I lowered the stone toward her arm, and began to inject color into my sensory capsule. At the point of contact with her skin I made the capsule turn green. As the stone got closer and closer to her flesh, the color shifted to yellow. Then the final layer flashed red and I halted my movement without touching her. Then she tapped me on the elbow. I jerked back and my sensory capsule vanished for a moment. I re-established it and redefined the shape of the rock. Again I made an approach and stopped before what I thought was contact. But it wasn't until the 6th time that I had managed to define the rock's shape with enough precision that I stopped before I touched her. We continued the exercise and quick laughs and triumphant cries soon echoed from the pairs. We became almost playful in what we were doing, teasing each other. As it became more of a game, I found it easier to project my screen and push it out further. Part of me wanted to try to use it to read the contours of Tyen's face, to see when she was smiling and to see her brow knitted in concentration, but I held back. My unwillingness to gain a greater sense of Tyen surprised me because I found myself reacting to her as if she were a danger. She certainly was beautiful and decidedly attractive, though her coloration set her outside what I'd previously seen as my type. Her physical beauty was less a danger, it occurred to me, than her very open and friendly way of dealing with everyone. If, at this stage, it was possible to identify someone who would form the heart of the group, I would have picked her. As such, if she knew who I was and my reasons for being at the academy, she would have offered me comfort. Comfort I would relish. Comfort that would cost me. I wasn't worried about being seduced by her, my assumption was that Tyen had no interest in me, and I had no interest in anyone besides my wife. What worried me was accepting the sympathy she would offer. I had, since the time of my father's death, held myself close to all but a very few good friends. With Mirax I had opened myself even more, and while I could be very open with friends, joking with them and accepting their jibes, vulnerability still scared me. In part it came with the jobs I'd had. In Corrsec the last thing you want to let a criminal see is that he can get to you and can hurt you emotionally. To combat that you tend to deaden your feelings and deal with the people you meet professionally as them. They are not part of your family or your organization. They are not as real and therefore what they think and say can't get to you. It is a dehumanization of people that allows for detachment, a detachment you need if you are going to survive while dealing with grand tragedies and cruelties. Even in Rogue Squadron I fell prey to this distancing. When friends died, it hurt a lot, so I held myself back from becoming engaged with the new pilots. I didn't really even realize I was doing that until Wedge called me on it one day. He sort of smiled and told me he'd caught himself doing the same thing, but that by overcoming that natural tendency, he found he could reach out to pilots, help make them better, so he wouldn't lose them. The sense of Tyen as a danger set itself up as another wall around my heart. I suspected it would interfere with my accessing and feeling the Force much as my inflated self-conception had previously. The fear of vulnerability was really just another aspect of my core personality. To reach my full potential as a Jedi I knew I would have to work around it or blast past it, but I didn't feel ready to decide on how I wanted to do that yet. The sound of Luke's voice brought me out of my introspection.
Without opening your eyes or shifting away from your partner, I want you to place your pebble in the palm of your partner's hand. I want you then to reach out, to find that pebble, and use the Force to make it move. This is a big step. Up to now you have used the Force in a passive sense, to enhance your perceptions. Now you will apply the Force more directly and use its energy to make the stone move. If you can lift it clear of your partner's palm, so much the better.
I felt Tyen's stone land in my hand.
This will be fantastic, Corran. Stories of Jedi levitating all sorts of things abound.
I'm certain. I dropped my stone in her hand and immediately lost all sense of it. This boded ill for me. I reached down and just touched it with a finger, hoping to kindle echoes of my tactile sense of it. Nothing.
You touched it with your finger, Corran.
I know. Sorry. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I gathered my thoughts and reconstructed my sensory screen. I projected it out and down toward her palm and mapped her hand. I could feel her flesh and how the Force flowed through her. Between us I could feel a resonance and I could even detect a dead spot in the middle of it. The stone, it had to be the stone. I smiled and bent my will to shifting the stone. Nothing. It did not help at all that at this moment her stone danced in my palm as if a groundquake was shaking the planet. Her sharp giggle, half shriek, half laugh, let me know that she'd sensed the rock's movement. I felt pure joy wash out from her and couldn't help but smile, even though my rock lay as still as the great temple's foundation stones. I tried to push and make it move again, but got nothing. I opened my eyes and looked up at Master Skywalker. I think nothing's happening. He smiled.
Don't think, feel it. It will happen.
I shrugged. I'm not even moving the dust on this rock.
You don't believe, which is why you fail.
Luke opened his arms to take in the other students. As I looked around I saw that the short hops Tyen's stone had taken were insignificant compared to what others had accomplished. Worst of all, Gantoris had a halo of pebbles whirling at different speeds around his head.
You see, size matters not, numbers matter not. If you believe, you open the way for the Force to come through you.
I shook my head. I believe, but apparently not well enough. Gantoris' eyes opened and he stared at me past Streen's head. You believe in failure, Corran, which is why you fail. It is a never-ending cycle. Luke gestured toward Gantoris and the stones he'd had orbiting his head flew up into the air. They wove themselves through an intricate pattern almost too fast for the eye to follow. It would have been all but impossible to watch, but Luke struck one stone off another, creating sparks at this point and that. Then, like a swarm of piranha beetles on the hunt, the stones flew off and vanished into the rainforest.
There is only one cycle that is without end, Gantoris. That cycle is life and life is what creates the Force. Success comes with feeling, understanding, and controlling the Force.
He smiled.
The pace may be different, but the progression is the same for all of you. Setbacks are expected. Success and failure will always be part of your training.
Not for me. Gantoris shook his head adamantly. I do not choose to fail. Gantoris' declaration sent a chill down my spine. I'd heard that tone many times before, though the words had been different. You'll never take me alive, Corsac, was how it always came out, and disaster almost always followed it. Here, at the Jedi Academy, where we were learning to manipulate the energy that bound the universe together, I didn't even want to think about what sort of tragedy Gantoris' comment could spawn. 11. That evening, after dinner, I found myself thinking about what Luke had said. The idea that I had to first feel the Force before I could employ it made me re-evaluate what I had learned so far. Luke had also said that prior to what we tried earlier we had only been using the Force passively, to enhance our senses. This made me wonder if I had been tapping the reservoir of Force energy that my body produced. It occurred to me that each living creature generated enough of the Force to keep them aware of and in touch with the world, but to push beyond that required an expanded flow of energy. It required tapping into the Force itself. Luke said that I had to believe, but that meant letting go of doubts. This brought me back to the realization that my doubts were part and parcel of who I was, and unless or until I could push beyond them, I would be blocked from access to the Force. I felt as if I had to sacrifice myself to be able to feel the Force and use it, and yet I did not want to do that. Still, my little chamber reeked of sacrifice. The names sunk in the stone made it crystal clear. Porkins and Biggs had died at Yavin, sacrificing all they were and could ever be. Wedge's life had been sacrificed to the rebellion, his dreams deferred, his access to a life others would consider normal denied. And if I included Luke in the group, he was left with a mission to recreate an order of peacekeepers that his father had destroyed, to be able to rebuild a galaxy his father had helped take apart. Suddenly my room became cloying and close. Here 3 men had vowed to put an end to the Empire or to die. Knowing less about their probable futures than I did about mine, having lived less of a life than I have lived, they made their choice, and a similar choice was asked of me. And my choice was easier, since all I needed to let go of were my preconceptions and prejudices, not my flesh and blood and brains and life. I have to stop thinking and feel. I have to let go. I sighed aloud. Maybe Yella was right. I fled my room and quickly found myself in the turbolift to the rooftop. Our moon was slipping behind the gas giant and had turned its face away from it, so we were entering true night, not just twilight night. I expected it to be cold and got a good chill blast of air when the lift door opened. I reveled in the way the breeze sucked warmth from me and hoped my thoughts could be as cold as my flesh. I knew my fear of change was silly. Intellectually I could see my transition as that of an insect moving from one life stage to another. The creature was the same, had the same genetic code, but moved into a phase that gave it greater abilities. In my case the greater abilities would bring with them greater responsibilities. I didn't think I was afraid of them, but in the questioning mood I was in, I wasn't sure of anything about myself. I began a slow circuit around the temple squared off top and saw a figure sitting on the northeast corner. I tried to reach my senses out to see who it was, but they never got very far. He turned to face me, letting the wind tease his fluffy beard, then turned back to look out over the forest and at the black blanket of sky in which billions of stars nested. I approached him, but hung back several paces to give him space. I didn't think anyone else would be up here, Streen. The old man shrugged.
I am so used to being alone that I can only stand so much in the way of company.
I'll leave you, then.
No, no need.
Though shadows hid his face as he turned toward me again, I felt an intensity radiating out from his invisible eyes.
You hold yourself in tightly enough that your presence is not painful.
Thanks, I think.
Forgive me. My personal relation skills are not what they should be.
He smiled as the undulating cry of hunting stinterels seemed to mock him.
For years my only companions were Bespin rocks, large black scavengers with leathery wings. They have a rudimentary intelligence. Never taught one a useful trick, but they would come when I had food to feed them.
I smiled and sat down on the cold stone. I've had friends I couldn't say as much about.
Gas prospecting on Bespin was lonely work, but I didn't mind.
The old man tapped his head with a finger.
Kept hearing voices in my head, feeling people's moods. Only by getting away could I shut them out. Now Master Luke's training is helping me do that consciously. Don't miss it. Puts mystery back into life.
I shot him a bemused smile. Mystery?
Yeah. Like you, for example.
Me?
You're very closed, but bits leak out. Pride's hot enough to melt Durasteel.
Streen shrugged.
And pain. Sense of judgment cuts like a lightsaber.
Really? My expression sharpened. Streen could easily be taken for a doddering old fool, but he clearly was perceptive. Dismissing him would be doing him a disservice. What do you mean? Streen chuckled.
You don't like Gantoris.
Doesn't take Jedi skills to figure that out.
No, guess it doesn't. He doesn't like you much, either.
Streen sat back, leaning on his elbows and forearms.
Remember that exercise today?
With Gantoris putting rocks in orbit?
The same. You shouldn't be discouraged. When Master Luke and Gantoris came to Bespin to find me, they gave me a practical demonstration of how the Force can be used. Gantoris learned to push with his mind to make something move a ways away.
My head came up. I see. Gantoris already knew how to use the Force to manipulate matter, which is why he excelled at the exercise. Luke didn't call him on this advantage, when Gantoris started in on me. He could have had 1,000 reasons for not doing that, not the least of which could have been to let Gantoris' words fuel my competitive sense. I didn't know if that was Luke's goal, or if what had happened would accomplish that goal, but knowing Gantoris wasn't above taking advantage of an opportunity was another data point I willingly logged. Regardless, even that information didn't bring me any closer to feeling the Force. Can I ask you a question, Streen?
You just did, but I'll give you another.
Thanks. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. What does the Force feel like to you?
It feels like 10 kilos of life in a 5-kilo box.
His voice gained in strength and lightened in tone.
I can only feel a trickle now, like dust motes floating in a sunbeam, one by one, just moving through me, but it's just so right there's no describing it. It tickles a bit, feels like a first kiss, or the jolt you feel when the flux in sabacc just makes your hand better than what you were already betting.
I wanted to quip that I'd had dates like that, but the pure wonderment in his voice would have made the joke sound bitter. Wow.
What's it feel like for you?
I shook my head. Don't know. I'm not feeling it. I think the Force in me is strong enough to let me do little things, but I've not felt what you describe. Nothing even close.
You will.
I hope so.
You will.
Streen's voice sank back to its lower tone.
Let me ask you a question.
Fair trade.
Master Skywalkers talked a lot to us about the dark side and how it's selfish and evil and cruel.
Right.
Okay, now you remember them rocks I mentioned, how I never could teach one a trick. Well, there was this one time there was one that seemed to be smarter than the others. Just a bit, not a whole lot, but a bit. And I thought he had real promise, so I tried to teach him to unfurl one wing, then the other and hop up and down in time with a tune I was whistling. I just wanted to see him dance a little, just a little.
The loneliness in Streen's voice started to squeeze my heart. I'm with you.
Now I thought, maybe, somehow, I didn't know how, that if I could just convince him to do it once and reward him, he'd do it more. I was getting real frustrated and even angry. And I guess I used the Force to make him do the dance to the music. Just once. And I didn't hurt him and I gave him food and all.
Streen's voice died amid a cacophony of stentorial howls.
Was I using the dark side? Was I doing evil?
I'm not sure that's a question I can answer.
Give it a try.
I nodded and sighed heavily, watching my breath congeal into a cloud of white vapor. In an absolute sense, based on what Master Skywalker has told us, yes, you might have brushed up against the dark side. In a very real sense, though, what you did was selfish, but so minor, that on a scale of 1 to destroying Alderaan, it doesn't even rate a decimal point. The older man's nodding silhouette eclipsed stars.
And where would you rate your fabrications about your past?
What?
I've been told you're from a Corellian Jedi family and that you fought with the rebellion.
That's all true.
But that pride in you, that's the sort of pride built up from having done something. The story being told about you doesn't back it well.
I can see that. I guess it's all a matter of perspective. I climbed back to my feet again. Fact is, what we were before probably isn't that important. I could tell you all sorts of things about myself. Some you might believe. Some you won't believe. Ultimately, though, not a one of them will help us become Jedi Knights. I'm proud of what I have done, but I'll be more proud to be a Jedi. Streen laughed a bit.
So you're not lying, you're just not telling the whole truth because it won't mean much right now.
I guess that's about it, yes.
I can live with that.
Streen hauled himself up to his feet and pointed to the turbolift.
Well, we might as well show the others we're smart enough to head in when it gets cold.
Wouldn't do to have Jedi Knights seen as that stupid, would it? I asked as I fell in step with him.
Nope, wouldn't do at all.
Over the next several days we rotated through a series of exercises that underscored my inability to feel the Force. Other students had difficulties with various aspects of what I came to call pushing. Whether I was supposed to send something away, bring it near, raise it, lower it, move it at a distance or up close, I proved hideously inept at it. Whereas Luke used the aphorism, "Size matters not," to encourage others to forget their doubts, with me it became praise for even the least little twitch of a rock. The fact was, however, that I couldn't make a ripple in a cup of water. And while my ability to sense foes and what they were planning to do got better, I still didn't feel the Force entering me from outside. My progression in defensive areas came from opening up more of the Force within me, but that opening seemed to come as part of my instinctual desire for self-preservation. And I was blocked by my internal desire for preservation of self. Something had to give, and I thought I saw a way to make it give. Luke had arranged us in a circle around a huge boulder buried halfway into the ground. He nodded toward it.
You have all been told repeatedly that size does not matter. This is true. However, this does not mean all tasks will be simple. This rock, for all we know, is really just the top of a long plinth. We don't know how big it is. Moving it may not only take a titanic effort, but a sustained effort. With the Force flowing through you, you will be able to move it. If the Force is not flowing, the task will not be completed.
He looked at each and every one of us openly.
Who would be first to try?
Gantoris took a step forward.
Master, I would.
Master, if you please. I bowed my head toward him. I would be the first to do. Gantoris sneered in my direction.
You? You will do nothing.
Luke looked at me.
Do you think you are ready?
I shrugged. I believe I must do this. Perhaps in focusing on small things I have closed myself down to the Force. To feel it I must open myself to something more grand. I looked around the circle, making eye contact with everyone. I must move this rock, therefore I will move it. This I believe. I was counting heavily on the internal pressures of not wanting to fail. I accepted that failure was possible, and was willing to live with the consequences of failure, which meant my attempt would not be frenzied or full of the negative emotions that heralded the dark side. I would just put my honest best effort forward. I would do all the things I had been taught to do, and I would succeed. The Jedi Master nodded.
It is yours to do, then.
Closing my eyes, I set myself and drew in a deep breath. Exhaling it slowly, I let my senses expand and touched Tyan and Streen on either side of me. Then my consciousness leaped, link by link until I knew where everyone was in the circle. From there I began to work inward, and as I did so I began to feel the first faint tingles of energy. It felt almost like an ion bolt hitting close by. It made the hair on my arms stand up. I didn't push, I didn't race after it, but spread myself out to let it come to me. As I made myself receptive, as I caught more of the Force the way a solar sail catches sunlight, my sense of the world became more complete. The blackness before my eyes did not lighten or brighten, but I found structures there and things. Spots that moved were insects. Lines that crawled beneath the dirt were worms. I traced bushes and grasses from leaf tip to root. If it was alive I could feel it, and what I felt outside I could also feel inside. The way Luke had molded his thoughts to mine to probe me about Mirax's absence came back to me in a rush. I looked at the currents of Force inside of me and the currents swirling about outside. Little by little, slowly modifying a thought here, calming a doubt there, setting aside fear and encouraging hope, I changed how the Force flowed within me. I let it erode from the inside out, all the walls isolating me from the universal torrent of force energy. With the first breach in my defenses, the force slammed into me like high-pressure fluid jetting through a pinpoint gap in a pipe. It filled me up in an instant, and I imagined it leaking from my eyes, nose, and mouth. I wanted to shout and dance with joy because it was everything Streen had described. It was what I felt when Mirax first said she loved me. It was the scent of the perfume my mother wore, and the warm laugh my father used to have when he was proud of me. It was the hearty slap on the back from Wedge after a mission, and even a touch of Whistler's triumphant serenades. It was everything that was good and right and positive and alive, and it was waiting for me to bend it to my will. Newly empowered, I reached out for the stone. In a heartbeat I plumbed its depths. I knew its size and mass, I knew its contours and its weaknesses. I knew I could shape the force into a hammer and shatter it, but that was not the task at hand. My task was to move it, to rip it from the ground, to raise it up so all could see what I had done. I poured the force into my effort. At first I felt resistance, but I expected that. The stone had been firmly stuck in the ground for years. I tugged at it and could see it rocking back and forth. Small pebbles cascaded off it, bouncing down into the grasses at its base. I worried it like a loose tooth, then I prepared to pull it. I gritted my teeth against the effort. I felt the stone shift. Before my mind's eye I saw it quiver and shake. Slowly at first it began to move upward. A micron here, a millimeter there, then a centimeter, then 2. And 4 and 6 and 20. Rich brown loam fell from it as the lower half of the stone began to rise above the surface. Faster it moved now, slowed only by the occasional clumsy bump against the side of the hole it had inhabited. My control was not yet fine, but I knew it would get better, so I pushed on, working on lifting it higher. The stone came fully clear of the ground, but that was not enough for me. I could feel the force pulsing into me, full and insistent. I channeled it back out through my mind and made the rock's ascent smooth. I lifted it and lifted it up so high that when I opened my eyes, I knew I would be able to see beneath it and find Master Luke across the circle from me. I would lift it so high, in fact, that not even Gantoris could deny what I had done. Finally I had success. The stone hung in the air better than 2 meters above the ground. I held it there and redoubled my effort to quell the list in it. I wanted it as firmly embedded in the force and air as it had been in the ground. When it stopped moving, I smiled and opened my eyes. The rock remained in the ground. I stared at it and tried to remember if I had heard it crash back down into the ground. I couldn't remember such a sound, nor could I remember feeling the shockwave that would have resulted from a crash landing. I glanced up at where the rock should have been, then back down. I couldn't believe it had not moved because I knew I had felt the force, and I knew the rock had flown. Then I noticed that all the others, every single one of them, were looking at the spot in the air where I had seen the rock floating. Tyan and Streen wore open expressions of wonderment. Cam wore the smirk with which he rewarded good efforts. Gantoris looked as if he'd seen a ghost, and the others just looked amazed. Across from me Luke shook his head, then passed a hand over his eyes. He glanced back at the spot in the air where the rock should have been, then his gaze flicked toward where it really lay. He looked around at the other students, then gently passed a hand through the air, causing them to blink and rub their eyes. Gantoris looked at the rock and then accusingly at me.
What did you do?
What Kieran did was feel the force.
The Jedi Master nodded to me, then advanced and rested a hand on Gantoris' shoulder.
He opened the pathway to his future. What he did or did not do here should not concern you. Instead, be happy knowing yet another of you is past the first hurdle on the road to becoming a Jedi Knight.
12. The next morning I found Master Skywalker waiting for me in my chamber after I finished my run. Dripping with sweat, my chest heaving with exertion, I bowed to him, then remained hunched over, with my hands resting on my knees. "It is an honor, Master." Cloaked in black, he nodded to me.
You can tap into the Force to revitalize yourself, you know.
I slowly straightened up and smiled. I know, but I choose not to. The fatigue and little aches and pains feel good. They remind me I'm human and mortal, and I think that is a good thing right now.
Certainly not a bad one.
His right hand came out from beneath his cloak. Hovering above his outstretched palm, I saw a milky jade crystal block. It rotated slowly there in the air and glowed with an internal light that gave Luke's flesh a nasty green cast to it.
You remember what this is?
A Jedi holocron. It contains histories and wisdom and information about the Jedi, collected down through the years. I twisted my torso left and right to stretch some of the muscles in my back. Tyan has been using it to research Jedi history. She said the gatekeeper is an alien Jedi named Bodo Bass.
Exactly right.
Luke cupped his hands and touched the floating cube with his fingertips. The crystal flared white for a moment, then the hologram of a hunched insectoid creature with a bulbous carapace congealed above it like a green ghost. The creature oriented itself toward Luke. "Greetings, Jedi," it intoned. "I am Bodo Bass, the gatekeeper of the holocron. Do you have a question for me?" Luke looked through the hologram at me.
A model of Bodo Bass cognitive network functions as a search, recovery and storage allocation program. There is quite a bit of information stored here. I spent some time researching last evening to see if what you did the other day has been done before.
Has it? The Jedi Master smiled.
It has. In fact, one of the first manifestations of Jedi skill showed to me by Obi-Wan Kenobi was very similar. Gatekeeper, explain the power classified as Alter Mind to Kieran Halcyon.
The gatekeeper turned toward me. Its black compound eyes fixed me with a stare. Jedi skills in the Force are rooted in 3 areas. Control is internal. It is the Jedi's ability to recognize the Force in himself and to use it to his benefit. Sense involves the next step, in which the Jedi recognizes the Force in the universe outside herself. Here she feels the Force and is able to draw upon it for information about the world around her. Through it she is connected to the rest of the universe. Alter is the third and most difficult area to master, for it involves the student's ability to modify the Force and redistribute its energies. Through these skills, the Jedi can influence the universe, making changes as needed to accomplish its goals. The power known as Alter Mind bridges all these skill areas. Through it a Jedi can project her perception of reality into the mind of another, or an illusion or conclusion that she needs the other to hold as true. This is a most magnificent and useful power, but it is also one fraught with danger. Bending the will of another for a benign purpose can be noble and good. The dark side lurks nearby in this power, so it should be used with caution. I blinked my eyes. Well, that's very interesting. Luke nodded. When confronted by a stormtrooper looking for droids back on Tatooine, Obi-Wan used this power to convince a stormtrooper that our droids were not the ones he was looking for. I remember having a stormtrooper searching for me during my escape from Lysankia. I was doing all I could to make myself unseen and he didn't see me. The Jedi Master's eyes narrowed for a moment. You think you unconsciously tapped this power before you began training? I guess so. Is that bad? No, actually, it is good. It explains some things. Luke nodded toward Bodo Bass' image. As the gatekeeper indicated, it's a very powerful Force ability. Some individuals show a certain aptitude for areas of Jedi power, they have an inborn talent for it. It could be your talent falls into this area. Could be. It's good I have aptitude in something, because I am useless when it comes to telekinesis. Then again, I'm not certain how adept I am at influencing minds. I remember trying to influence a stormtrooper on Thyfera with disastrous results. Just because you have a talent for it doesn't mean you will always succeed. Luke grinned somewhat sheepishly. When I visited Jabba the Hutt's den, I managed to use it on his Twi'lek aide to get myself an audience. My attempt to use it on Jabba failed right after that.
The Hutt may have been stronger-willed, and a Hutt's thought patterns are a bit further from human than those of a Twi'lek. Success was not guaranteed for me either.
I nodded. I should also take the caution about the dark side to heart as well.
Yes, definitely.
Luke released the holocron and the gatekeeper evaporated.
The dark side is seductive for those who want too much too fast. I was concerned at how easily you managed to make us all see what you wanted us to see, which is why I consulted the holocron about your ability. I think you should be very careful about how you employ it. I would like you to team up with another student and try to alter the perception of color or simple things that don't matter, to test your limits. Of course, I want you only to work with that student's permission and full knowledge.
Got it. I smiled. However, the temptation to make Gantoris think he's already dressed when he isn't does exist. Luke laughed lightly for a moment, then withdrew the holocron from sight.
You still think like a pilot, maybe this room wasn't a good idea after all. Please don't do that to Gantoris. Jedi powers are not for playing pranks. Later on, testing yourselves against each other will hone your skills, but we have to work together at it. Your rivalry with Gantoris concerns me.
I held my hands up. Master, I don't consider Gantoris a rival. I don't particularly like him. He reminds me of a pilot I knew when I first joined Rogue Squadron. Breer Jace and I didn't get along at first, but we grew to understand each other. We never became good friends, but we managed to work together and managed to liberate his homeworld from Isard. The Jedi Master lowered his head for a moment.
Gantoris has had a lot of hardships in his life. He managed to keep the people of Eol Shah alive in a very difficult place. We have moved his colony to Dantooine and relieved him of his responsibility for them. Despite that, he pushes himself and holds himself to the strict level of discipline that kept him alive on Eol Shah. Here he sees you pushing yourself harder than he does, and your work pays off with surprising successes. He cannot beat you physically. While you failed to raise the rock, you exhibited a power for which he has no aptitude and can't understand.
You're saying he is having trouble enjoying the freedom he now has because it's new to him. All the measures for his conduct he would have used before have no value here, so he has seized upon me as a scale against which to measure himself. I shook my head. He's worse off than I would have thought.
Maybe you can do things to help him.
I felt a cold draft seep in through my sweaty tunic. I can try.
You should do.
If he lets me. I will do what I can, but if he is not receptive, my efforts won't work.
I appreciate what you will do.
The Jedi Master nodded beyond me toward the communal refresher station.
Go get cleaned up and get some food. It will be a busy day for everyone. If things work the way I intend, more will learn what you have learned and we can move into the next stage of development for Jedi Knights.
In the several days that followed our conversation, a variety of things became readily apparent to me. The first was that my ability to feel the Force followed a simple pattern. When the pressure was on, I could touch it and use it. When just practicing, I found it elusive. I did manage to make Nebula orchid blossoms change colors for Kirana T, and let Tyan see what she would look like if she changed her hair color, but even those simple efforts tired me. Master Skywalker found this problem more alarming than I did. I think I was able to put it into perspective because of my training for Corsac. All recruits were taught how to handle a variety of blasters. We had it drilled into us over and over again that the only time we should draw a blaster and point it at someone was if we fully intended to use it, or were willing to use it. We were told that to use methods that escalated the tension in a situation was a bad thing, which meant my default mode was to hold back. Only when I had to succeed would I cut loose. That being said, I was able to access the Force more than I had before. Luke was right, tapping into the Force could refresh me after a long run. It could sharpen me up when I was feeling drowsy. It could convince my body that I really didn't need to eat yet and could dull the aches and pains of life. The most faint trickle of Force energy was enough to accomplish these simple things and, not needing the vast power I had previously, I didn't draw on it. I know Master Skywalker wanted all of us to feel comfortable in the Force and to progress at our own rates in finding out how we would use the Force, but I wanted a bit more discipline in our training. We had no baseline against which to measure ourselves. In many ways Gantora's problem was one we all shared. Progress was difficult to determine, and with a more organized approach we could have tried to duplicate previous efforts and learned how to actually do them again. I don't think it helped that Luke had trained with 2 teachers and under extreme conditions. He presented us with the lessons Yoda and Obi-Wan had taught, but they weren't always directly on point for what we needed at the moment. Tyen helped a lot, offering other examples from the holocron, but there were times when Luke had difficulty getting his message across. One night, in the deepest of true night, Master Skywalker summoned us all without a word. Wearing only a hooded cloak, I joined the rest of my comrades and padded along silently in their wake. Far ahead of me, leading the way with a dim glow lamp, Master Skywalker conducted us through the great temple and down a tunnel I had never previously noticed. The dusty stones leached warmth from my feet and the tiny wisps of cool air that sliced in through the gap in my cloak tightened my flesh. Down and down we walked, deep into the bowels of the moon. The steps were worn, but not slick, and somehow I got the impression that this pathway predated even the temple itself. Eventually our descent ended, and I sensed Tyen's closeness a second before I bumped into her. Past her shoulder I could see the circle of light playing up against what appeared to be a solid stone wall, but a hint of steam and a whiff of sulfur suggested something more lay beyond it. Luke praised Gantoris and Cam for voicing their suspicions that the trail had not ended, then he worked some sort of switch that slid a panel of stone aside. The resulting hole swallowed the light from his lamp. Our line began to move again, and as the trail curved to the left, the scent of sulfur grew. With it came a feeling of humidity and heat. Condensation slicked the stones on the pathway. I came into the underground grotto last of all and found a place with my back to the tunnel, facing Luke across the circle. His glow lamp played over the surface of a bubbling mineral spring. Steam coursed over the water and washed up to tease us with warm caresses. The random staccato of bursting bubbles filled the silence, and the acrid air began to burn in the back of my throat. Beneath the glow lamp's light, the water appeared to be an inviting blue, which contrasted easily with the white mineral crusts on the visible rocks and edges of the pool.
"This is our destination,"
Luke intoned solemnly. He snapped off the glow lamp, plunging us into darkness. A couple of the students gasped, but I'd sort of expected him to do that. Whatever he intended for us in this place, something mechanical like the glow lamp seemed unlikely to be part of it. After a time, distant starlight poured through a crevasse in the stone ceiling above us, allowing us to perceive shapes and the wavering rippled reflections of stars in the pool's bubble-racked mirror. The algae in the pool gave off a dim glow itself, outlining the edge of the pool, but doing nothing to dispel the black murk of its depths. Luke's voice filled the grotto.
"This is an exercise to help you concentrate and attune yourself to the Force. The water is a perfect temperature, you will float, you will drift, you will reach out and touch the rest of the universe." As the last of his words echoed through the cave, the water rippled outward from where he had been standing, indicating he had somehow silently slipped into the water. Without waiting for more of an invitation, I shed my robe and eased myself into the pool. The water at first seemed scaldingly hot, but I knew that was only because I had been cold once I stripped out of my robe. I sank myself gingerly up to my waist, then released the pool's edge and sank beneath the surface. The water washed the last of the cold from my hair and goatee while bubbles marched up through the hair on my chest. I broke the surface again and shook my head to clear water from my eyes. The pool eased aches and pains easily, with the heat pouring in through my flesh to warm muscle and bone. I stretched my arms out and brought my legs up, doing my best to relax so I could float there. Tipping my head back, I looked up at the stars and idly wondered how many of them I had visited in my lifetime. I heard the occasional splash and whispered apology as one apprentice floated into another. With the warmth of the water and the way it held us up, it was very easy to forget our physical bodies. I recall Luke remarking that Yoda had told him we are all luminous creatures, not crude conglomerations of flesh and bone.
Here in the grotto pool, warm and isolated in the dark, forgetting our physical selves became more easy than ever before. And absent contact with our physical selves, we are left feeling the force within us. Luke's voice again broke the silence.
There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no death, there is the force.
He spoke the words of the Jedi Code with such power and solemnity, I found myself whispering them along with him. My voice joined that of the other students, until our declarations filled the grotto, binding us together. Master Skywalker urged us to use the water and the warmth to free us so we could feel, really feel, the force. I lay back and could hear the echoes of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I concentrated on it, knowing it as a sign of life. I let my heartbeat meld with the rhythms of the force and felt the sizzle of the force soaking into me. I heard Luke saying more, but the words lost their meaning in what I was seeing through the force. Instead of hearing every syllable, stringing them together, then translating sounds into concepts, through the force I saw his intent create eddies and currents. He herded our attention to the stars above us, then redirected us back down and into the pool. I rolled over and floated vertically, staring down into the pool. The sky's reflection sank beneath the rippling surface, then took on depth. The sliver of sky expanded as if the rocks above us had become transparesteel. As Luke asked, "Can you see it?" The pool was gone and I found myself floating in the limitless depths of space. With my mind I reached out and grafted my thoughts to those of the Jedi Master. I clung to his energy as he soared us through various solar systems. Nebulae gave birth to stars as we flew past, and suns went nova, consuming whole planetary systems. Worlds flashed past, some which I recognized, others I did not. We visited systems where imperial warlords battled each other for supremacy, and planets where refugees sought new lives. On our journey I caught a flicker of something I recognized. I wanted to linger for a second while I identified the feather-light brush of consciousness against mine. The second it took me to make contact proved too long because even as I knew I felt Mirax's presence, Luke had torn me away from her. I spun around, trying to find her again, but I could not. In her place I sensed malevolence and danger. At first it came from where I had felt Mirax, then it sank deep into the moon and focused itself beneath us. I knew what I had felt had been one danger, and what I was feeling now was part of a warning from Master Skywalker about another. He'd felt another menace, one closer and more immediate. Somewhere, deep inside the moon's crust, searingly hot gases had been released and were jetting their way upward. They would bubble up and into the pool through the same cracks that allowed the water to fill the basin. In a heartbeat or three the water would be flooded with hot gases, roasting us alive. I fought panic and would not have made it but for two things. Above the splashing of others striking for the side of the pool, Master Skywalker's voice rose.
A Jedi feels no heat or cold. A Jedi can extinguish pain. Strengthen yourselves with the Force.
The calm strength in his words banished my fear and allowed me to concentrate. The second thing was a choked gasp from Tyan. She had lunged for the side of the pool but her slender fingers had failed to hang on. She sank abruptly and came back up, sputtering. She coughed hard and noisily sucked in air, then realized she would never get clear. In the Lycan's light reflected by her pearly eyes, I saw that she knew she would die. I refused to let her die. The frustration, pain and sorrow that had tortured me when my father died in my arms, became transformed into a determination that Tyan would not die here. I knew I had it within me, using the Force, to prevent her death. I opened myself to the Force, adamant that I would do whatever I needed to do, even dying, to save her. The Force flooded into me as the superheated gases hit the pool. I felt the heat hit my feet first and expected the Force to channel it around me. Instead the heat poured up through me. The Force insulated me from its destructive potential, then seemed to digest it into energy I could use. Without thinking I gestured toward Tyan with my cupped right hand and raised it. As if riding a repulsor lift couch, the silver-haired apprentice rose from the water and drifted to the side. I set her down as gently as I could. She dropped to one knee and coughed again, with her silvery hair flowing down like a curtain between us. I turned about to see if there was anyone else who needed help, but the roiling surface of the water had reverted to a more placid state and everyone else appeared to be fine. I sensed no pain, just surprise and gratitude and confidence. A smile blossomed on my face as I realized that I, too, had survived a lethal challenge by using the Force.
Enough for tonight.
I heard the splash as Luke pulled himself up out of the pool.
Think about what you have learned.
Once again, I found that when it was necessary I was able to use the Force. Lifting Tyan clear of danger surprised me, causing me to assume that the energy I had absorbed needed to be expended in some way. I had used it to power telekinesis, something I had shown no talent for in the past. It was nice to know that with an energy boost I could do telekinesis, but without one it would still be hopeless. That didn't matter, though. Tyan was safe and I was plenty pleased with that. I swam to the side of the pool and pulled myself from the water. The cooler air immediately raked cold claws over me, puckering my flesh. I looked around for my robe, then found it drifting through the air toward me. I pulled it on and nodded my thanks to Luke. The Jedi Master watched me cautiously, his blue eyes intense even in the dim light.
Do you know what you did here?
As nearly as I can tell, the Force allowed me to serve as a conduit for the heat.
Very good. There is another Jedi power that manifests with the absorption and dissipation of energy. My father had skill in it. He could absorb or deflect a blaster bolt without harm.
Luke's voice became colder.
He even managed telekinetic tricks with the energy he pulled in.
I don't like the sound of that, Master. I opened my hands toward him. I just knew Tyan would die if I did nothing. Lifting her from the water seemed the most direct method for saving her. I did not think, I just acted.
I know, and that's very good. The Force is more heart than brain. I did not mean what I said to sound like criticism.
His voice softened a bit.
It is just that doing anything with haste can lead to impatience, and that invites the dark side. You would be better off to let the power bleed back away into the galaxy through the Force. If you are going to employ it the way you did, avoid haste so you avoid problems.
Yes, Master. Luke approached and slapped me on the shoulder.
You did well, Gantoris did well and saved Dorsk 81 in the process, and the others also survived this unexpected challenge. This is a good sign for our future.
I'm sure you are right, Master. I found myself saying, but the chill creeping into my feet as we climbed back toward the temple left me wondering if another disaster lurked to rip us apart. 13. The next morning I woke all muzzy and, as a result, didn't realize I was starting out on my run later than usual. About halfway through the run, at the point in my circuit furthest from the Great Temple, I realized what time it was. While Luke still allowed flexibility in training times, in the mornings he usually appreciated our getting an early start. I tried to pick up my pace, but I knew I'd arrive back at the temple well after everyone else had assembled to start working. I wanted to kick myself for being so stupid. The previous evening had been an impressive victory in the battle to open ourselves up to the Force. While the emergency had opened me broadly to the Force, I'd been feeling it before that. I knew I could make great progress and had been looking forward to the morning's exercises to see if I could capitalize on what I had learned the night before. The reason I'd awakened rather dull was because I'd not gotten much sleep at all. Master Skywalker had mentioned that dreams rarely disturbed a Jedi's sleep. I don't know why, but I'd never dreamed much. When I did dream I tended toward nightmares that ruined my sleep. Nightmares had kept my sleep uneven and fragmentary. I kept drifting back to the place where I had felt Mirax's presence. I tried to freeze the stars in place so I could figure out where I was supposed to be, but one by one they winked out. They left me alone and in the dark. When I tried to look at my hands, I saw through my flesh as rot ate away at the bones, then I fell into nothingness, forever to exist in the knowledge that when Mirax needed me, I had failed her. Pretty much my definition of a nightmare. Nearing the great temple on my return, I heard something that made me push myself and increase my speed. The hum hiss of a lightsaber and the spit crack of it slicing through something is unforgettable once heard. I couldn't imagine Luke and Cam would have begun to teach anyone how to fight with lightsabers without me there. I realized in an instant that such a thought was unworthy and arrogant, but since I had the only other lightsaber on Yavin, including me, made sense to me. I entered the clearing just as Luke drove Gantoris back into a purple-boled Masassy tree. Where did Gantoris get a lightsaber? With the black-haired apprentice's braid whiplashing through the air, he fell, scattering purple bits of tree bark. His knees resting on a thick root, and his elbows keeping his back off the ground, he stared up at Luke as the Jedi Master approached. Gantoris' white-violet blade still pointed up toward Luke, but from where he was there was no way the apprentice could strike at the Master. Then Gantoris did something that extended the blade, doubling its length. He slashed at Luke, but the Jedi Master moved faster than I ever thought possible. The sleeve of Luke's gray flight suit smoked from where the lightsaber's blade had caressed it, but Gantoris had done no real harm. Luke set himself, imposing his green blade between himself and his student, bracing for another attack. Gantoris had rolled to his feet while Luke retreated and advanced confidently. The length of the blade on his lightsaber gave him an advantage and he clearly meant to use it. He waded in toward Luke, crashing down blow after blow with a ferocity I'd only ever seen in a glitbiter gripped by spice paranoia. Though Luke picked off each blow with ease, never letting Gantoris make him defend in the inner ring, the apprentice kept coming. His intensity and single-mindedness kept Luke falling back to the point where the Jedi Master's only escape was to leap away and levitate himself onto a branch of a Masassy tree. I watched, stunned, as Gantoris waited for Luke to descend again. All the other students had pressed back away from the clearing. They lurked in the edges of the forest, waiting, uncertain what to do. Like me, Cam had no lightsaber with him. As he glanced over at me, I knew we both weighed the chances of our being able to race to the temple, getting our lightsabers and managing to return in time to make a difference. And if Gantoris can kill a Jedi Master, what chance would I have of stopping him? Luke asked Gantoris a question, but the hum of lightsabers stole both it and Gantoris' shouted reply. Then the apprentice slashed at the Masassy tree with his lightsaber, shearing all the way through it. Stinterils in the highest branches shrieked as they leaped away. The scent of spicy sap reached me about the same time as the tree slowly toppled into the rainforest with a crackling and snap of bushes and saplings caught beneath it. Master Skywalker floated to the ground unharmed and again set himself to receive Gantoris' attacks. Gantoris shortened his blade and came on. Luke gave ground, blocking the attacks in closer to him than before. He gave the impression that he was tiring, weakening. I guessed it was a ploy to draw Gantoris on, but the apprentice was not thinking clearly enough to see that. He pressed forward, slashing his way through leafy ferns and chopping apart nebula orchids. Suddenly Luke went down and I couldn't see him. Gantoris rushed forward, his spitting blade shredding the jungle. I started to sprint toward them, cursing the fact that I couldn't lift Gantoris up the way I had Tyan only hours before. I tried to think of what image I could project into Gantoris' mind to deflect him and distract him, but I never got the chance. Gantoris' purple blade came down in an overhand strike that burned its way through the underbrush. I heard a startled squeal, then an orange-furred runyip broke from the brush, darting into the clearing right behind Gantoris. As he turned to face this new threat, his lightsaber flew up out of his hands and the blade died. Luke plucked the lightsaber from the air, then extinguished his own blade. The two of them stood there, facing each other. Sweat streamed down their faces and their breath came ragged, yet neither one wanted to show any sign of weakness. In the absence of the lightsaber hissing, the fading sounds of the runyip's squeals and the normal sound of the rainforest fought for supremacy. Then Luke did something that stunned me. He flipped Gantoris' lightsaber around and extended it to him hilt first. Gantoris accepted it timidly, clutching it in both hands. He studied it, turning it over and around as if seeing it for the first time, then he looked back at Luke. The Jedi Master nodded.
Good exercise, Gantoris, but you must learn to control your anger. It could be your undoing.
I dropped to my knees in utter astonishment. I watched Gantoris turn away and retreat into the rainforest. The other apprentices seemed as surprised at what had happened as I was. They whispered together in little knots as Luke emerged from the undergrowth, clipped his lightsaber to his belt, and pulled his cloak back on. He looked around calmly and even gave us the hint of a smile.
Perhaps, after last evening, we started too early today. We will reconvene this afternoon.
In his words I felt a gentle urging to go back to my room, but I resisted it. The others did not and melted away unseen into the rainforest. Luke glanced back at me, a half-smile on his face.
I thought you would still be here. You did not see the beginning?
I shook my head. The ending was more than enough. What are you going to do?
Do? This is done already.
My jaw dropped open. Unless I missed something, one of your apprentices found or somehow constructed a lightsaber and just tried to kill you with it. You don't see this as cause for alarm?
How can it surprise you that Gantoris has found a way to fashion a lightsaber? You and Cam already possess one. We've talked about Gantoris competition with you.
I held my hands up. That may be an issue, but not the core one as I see it. Luke's eyes narrowed.
So your vision here is paramount.
I hesitated and felt my stomach collapse in on itself. No, Master Skywalker, it is not. I mean no disrespect. I sighed. I just want to understand. Gantoris has gotten into something he shouldn't have. You have to discipline him.
He's going to be a Jedi Knight. I cannot treat him like a child.
Luke shook his head.
To do that would stunt his development. He's very good and one of the best students here. He just needs guidance.
Then give it to him. My hands convulsed into fists, then I forced them open again. You're assuming that he will see the error of his ways and never do this again. He attacked you. He's already shown he's not scanning right and wrong correctly. He can't begin to figure out where the line between them runs if you don't find a way to punish him when he crosses that line. The master shook his head slowly.
I can tell you that Gantoris already regrets what he has done here. Stretch out with your feelings. You'll feel it, too. He is teaching himself where the line is and how to stay on the light side of it.
I did as I was bidden and did sense both remorse and confusion from Gantoris. You are right, Master. I know you believe in redemption. What you say about Gantoris is true. I guess I don't see why he should not be punished for having done something wrong.
You're not supposed to see it, Kieran, you're supposed to feel it.
Luke rubbed a hand against his forehead.
Retribution leads to the dark side.
I sighed. I know. I would argue that a little punishment now could prevent a disaster later, but I don't think that will get me anywhere.
You see, Kieran, you grow in wisdom as well as the Force.
I didn't want to laugh, but his comment was funny. Still, coming from someone my age, it also rankled a bit. Luke obviously deserved the title Jedi Master, but part of me wished we weren't the group on which he first practiced being a teacher. He clearly had his ideas about how we should learn, and we were all making progress. Some faster than others. Even so, I wasn't used to his methods. I flashed on Iela's heart and mind split and knew it was a key to my problem. I shall think further on my ignorance, Master, that I may see how much wisdom I yet need to learn. If you would permit it, though, I want to ask you a question.
Please.
I scratched at the back of my neck. What did you ask Gantoris and what did he shout at you before he cut down the tree?
I asked how he had learned what he needed to know to make a lightsaber.
Luke shifted his shoulders stiffly.
He replied that I was not the only teacher of the Jedi way.
Not a very good answer. Do you think he would have gotten the knowledge from the holocron?
I can't see how. The holocron detects a student's ability and holds back things they are not prepared to know.
He smiled carefully.
It works so well, in fact, that I do not know if there are things there that I have yet to learn.
If not from Bodo Bass, then from whom did he learn? I frowned. I couldn't teach it to him. I don't think Cam would, and you, I take it, have not. Who did? Luke remained very still for a moment, then slowly shook his head.
I don't know.
But it would have to be a Jedi, or someone with the knowledge of the Jedi ways and, presumably, considerable power in the Force.
I think so, yes.
And yet, last night, when we were all so open to the Force that we were able to catalog stars, we didn't feel the presence of such an individual right here? Luke's eyes became sapphire slits.
No.
I shivered, and it wasn't because I was soaked in sweat. Does that worry you as much as it does me?
More, I think, Kieran.
Luke's cloak rippled with a shudder.
Much more.
14. Running down the hallway toward Gantoris' room, I caught a whiff of the poisonously sweet scent I'd smelled a couple of times before during my days with Corsac. I didn't want to look inside the room because I knew what I would see. The knot of students at the doorway shielded me from the sight, but did nothing to block the scent. I heard Master Skywalker say,
"Beware the dark side,"
then a greasy thread of smoke twisted through the apprentices, driving them apart. Several turned away and stumbled down the corridor with hands over their mouths. Streen and Cam Salusser hung on either side of the doorway, ashen-faced and staring inside. I slipped between them, raising the neck of my tunic to cover my nose. They turned away, leaving me alone with Luke and what was left of Gantoris. Gantoris' body lay near the far wall of his small stone chamber. At least I assumed it was Gantoris because it did not much look like him. He had been burned to death. Carbonized flesh had crumbled to ash at some points, revealing blackened bone. The heat had contracted his muscles, arching his spine and pulling his head back. His mouth remained open in a wordless scream. Smoke still rose from the charred remnants of his Jedi robes, and his lightsaber had rolled over to rest against the wall itself. Luke Skywalker stood over him, staring down at his blackened remains. What happened here? Did he attack you again? Luke turned to look at me with haunted, red-rimmed eyes, and I could tell this wasn't the first time he'd seen a body in this condition.
Do you think I did this?
The pain in his voice knifed right through me. I wasn't accusing you. I just want to know what happened. I crouched by the body. Occupational hazard. Who found him?
Dorskady-1 came for me, so I suppose he did. The others gathered after we got here.
I nodded. I'll want to talk to them. Luke blinked away some of the shock in his eyes.
You are going to investigate this situation?
My head came up. Shouldn't I? The Jedi Master hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Yes, of course you should. We need to know what happened here.
Right. I pointed toward the body and circled my finger around the general area. I can give you some basics right now. The lack of a consistent pattern of charring, as well as the absence of a chemical scent, suggests no accelerant was used. In other words, no one poured something flammable over him and turned him into a torch. Luke winced at that description.
I see.
Take a look at the fingers and ears.
Badly burned.
Right, but they're not gone. Bodies lit on fire tend to have those little bits burn off quickly. And the fact that he's still got clothes on him, albeit badly charred. I let my voice trail off because the conclusion I was being led toward ran counter to my previous experience. It almost seems as if he was burned from the inside out. That would require an incredible amount of energy, a lightning strike or lots of microwaves, and we don't have either here.
Yes, but he had such energy.
Luke's voice dropped to a whisper.
His anger.
You think he was consumed by his anger?
I do. I think he used it to unleash dark-side forces he could not control. Had you not been able to shunt aside the energies you absorbed last evening in the grotto, you, too, might have been burned up by them.
I reached a hand out toward the lightsaber, but could feel no heat from it, nor see any signs that it had been damaged by the fire. I'd like to get a full laboratory workup on the lightsaber. Fingerprints, tissue residue matches, the works, both inside and out. Luke shook his head.
You will find that only Gantoris and I have touched that lightsaber.
How do you know?
I know.
Luke raised his hands.
If you open yourself to this room, you can feel the residue of Gantoris' last moments. There is much pain and much anger, as well as doubt and outrage. The pain is physical, of course, and mental. It feels as if he was tortured before he died.
I stood again. Gantoris' body lay between us like a wall. Who would have done that to him? Luke shook his head.
None of you. Shock and surprise and horror radiates off everyone else very openly. They were not involved.
And me?
Some surprise, certainly, but also a determination to solve this puzzle.
Luke regarded me through half-lidded eyes.
If you were to kill him, you would have goaded him into a duel or used an illusion to make him have a fatal accident. You wouldn't have been this clumsy or left this sort of evidence, you would have been subtle.
Thanks, I think. I folded my arms across my chest. So if we didn't do it, who did?
I don't know.
Luke's face darkened.
Gantoris did have premonitions of disaster, however. Even when I first met him, he wondered if I were the dark man who would bring him to ruin. He said, "If I go with you, I am lost." At the time I thought he was just afraid of what would happen to his people if he left them. Then, last evening, as he was leaving the grotto, he told me that I was not the dark man.
I chewed my lower lip for a moment. So Gantoris positively identified his dark man. You told me that Gantoris also mentioned to you that you were not the only teacher of the Jedi way. I don't think it's a stretch to think this dark man might be the other instructor. The fact that you can't feel this other individual here is not a good sign.
He cannot remain hidden forever.
I don't think he intends to.
What do you mean?
I glanced down at Gantoris' body. You said that if I wanted to kill Gantoris, I'd have been subtle. This death is anything but subtle. We have someone dead by means that are impossible, and he was killed right here in the heart of the Academy. You can see by that one diagonal cut on the wall there that Gantoris apparently tried to strike at his attacker, but that did no good. In my time with Corsac, I helped track a sociopathic killer or two. Leaving a body out in the open like this was a taunt. It was the killer saying that he's smarter than we are, more powerful and more cunning. Gantoris tried to kill him with a lightsaber and failed. That means the rest of us have little chance of hurting him. He is challenging us and challenging you. He obviously won one of your students over to the dark side, then left him here like a discarded plaything to show his contempt for you. Luke hugged his arms around himself.
I think he may have been even more direct.
I shook my head. I'm not tracking here.
Tonight I had a nightmare. I stood with my father on top of this temple, but it was back when the Massassi people still lived. It must have been millennia ago. My father tried to explain to me how it was Obi-Wan's fault that he had been corrupted by his studies of Sith material. What he told me seemed to make sense for the most part, but then he invited me to follow him down that path, which I knew my father never would do. I accused him of not being my father. The image then shifted into that of a shadow that swallowed everything. At that point R2 awakened me, so I don't know what else would have happened.
He became a shadow. I shivered. Gantoris dark man?
Obi-Wan suggested there was no such thing as coincidence. I would have to suppose that all this is related.
Luke's expression hardened.
I have to decide very carefully how to proceed from here.
If you will, let me suggest two things.
Go ahead.
First, this dark man apparently managed to convince Gantoris that he could offer him things you could not or would not. Gantoris' knowledge of and control of the Force was insufficient to allow him to avoid such seductive ideas. I think you need to use the holocron as a way to instill in us a sense of history and purpose for what we're doing, so we have even more incentive to help rebuild the Jedi.
And avoid the easy solutions offered by the dark side.
Exactly. The Jedi Master thought for a moment, then nodded.
And the other thing?
In this dream you said you saw the Massassi and the pyramids the way they were millennia ago. I think we might want to do some investigating to see what we can learn about Yavin 4 and the temples. The holocron might well be able to give us information. If we can put a face and name to this dark man, or figure out what he's after here, we'll have a better chance of stopping him.
Both plans seem to make sense.
Luke smiled at me grimly.
I shall work on the first. Tyen is spending a lot of time pulling legends from the holocron, so she can help me. With your background as an investigator, you should handle the gathering of information about our Dark Man.
I'll build a profile on him. If we can figure out what he wants and how he thinks, we have him.
Good.
Luke glanced back down at Gantoris' body, then up at me.
If the New Republic is to thrive, we can't allow the Jedi to be destroyed.
There was no returning to sleep that night, so I made my way to the small library where we studied the Jedi holocron. I really didn't feel up to beginning any investigation at the moment, but playing around with the holocron and learning how it worked seemed to be something I could handle. The greenish glow making its way out into the corridor told me someone else was using the device, and my curiosity carried me right into the room. There, bathed in the green glow from Bodo Bass, sat Tyen. She looked long and lean and lovely, with the greenish tint the light gave her hair looking far better on her than it ever did on me. She would have been unarguably gorgeous, except that her hands covered her face and her shoulders shook with sobs. Bodo Bass' image reached a clawed limb toward her. For a Jedi, there is no emotion, there is only peace. Tyen looked up, her face wet with tears.
It was more horrible than you could imagine.
The Jedi simulacrum bobbed its head. But are the tears for your fallen comrade, or for you?
What?
Shock rode through her voice. She swiped at her tears and pointed a finger at the hologram, then caught sight of me in the corner of her eye. My presence cut off whatever she would have said to him. Instead of replying, she bowed her head toward me and shivered.
How could anyone do that to Gantoris?
I nodded toward Bodo Bass, then knelt by Tyen's side. I gathered her into my arms and held her, letting her tears stain my emerald tunic. She clung to me fiercely at first, burying her head against my neck. I stroked her hair and resisted the impulse to kiss the crown of her head. Take it easy, Tyen. What happened to Gantoris was hideous, but it's not going to happen to anyone else. Bodo Bass' inhuman gaze caught and held my own. You speak of certainties, Jedi, where there are many unknowns. I quoted back a piece of the Jedi Code. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. Yes, the gatekeeper hissed. Do you have a question for me? One moment. I eased my hands down onto Tyen's shoulders and pulled back away from her a bit. Can you help me with the holocron? You know more about it than I do. She sniffed and wiped tears away with delicately long fingers.
How can you be so calm after what you have seen?
For just a second I wasn't holding her in my arms, but holding my father's lifeless body. The past prepares us for the present. I hate to say it, but I've seen other bodies that were just as horrible. What I saw in Gantoris' room was awful. It scares me, too, but I'm doing my best to keep things under control. Tyen sniffed again and sat back against the cold stone wall of the small room. She folded her arms across her chest and stared forward at the base of the pedestal on which the holocron rested.
You must think me weak.
Not at all.
Don't lie. You had to rescue me last night, and now you find me here, like this.
She looked at me accusingly.
How you keep your contempt for me hidden I don't know.
You can believe it's hidden, or you can believe it doesn't exist. I forced myself to remain calm. The second choice is right. She reached out to me and I took her hand in mine. Tyen closed her eyes and I could feel her consciousness drifting toward me. The touch of her mind was but a faint whisper of what I'd felt from Luke, yet she managed to infuse herself into my surface thoughts. I consciously left them open to her, and beneath them hardened the layer that was Corran Halcyon. Even though I tried to keep her away from plunging deeper, she managed to twist down through my thoughts about her and stab deep into my heart. She jerked back sharply, breaking our contact, and stared at me with wild-wide eyes.
You've been hurt. Very hurt.
I shrugged. I've survived.
But there is so much of you that is hidden.
She blinked at me.
Master Skywalker has told us his father was Darth Vader. What secrets could you have that would be more dangerous than that to share?
Not more dangerous, just boring. They would distract you, and training here is hard enough without distractions. Tyan smiled, and it felt good to see animation return to her face.
They might distract others, but not me. I plan to sing of the exploits of the Jedi, so I need to know about Corran Halcyon.
Before I could deny I was worth knowing about, Bodo Bass spoke. Corran Halcyon was a famed Corellian Jedi. He successfully put an end to the Solonian Apharathus sect and its marauding within the Corellian system. As he spoke, the holocron presented an image of a man built more solidly than I was, but who wore the same sort of mustache and goatee I had chosen to grow. His long, dark hair had been gathered back into a loose tail, and the lightsaber he held had a silver blade. A smile unconsciously rose to my lips. Luke said Corran Halcyon was the name of one of my ancestors. The Afarathu problem had taken place 4 centuries back and had all but been forgotten. Until Imperial officials used the specter of it to incite xenophobia among the human populations in the Corellian system. Fortunately for the Solonians, they had not been warlike for so long, few of us saw them as a true threat. Tyan's eyes sparkled with absolute delight.
Is that your secret? Are you this Corran Halcyon come back to us?
I don't think even carbonite freezing would have preserved me that long. I laughed gently. I was named for him. I have a lot to live up to.
Well, we can learn all about him, if you want. I can even compose a ballad about him.
I winced. Might put some of the others off, though I would love to learn more about him. Actually, what I had hoped to study through the holocron was any information it had about this world and the Massassi. Will you help me with that?
Gladly.
Her hair shimmered with green highlights as she nodded.
It would be my pleasure, and will be a way to repay you for saving me in the grotto.
You don't need to repay me for that. Extending my right hand, I gave her left shoulder a squeeze. And I want you to know I don't think you are weak. Your nature is to be far more emotionally open and receptive than I am. This is why you have clearer access to the Force than I do. It may make it difficult for you to concentrate sometimes, but it is easier to learn to concentrate than it is to learn to open up.
I would hate to think you are right, Corran, because I would hate to think you could not open up your emotions.
Her friendly smile warmed me.
You have friends here with whom you can be open. You can trust us as we trust you.
I know. I gave her a brave smile, but I also knew I could not share my true identity with her or anyone else. Luke Skywalker, in suggesting I adopt another name, was right to think I might be a distraction to the others. He also had another purpose, one rooted in his understanding of fighter pilots and Corellians. By having me be someone else, he made it unnecessary for me to be the legend I had become. As much as I had seen my self-conception insulating me from the Force, Luke had seen it even more and had taken steps to solve the problem before I even realized I had it. I nodded to Tyan. Believe me, when I can open up, you'll be the first to know. If there is to be a ballad of this Corran Halcyon, I want you to compose and sing it.
Gladly, Corran.
She lifted her head toward Bodo Bass.
Now let's see what we can find out about this world and our predecessors here. This planet has as many secrets as you do, if not more, and I have the feeling puzzling them out will provide a basis for a very important ballad.
15. The tragedy of Gantoris' death did bring the remaining apprentices together. No one did so much as whisper anything bad about Gantoris, but we all tried to be nicer and more supportive of each other. Any victory for one, size mattered not, became a victory for all. We became not so much a team as a union of equals, united in our quests to become Jedi Knights. As part of my investigation, I suggested that Jedi Knights needed to be very observant. Toward this end, I organized scouting missions throughout the surrounding area. We started with data collected by a rebel scout, a Celestin named Drun Yun, back when he surveyed the moon as the rebels prepared to use it as their headquarters. Using his information, we surveyed the immediate area, taking detailed notes on the flora, fauna, natural outcroppings of stone and various Masasa-made structures. Right from the start, Luke made a decision not to tell the other students about the Dark Man or his dream. I agreed with the decision primarily because panic would only help a creature of the dark side. To fight panic, Luke had us practice calming and concentration techniques, and worked on having us feel the Force more fully. He took great pains to praise us for our successes. In providing us such feedback, we all felt we were making great progress, even though our actual gains were hard to measure. My progress in certain areas almost seemed negative. While others were able to levitate rocks while standing on their hands, or braid branches of Masashi trees together through the Force, I had no strength and no endurance when it came to telekinesis. Unfortunately for me, this inability also manifested itself in my failure to levitate myself or make the sort of prodigious leap that carried Luke clear of Gantoris' blade in their duel. Worse yet, Tyan discovered that this lack seemed to be a hallmark of the Halcyon line. As a result, we were known for stubbornly standing our ground in various dangerous situations. A couple of times this had resulted in a rally of the forces on our side, driving the enemy back and defeating them. Most of the time, however, it meant a Halcyon bravely volunteered to act as the rear guard and valiantly trade his life for those of his comrades. Tyan thought this idea made for great ballad material. Knowing that some very powerful individual with a taste for apprentices was out there, I found the stories of my family tradition a little more ominous. But, in keeping with Halcyon tradition, I didn't let that stop me in my search for whoever had killed Gantoris. After a hard morning of trying to move pebbles the length of my shadow, and succeeding only as noon approached, I grabbed some field rations and water, then prepared to head out on a survey of the Blue Leaf Temple. Yoon's survey notes reported some weird anomalies there, weird enough that General Jan Dodonna had ordered the temple sealed and placed off limits to all personnel. I had intended on going alone, but Cam Salusser and Brachis joined me at the last moment. It's probably still sealed up tight, guys. Could be very boring. Cam smiled and pointed to the lightsaber clipped to my belt.
I have the distinct feeling you are planning to reopen the temple.
Not really what I had in mind, but if circumstances demanded. I shrugged easily. Come on, let's go. I started us off at a fairly good clip, then slowed my pace a bit as Brachis struggled to keep up. Being as tall as he was, the orchid roots were giving him trouble. Cam, though middle-aged, was in better shape than Brachis, but he, too, seemed to prefer a more leisurely pace. We crossed the river separating the Great Temple from the Blue Leaf Temple by walking along the trunk of a Masashi tree that had been uprooted by the river. The river itself was actually shallow enough at a nearby ford that I usually just splashed my way across when running, but Brachis didn't really look like he wanted to get his feet wet. Cam and I kidded him, asking him if he wanted us to use our lightsabers to cut him some steps and level off the bumpy parts of the tree, but he just blushed and told us to walk on. The Great Temple dwarfed the Blue Leaf Temple, but the latter building had a great deal of elegance to its construction. It rose only half as high as the Great Temple, but proportionally had a bigger footprint. A lot of brush and shrubs had grown up around it, but not enough to stop us from getting to it. Brachis led the way around to the eastern side of the structure.
The Celestin survey said the main entrance faced east so the orange light from the gas giant could fill the lower chamber in the evening.
We reached the entrance and could see where the rebels had indeed sealed the doorway with large stone blocks. Clearly they had intended no one ever be able to get into it again. And just as clearly, the Imperial survey team that had studied Yavin 4 after the rebels abandoned it was just as determined to get in. They'd melted a hole straight through the plug to do so. Cam ignited his lightsaber and swept some cobwebs from the hole.
The webs aren't as thick as might be expected. Gantoris may have been in here and the spiders just busy since.
I unhooked a glow rod from my belt and handed it to him. Assuming you want to go first.
Sure.
Cam snapped it on, then ducked his head and worked his way in. Being smaller and somewhat thinner, I slipped sideways through the hole pretty easily after him. Brachis brought up the rear and joined us, brushing dust from his robe's shoulders. The green light from Cam's lightsaber and the glowrod's golden beam didn't penetrate very far. We found ourselves on a landing with stairs before us going down. Stretching out to fill the foundation of the temple was one huge chamber with little alcoves built into the walls. We could only dimly see the ones closest to our position, but they looked smaller and slightly more cramped than the rooms we had in the great temple. To either side of us, stairs doubled back up to the next level. I took the glow rod from Cam and played the light over the stairs going down and the two sets heading up. Dust looks fairly undisturbed. If Gantoris came in here, he was floating himself along, and I don't think he was quite that good.
Maybe this landing is just as far as he got.
Brachis shrugged his shoulders.
Maybe he didn't dare go any further. I don't believe that.
Cam pointed with his lightsaber toward the stairs going up.
Shall we?
Brachis smiled.
This is what we came for, after all.
Cam led the way. Our footfalls echoed dryly through the temple and my flesh began to crawl as we ascended. From having read Yoon's survey report, we knew what to expect, and the anticipation had me a little scared. Knowing there was evil afoot and heading toward the reason General Dodonna had ordered the place sealed, I felt we were courting disaster. Proving I was a true Halcyon, however, I had no intention of retreating. The stairs came out onto another landing that served as a foyer for the temple's grand audience chamber. The sharply sloped outer walls came together high above the chamber floor to form the ceiling. 3 towers set equidistant down the chamber's midline came to a point well below the roof's apex, yet somehow seemed to be holding the roof aloft nonetheless. The corneal tower nearest us and its companion at the far end of the chamber were covered in rings of odd runes and sigils that I couldn't identify, much less read. Window slits in the west wall let sunlight paint golden bars down the length of the floor, providing a warm glow for the room. As warm as that glow was, however, it did little to dispel the chill I felt coming from the temple's main and most disturbing feature. The third tower, also a tall, narrow cone, had been shaped entirely out of a blue crystal. I would have almost called it sapphire, because it did glow with its own internal light, but the light did not shift as we moved closer. Instead it seemed more to flow as if it were a liquid bubbling up and around inside the crystal, swirling in some great cycle.
The Celestin said the stone feels oily, and you can feel the tingle of energy pulsing off it.
Brachis nibbed his hands together.
Care to confirm the veracity of that report?
I shivered. Not me. Not yet. Cam extinguished the blade on his lightsaber and clipped it back to his belt.
I'll take a pass. You probably ought not to touch it either.
Brachis frowned. You're no fun. Touching that thing will not be fun. I walked closer to it, being careful not to step into the circular pit surrounding it. The nearer I drew to it, the colder I felt. The energy pulsing out of it was not palpably evil, but I could sense a host of negative emotions like despair and anger. Worse yet, as I stared into the translucent stone's depths, I saw ghostly images drifting past. Some seemed utterly unfamiliar, gangling creatures with clawed hands and feet. Others were more familiar, often human, with their faces destroyed by damage or just contorted in agony. Even so, I thought I recognized some of them. A few comrades who had fallen along the way, more enemies I had slain. Then Gantoris' face appeared and stared at me with dead eyes. I jerked back and pointed. Do you see it? Do you see Gantoris? Cam's head snapped around to look at me, his eyes slowly focusing.
I didn't see him. I saw others.
The hint of a smile played over Brachis' face as he turned toward us.
I really didn't see much of anything.
I glanced back at the stone and Gantoris' image had vanished. I could have sworn I saw him. Brachis shrugged.
Trick of the light.
His voice came weightlessly, scourging me with a hint of scorn. I fixed him with an emerald stare. You still want to touch it? He shook his head.
No, that's okay.
Cam wore a grim expression.
I don't know what this thing is or why it is, but I do know I'm not comfortable here.
He jerked a thumb at the light bars on the floor.
And the way the sunlight moved between when we started looking and now, we were staring into that thing for a good 15 minutes.
I shook my head. Not possible.
Very possible. Very odd.
Cam frowned heavily.
I'm all for leaving.
Brachis agreed. No sign Gantoris was ever here. Right. Let's go, then. It wouldn't really do to suggest that 3 grown men, Jedi apprentices all and 2 of them armed with lightsabers, fled from an uninhabited temple. I prefer to think of it as our having moved quickly to upset the plans of anyone preparing to ambush us. The fact that we didn't know of anyone else being on the world save our friends still didn't preclude that possibility, and I thought our caution quite admirable. As we retreated from it, Brachis took one long look back at the Blue Leaf Temple.
It's rather amazing, I think, that creatures lacking in sophisticated technology could build such a monument and have it stand the test of time. Yunt's commentary suggests these ruins were all millennia old.
The Old Republic was well established by that time. I held a branch back, opening the way to the trail that had brought us to the temple. For all we know, they could have used lasers to quarry the rock and carve it, then slid it into place with repulsor lift technology.
Moreover,
Cam offered,
they could have used the Force. As massive as those blocks are, do you think it would be impossible for Master Skywalker to move them?
Impossible for him to move them? No, not at all. I heard doubt in Brachis' voice.
I don't know that I believe Master Skywalker could create a temple like that, however.
I laughed. Have you forgotten, size matters not?
I haven't forgotten it at all, but that's not my point.
Brachis snapped a dead branch from a Massassi sapling and broke himself off a 40-centimeter length of it.
Master Skywalker might have the power, but he's a farm boy from some desiccated, silicon ball. He would be incapable of creating such a work of vision and elegance.
As Brachis spoke, he waved the stick through the air. Cam and I exchanged secret smiles behind his back, then Cam cleared his voice.
So you don't think Master Skywalker could learn to create something like that?
Certainly he could, but it would take him forever. I see. I narrowed my eyes. And the crystal cone, could he create one of those? Brachis' shoulders twitched through a shrug.
I don't know, but I would love to try. I think that crystal was incredible. I'd hesitate to call it a work of art because it was unsettling.
He turned around, his eyes ablaze.
Imagine having the power to be able to create such a thing. Wouldn't want it.
Cam shook his head.
I didn't like the crystal at all. Yes, but imagine the power to make something like it, something you would like. Using the Force to create a work that would endure for so long.
Brachis laughed aloud and spun as if dancing to some music neither Cam nor I could hear.
It would be fantastic.
I gave him a hard, cold look, but he didn't notice. The lure of that sort of power can be seductive, but it's not easy to come by.
Unless you resort to the dark side.
Cam hunched his shoulders forward.
I know what it is like, and as exhilarating as it can be, it leaves you hollow. Better to work for the true Force than settle for its shadow.
Yes, but think of what you can do with that power. Brachis thrust his stick up toward the sky.
A Jedi Master with enough power could have reached up from here and have torn the heart out of the Death Star. Wouldn't have mattered if he was using the dark side, he would have done a good thing.
I reached out and grabbed the back of Brachis' neck. Wait just 1 minute. What you're saying is that the ends justify the means for attaining them, and that's just plain wrong. It's as wrong as anything because it allows you to rationalize away any behavior as good. Sure, let's murder this criminal because we know he's killed folks in the past, or probably will kill them in the future. Or let's destroy this planet because we know, someday, it will slam into that planet. So what if folks on the planet we destroy die? They would have died anyway, and with our way the folks on the other world are saved. Brachis spun and nearly slashed my face with his stick. Fortunately for me, I'd had forewarning about the arc of his arm and ducked beneath it. A momentary mask of anger slipped over his face, but it almost immediately dissolved into shock and remorse.
Kieran, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Brachis. No blood, no report. Cam came around and draped an arm rather heavily over Brachis' shoulders.
What Kieran's telling you is right, kid. People start telling themselves they're amassing power for this goal or that, and they convince themselves that it's a good thing. Then when they get enough, they find circumstances have changed. They find they need more power, or they need to wield this power in ways they didn't expect before. An opponent who won't listen to reason becomes a bug to be squashed instead of a friend who just needs to be convinced. Power comes to poison those who hoard it. They assume others want their power, will resort to any means to get it, and that frees folks up to retaliate in any way they can.
I nodded. And there's no good that comes from evil. Your example of someone using dark side power to destroy the Death Star is fine until you ask why he would do that. Is it for his own good, and that of his people? If so, how will he deal with the next threat to them? If he hears of another Death Star and knows someone like the Commissai are building it, does he destroy them? Cam frowned.
Bad example. Everyone knows the Commissai were committed pacifists.
I know, Cam, but someone could rationalize them as evil and go after them. I opened my hands. Face it, someone did go after them and nearly wiped out the whole lot of them. I even heard there was a big Commissai refugee group on Alderaan when it was destroyed. If someone could have seen the Commissai as a threat, they could have seen anyone as a threat. A child. Anyone. Brachis furrowed his brows. I hear what you are saying and I want to believe you. Part of me says, though, that you can't argue an absolute case that no good can come from wielding dark side powers. There has to be a time when that could happen. That's theory, Brachis, but we've got to deal with the practical realities of manipulating the Force. I shook my head. I don't want to entertain the idea that I could remain uncorrupted by dealing with evil for what I see as a good purpose. That's setting the first foot on a very steep and slippery slope. Maybe, with the help of Master Skywalker, it would be possible to get back to the top, but someone will pay a fearful price during my descent, and I don't want to inflict that on anyone. Neither should you. 16. A quick blast from the transport's landing jets lifted debris on a searing wind that made some of the other apprentices duck back or raise their hands to shield their faces. I pulled the heat in and immediately used that energy to impose a tiny force shield before me. It split the wind and saved me the annoyance of having to blink grit from my eyes and spit dirt from my mouth. The boxy transport touched down as gently as a feather, but I expected no less from the pilot at the helm. As it settled on its landing struts and the passenger compartment gangway slowly lowered, the apprentices moved in behind Master Skywalker. Cam directed all of them but me to the opening cargo hatch. I walked over by Luke and smiled as Wedge descended from the ship's interior. Luke waved a greeting at Wedge and the blue-skinned woman following in his wake. The bright-eyed young man coming third down the gangway won a smile from Luke.
Welcome, Kip Duran.
The wiry youth returned Luke's smile.
I'm ready, Master Skywalker.
Teach me the Jedi ways. It will be my pleasure. Luke waved him toward the line of folks hauling supplies from the transport's cargo hold.
We will start by unloading the ship. Kieran, if you will see to General Antilles and Quizux's comfort.
As you wish, Master. I smiled at Wedge and waved him toward the Great Temple. You will find our accommodations are a bit less primitive than they were when last you dropped off supplies. This way, please. Wedge nodded solemnly.
It appears you have made much progress.
Quizux fell into step with Wedge.
Wedge, could you tell me, please, when we will meet this friend of yours that you were anxious to see again?
Wedge looked about to see we were out of earshot of the others, then his smile broadened warmly.
You have, Dr. Zux.
Quizux, meet Corran Horn. The alien woman frowned.
But Master Skywalker called him Kieran.
Wedge nodded.
He is here under an alias for a variety of reasons. Corran, this is Qui Zux.
I turned in mid-stride and bowed my head to her. The friendly tone in Wedge's voice when he introduced her made me wonder if I shouldn't offer her my hand, but I felt reluctant to do so. As brilliant as she was beautiful, she had been a key researcher in the Maw installation, the Imperial think tank that had created the Death Stars. The world devastators that had ravaged Mon Calamari and the starfighter-sized, invincible sun crusher that Kip Duran had just sunk into the depths of Yavin for safekeeping. What little gossip we got out here suggested that she had been an unwilling dupe of the Imperials, someone only interested in pure research. That might well have been true, but I had to wonder how someone so bright could fail to notice all the projects she worked on had hideous names and could be so incredibly lethal. Welcome to Yavin 4. I pointed toward the sky. The first Death Star died up there before it could destroy this place. A hint of pain passed through Wedge's eyes as I spoke, but Qui just turned to look up toward where I had pointed.
Most of the debris would have fallen into the gas giant, I would suspect, but some must have impacted here.
She looked at me with open cerulean eyes.
Have you found such debris?
I shook my head. Haven't been looking. There was an Imperial survey team or two here after the rebellion abandoned the planet, so I would assume they collected what they could for analysis.
Pity.
Right. I led the two of them into the Great Temple and took the turbolift to the second level. Here we have refresher stations and rooms for you, if you wish to catch up on sleep. I can also get you food. The doctor smiled.
I would like a quick nap, if that is acceptable.
Wedge nodded.
I'll check in with you in an hour, how's that?
She nodded.
Good. Nice to meet you, Kieran.
Sleep well, Dr. Zux. I pointed her to the room I'd prepared for her earlier, then steered Wedge toward the room I'd prepped for him. Inside, Wedge appropriated a chair and sat, tilting it back so it rested against the wall and his feet dangled above the floor.
You don't like her, do you?
I caught just a hint of pique in Wedge's voice. Don't know her well enough to form an opinion, but her playthings have made quite an impression. Maybe because you helped destroy two of them you have a different perspective on her, but I'd not consider myself a big fan of her work.
She really didn't know what she was getting into, what they were doing with her research.
Are you sure? The code names should have told her what was going on. She should have at least asked herself what would happen if by mistake, these things were used on inhabited planets. We have life sign sensors. How tough would it have been to put a life sensor interlock on the Death Star so it couldn't kill Alderaan? I found anger creeping into my voice and raised both of my hands. I shouldn't have said that, sorry. Wedge glanced down at his hands.
Don't be. Nothing I haven't asked myself a million times since I started acting as her bodyguard. When she's around, when I speak with her, she's just so bright and innocent, the antithesis of the Death Star and the World Devastators and the Sun Crusher. I think she thought the Sun Crusher would be used to eliminate beta stars from binary systems to provide system stability or to clear uninhabited systems from navigational routes.
My eyes narrowed. Oh, no. You like her. Wedge's head came up.
What?
I whirled the room's other chair around and dropped into it, letting my chest press against its back. You're supposed to be her bodyguard and you're falling for her.
You'd like her if you'd spend more time around her.
Don't do it, Wedge, don't do it. He glanced over at me, letting a sloppy grin tug at one corner of his mouth.
Why not? Wouldn't this be a final reconciliation of the rebels and the Imperials?
Wedge, I'm speaking from experience. I sagged forward against the chair back. When I was with Corsac I had several assignments where I was to see to the personal safety of someone important. In fact, I once had to deal with your sister on a visit to Corellia. Didn't know she was your sister at the time, however.
If you're going to tell me you fell for my sister while guarding her, I don't want to hear it.
Nope, not her. It was the daughter of the shipping magnate who owned Tinta Lines. She was the target of a kidnapper. Of course, when I was guarding someone, we found a hole and crawled in, didn't gallivant around the galaxy.
Moving target is harder to hit.
Good point. I smiled. Anyway, Sial Tinta and I got along famously once we discovered we shared similar opinions about art. In close quarters, we reinforced each other's ideas and it quickly became us against the world. On the outside, Iella nailed the kidnapper, so we only spent 3 days together. But if you'd asked me at the end of that time if it was love and lasers for life, I would have told you all systems were go.
What happened?
While we had one thing in common, we had all sorts of things that weren't. I was with Corsac, which meant I couldn't take off and hit a spa on Silonia, or travel to Imperial Center for the opening of an art exhibit in the Galactic Museum. The gulf between us proved insurmountable. We parted friends, but we both knew that what we'd had while together was a supernova that was collapsing in on itself. We might have generated a lot of heat and light, but eventually the black hole would have torn us apart. Wedge nodded, but stared past me.
You'll allow me to plot my own course through this?
I can't stop you.
But I thought you Jedi could easily influence weak minds.
I laughed lightly along with him. This Jedi knows better than to think of your mind as weak, and I've no desire to go mucking about without good reason. You're a big boy. If it works, great. If it doesn't, you've got friends. I imagine my wife would give you an earful on this.
Yeah, and Mirax can be a mite more persuasive than you can.
He tipped his chair forward onto all 4 feet.
No word yet from Han and any of his contacts about Mirax. Sorry.
I sighed heavily. I didn't expect he would have much to say, given that he's been on Kessel recently. Booster's not been talking to you?
I've been hard to find, but I've had no messages.
Best to let sleeping huts snore. I felt anger gathering, but I dissipated it with a quick calming breath. You'll let me know if you do hear anything, right?
As soon as I do get word, you'll know.
Wedge smiled solemnly.
It's the least I can do for a friend.
Wedge and Zooks left in the evening and I felt sorry to see them go. The one truly difficult aspect of the Jedi Academy for me was isolation from news of the outside world. Han Solo's adventure on Kessel and the theft of the Sun Crusher had been presented to us as asides, sidebars to lessons Master Skywalker taught us. More information came out now that Kip Duran was with us as a student, but even that was tantalizingly spare. Even more spare was any word on the Invids. Kip's presence seemed to put a spark back into Master Skywalker, the spark that had been diminished since Gantoris' death. Kip proved almost immediately to be the greatest of the apprentices gathered here. With only a minimum of training, he blasted on past all of us in terms of what he could do. Supporting himself on one hand only, he could balance rocks and fallen tree boles with ease. Given my lack of ability in that area, I found his skills somewhat intimidating. Master Skywalker found Kip's abilities all but mesmerizing and devoted a lot of time to directing his studies. I guess that made sense in a variety of ways. I suspected that Luke saw a lot of himself in Kip. They both came from brutal worlds, Tatooine and Kessel respectively. Kip had received initial instruction from the fallen Jedi female Vimita Boda much as Obi-Wan had taught Luke. Kip had also proved adept at piloting a ship and had saved Han Solo's life, a positive endorsement, to be sure. Lastly, Kip's powered dwarfed that of Gantoris, making him the perfect candidate to eclipse the memory of the Academy's first failure. Of course, no one stated that directly, nor did we think of Gantoris in that way. Gantoris' remains had been interred in the midst of a beautiful grove, and Master Skywalker himself had driven a grey plinth into the ground to mark the spot. We knew it was the sort of paradisiacal place Gantoris would have wanted for himself and his people. Several of us noted that we wouldn't mind being buried there when we fell, but none of us hoped that would be soon. Still, the specter of Gantoris' failure haunted us all to a greater or lesser extent. Luke turned much of the instruction of the other apprentices over to Cam Salusser, and Cam did a good job. As a taskmaster he was fair but firm, and everyone progressed steadily under his guidance. Luke made good use of Tyen's research to instill us with a sense of community and continuity. We began to think of the Imperium as Jedi Twilight, and we were the dawning of a new day of a new era. Luke did allow Cam to start training me in lightsaber combat. I used my grandfather's lightsaber and relished its cool, smooth weight in my hand. I could feel the antiquity in the weapon and almost feel Nija Halcyon's hands pressed there with mine. I think that sensation broke the final wall for me, allowing me to accept my position in the grand tradition of the Jedi. If I could feel my grandfather's essence in the weapon he had wielded, then I felt the weight of his responsibilities on me as well. We began with remote training. I had a nodding acquaintance with the little floating balls that could sting you with a quick needle of blazing energy. At the Corsac Academy, remotes played a part in blaster training. A blaster set on stun could knock a remote out, so trainees used them as targets. In my time at the academy, I became very good orienting on movement and nailing a remote with a blue bolt.
The object of the exercise here, Kieran, is not to kill the remote, but to defend yourself from its shots.
Cam let one of the small balls hover over his outstretched palm.
Use your lightsaber to block the sting shots. Once you can do this with one remote, we'll work with more. And once you can defend yourself against a handful, we will work on redirecting the bolts at various targets.
I gave Cam a smile. It's a goal. Cam released the remote and I ignited my lightsaber. The silvery blade splashed cold light over the interior of what had been the rebel hangar in the Great Temple. We chose to work inside instead of out because the temple's walls would stop the remote's bolts. While they wouldn't do more than wound my vanity, a stray shot could stun a Woolamander and probably kill a Stinteril. Since I was as much of a danger to myself with the lightsaber as anything else, doing everything possible to avoid collateral damage was a good idea. The remote hissed and puffed as it floated through the air. It spun, then spat out a quick ruby dart that lanced into my thigh. I cursed and hopped back, but the remote came in, pressing the attack. I set myself and willed away the pain, then worked on picking up the remote and its next blast. While the remote, being lifeless, did not have a direct connection to the Force, it existed within the universe bound together by the Force. I made myself disfocus my attention on it directly and instead gain an impression of where it fit within the immediate area. I opened myself to the Force, allowing it to seep in and extend my sensory perception. Then, there, I saw the remote moving through the Force, leaving little oscillations in it like a moth moving through smoke. By spotting the disturbances it created, I was able to pick it up and track it. Likewise, within it, the transference of energy created even smaller vibrations within the Force. I sensed the microtremors of energy gathering to fire a stinger. I pinpointed where that reservoir of energy existed and began to bring my lightsaber up and around. As the stinger diode spat scarlet fire, I swept my lightsaber in an arc that picked off the dart heading for my stomach. A nanosecond later I caught hints of another bolt, but missed blocking it. The dart pinned my left foot to the floor. I yelped, and Cam's laughter did not help ease the pain, and danced back. My retreat bumped me into a pillar I'd not expected to be there, rebounding me back toward the remote. It fired again, but the lunge I took at it got enough blade in front of me to deflect the bolt back off over my right shoulder. And right past Cam's right ear. He arched an eyebrow at me and hit a button on his remote controller, powering the unit down.
Did you manage that on purpose?
I dropped to one knee and rubbed my foot. I'd love to claim credit, but I'm not the Force genius that Kip is.
That's readily apparent.
Cam came over and plucked the remote from the air.
Think back for a second. You didn't know where the pillar was. Had you extended your senses enough to know where I was?
I frowned and tried to recall. Nope. I think my sensory range was about 2 meters, and you were outside it. So was the pillar until I jumped back.
And when you were hurt you probably pulled the sphere in even tighter.
He opened a panel on the remote and twisted a small dial.
I'm going to move it out to 4 meters. You need to be able to push your sphere out larger and larger, and track the things inside it. If you don't know where you are and what you're doing, you're in deep trouble.
Got it. Pilots refer to it as situational awareness. If you can't track your own people and the enemy in a vape brawl, you end up doing a burn-in on some world.
That's it exactly. My father used to refer to it as a sphere of responsibility. He used to tell me that as Jedi our sphere of responsibility was as big as the galaxy, and the best Jedi could understand and sort out whole star systems. I'd not actually felt that until the other night, in the grotto.
I nodded. I copy. As a pilot I tended to be pretty good in the situational awareness area, but using the Force is like trying to learn to see after having been blind for most of my life.
Not easy, but you can do it.
Cam slapped me on the shoulder.
And don't let Kip's progress bother you.
Bother me? I gave him an annoyed stare. Kip's progress doesn't bother me. It really has no effect on me.
Really?
Cam's eyes narrowed and sank back into shadows.
You're not a bit envious of the attention he is getting from Master Skywalker?
I hesitated for a moment and let the question roam around in my brain. I shook my head. I know I'm competitive, and I would have thought you'd be right, but I don't see Kip as someone I'm competing with. I've been second best before. That's a role I can accept. I make it my mission to make sure the front runner can't relax, but I'm more concerned with doing my best than I am with beating someone else's best. Cam's expression lightened considerably.
That shows a fair amount of maturity.
Kinda scary, isn't it?
Not in a Jedi Knight.
Cam tossed the remote into the air and it withdrew to a range of 4 meters.
Go again, Kieran Halcyon. Concentrate. Show me your best.
17. Of course, my best was nothing compared to Kip Duran's best. Kip's growth in the Force was nothing shy of incredible. In just over a week he surpassed anything the rest of us were doing by light years. Master Skywalker didn't know what to do with him, he was so good. Kip gave us hope that re-establishing the Jedi Order could be and would be done. I tried to get to know Kip, but he kept himself aloof and apart from me. He made other friends among us. Dorsk 81, the yellow-fleshed clone from Com, had been closer to Gantoris than most, and Kip's friendship filled a void in his life. They spent a fair amount of time together, heading off into the surrounding jungle as a survey team all by themselves. Kip had grown up in the spice mines of Kessel and was very strong in the Force. Growing up in prison made him hold himself very close, and he didn't take to prying into his life. My attempts to open him up just drove him away from me, so I backed off. I didn't want to do anything that would make getting to know him impossible later. And it wasn't as if I didn't have other things to do. Gantoris had been dead for over 2 weeks, and I was really no closer to finding out who or what had killed him than when the smoke was still curling up off his body. I still felt we had a sociopathic killer on Yavin 4, but no one had found any clues of someone lurking here. We had Gantoris' body, but his killer had vanished without a trace. The holocron was not much more help in solving the murder, but it did give us some planetary history to work from. Yavin 4, it turned out, had been the seat of power of a formidable Dark Lord of the Sith, a fallen Jedi known as Exar Kun. He had been seduced to the dark side when he studied the ways of the Sith and incorporated their magics into his manipulation of the Force. He had come to Yavin 4 and had enslaved the Massassi people. He used them to create all the temples on the world to help focus his power. Only when the Jedi of the Old Republic came after him in what became known as the Sith War was he defeated and his evil expunged from the galaxy for all time. Luke's admonition about the dark side when he saw Gantoris' body made me wonder if, somehow, Gantoris had managed to dig up, decipher and study some Sith artifacts or manuals. Somewhere he had learned to make a lightsaber. I didn't want to think one of the Emperor's Dark Jedi had managed to slip onto Yavin 4 and was tutoring students. Figuring that Gantoris had gotten himself in trouble was a more pleasant alternative theory. Unfortunately for my peace of mind, the idea of Gantoris' body being a taunt and a challenge fit all too well patterns I had seen before. My father had always told me to follow my gut. He'd really been encouraging my reliance in the Force, so I started with the assumption that an active intelligence had instructed Gantoris and then killed him. The problem with that assumption remained the same as it had always been. if such a person existed, Master Skywalker should have detected him. A droid doing the teaching would explain why we didn't detect him in the network of life on Yavin 4. A droid might even have the knowledge to teach Gantoris, but since it could not manipulate the Force, the lessons learned would be relatively useless. Off the other edge of the scale we had the possibility of someone so powerful in the Force that he could remain undetected even by a master. Gantoris, Dark Man, and the person in Master Luke's nightmare could fit that profile. Putting Exar Kun at the top of the list of suspects was easy. He'd certainly not have balked at roasting Gantoris alive, but he'd been dead for 4,000 years. Master Luke had alluded to the idea that he had seen and spoken with Obi-Wan Kenobi after the Jedi Master had been killed, but within a decade after his death, Obi-Wan had gone away forever. A Dark Lord of the Sith might have more staying power than that, but 4 millennia? In addition to working with Tyan to uncover more data about the Jedi, I got to spend more time with Cam learning how to use a lightsaber. We managed to expand my sphere of responsibility up to 16 meters for fine control, which meant I could pretty much own a city block. If I focused in one direction I was good up to 250 meters for fine control on picking off blaster bolts, or line of sight for sensing presence. In one experiment, I implanted a vision of dinner being served in Dorsk 81's mind, summoning him and Kip back from one of their hikes though they were still half a kilometer away. I tried to get into Kip's mind on that occasion, but I didn't know him well enough to break through. That confirmed one of my theories about who I could and could not influence. The better I knew someone, the more receptive they seemed to be to my projections. If they were hostile or unknown to me and/or the image was terribly complex, I had a lot of trouble making them see anything. After a particularly grueling day I ended up lounging around with the rest of the students in the early evening. We'd spent half the day listening to one of the auxiliary holocron gatekeepers spin stories of court intrigues in the Old Republic, intrigues that must have been fascinating when you knew who he was talking about. But the gatekeeper's stunning inability to characterize anyone meant that I lost track of what was going on almost immediately. After that another gatekeeper told the story of how Yoda had become a Jedi. That story was actually pretty good and undoubtedly saved my life because a minute more of the Old Republic stories and I'd have slipped into a coma. After that I went out on a 10-kilometer run just to convince myself I was, in fact, alive. The Academy personnel had all gathered in one of the larger seminar rooms on the second level to listen to Tyan's latest ballad. I knew she had drawn it from material we had researched together, but she promised it was not a Halcyon ballad, so I was willing to come listen. Actually, I'd have come listen even if she were singing about Old Republic court intrigues because when her voice filled a room, there was no question about it, you were very much alive. She accompanied herself on a unique instrument that had 2 resonating boxes mounted on a shaft. Strings ran over the boxes, allowing her to pluck or strum them. The arrangement almost made the instrument sound like 2 separate instruments, and her skill with it brought it close to being orchestral. Most of her ballads, like the new one, the Ballad of Nomi Sunrider, had a stately lyrical theme running beneath them. Occasionally Tyan would also break into a slightly more raucous tune that usually got me to hum along. Nomi Sunrider's ballad came from the era of Exar Kun and the Sith War. She was a woman whose husband had been slain, so she took his place in a Jedi training cadre. She went on to become an acclaimed Jedi who played a key role in the Sith War. Singing about her might have been considered sacrilege in the Great Temple of Yavin 4, but I didn't think anyone would protest the fact after 4,000 years. I was wrong. Halfway through the song, Kip got up from the floor, his face contorted with disgust.
I wish you wouldn't perpetuate that ridiculous story. Nomi Sunrider was a victim. She fought in the Sith War without ever knowing what the battles were about. She listened blindly to her Jedi masters, who were afraid because Exar Kun had discovered a way for the Jedi to expand their power.
Tyan set her instrument down, surprised and a little hurt. She asked Kip why he hadn't helped her reconstruct that legend if he had special information like that. Luke asked him where he'd learned what he'd just said, but that question had already answered itself in my gut, Exar Kun. I'd been there with Tyan as we listened to Bodo Bass talk about the Sith War. Kip's take on it was decidedly pro-Exarchuan and, as nearly as we had been able to discover, there were no minority opinions on the subject available from the holocron. I came out of my reverie as Kip's blazing gaze brushed past my own.
They wouldn't all have been slaughtered. The Jedi would never have fallen, and we wouldn't be here, taught by someone who doesn't know any more than we do.
Luke again asked Kip where he had learned his history. The young man hesitated for a moment, then mumbled something about having used the holocron. I shot Tyen a glance and she frowned. Between the lessons we'd all learned from it and the work she was doing with it, unless Kip was an insomniac, he really didn't have time to study it. Before I could call him on that lie, Master Skywalker's R2 unit rolled into the room and whistled at him. I caught a bit of the code for incoming and stretched out with my senses. Even before Luke announced to us that we had a visitor, I caught a sense of a powerful force presence descending toward the moon. By the time we left the Great Temple, a Z-95 headhunter was setting down on the landing grid. The pilot emerged wearing a silvery, form-fitting flight suit. She removed her helmet and shook out red-gold hair. Even in the twilight, I noticed the green of her eyes, lighter and more striking than mine. She looked quite beautiful, though the smile she gave Master Skywalker seemed to rest uncomfortably on her lips.
Mara Jade,
Luke greeted her. I missed her reply as the uneasiness I felt over Kip suddenly became compounded. Iella had told me about this Mara Jade. She had been groomed by the Emperor to be an agent who was adept in use of the Force. Her very existence had been unknown to all but a handful of Imperials, and she would have remained hidden save for her role in defeating Grand Admiral Thrawn. Details on that were all very sketchy, but I'd been left with the impression that she was very competent, very lethal, and not that positively disposed toward Jedi. Despite that, she pulled from a pouch at her side a Jedi cloak. Luke smiled as he turned and presented her to us.
This is Mara Jade. She has come here to learn the ways of the Jedi.
Everyone applauded her, even Kip, though he remained sullen. Luke apparently noticed that as easily as I did because he waved me over.
Kieran, will you please see to Mara's billeting? I have something to which I want to attend, if you don't mind, Mara.
She gave him a quick nod, then turned and regarded me up and down.
Have we met before?
I knew we had not, but I still found something disturbingly familiar about her. No, I don't think so.
Odd, I usually don't forget a face.
And I think I would remember you. I waved her toward the Great Temple. We have a variety of rooms ready. Master Skywalker's chambers are on the 3rd level. Likewise some of the students. Most visitors are housed on the 2nd level. I felt tendrils of the Force snake out from her and probe the fringes of my mind.
But that's not where you live.
I concentrated for a nanosecond and shut her out of my mind. No. I was attracted to the old pilot billets on the ground floor. Mara Jade smiled and I found it all too predatory for me.
Then I'll look there first for a place to stay. If you don't mind.
Mine is not to mind, but to obey the wishes of my master. She clapped her hands mockingly.
Oh, very good. Spoken like an obsequious imperial courtier.
I gave her a quick smile as we entered the Great Temple. Glad to make you feel at home. That remark brought her head up.
The Empire's dead.
But not all loyalties to it. She stopped in the middle of the hangar floor and I noticed her spacesuit had shifted to darker, flatter colors to blend in with the surroundings.
You said we'd not met, but you clearly have a problem with me. Shall we settle it now?
The narrowed stare she gave me was pure fire and won a smile from me. I was just about to rise to her challenge and let her have a catalogue of hideous things the Empire had done, beginning with the death of the Jedi Knights and working on up to Gantoris murder, when sense kicked back in. Here I was, standing in the middle of the place from which a desperate strike at the Empire had been launched. It had succeeded. I had been part of subsequent attacks against the Empire, attacks that brought it to its knees and took away its capital world, Coruscant. I had helped destroy the Empire that had been her home, and there was no reason why she shouldn't long for things from her past as much as I did. I drew in a deep breath, held it, then slowly exhaled it. Please, forgive my being rude. It is very easy, when things are not going as planned, to trace the fault back to the Empire. You are not the Empire. To accuse you of loyalties or sympathies is unfair and probably stupid. Not the first time I've been either, but I try not to do both with people I've just met. I extended my hand to her. I am Corran Horn. My true name almost caught in my throat, but offering it to her came as a sign of trust. Luke clearly trusted her and my gut told me I should do the same. Mara Jade shook my hand and looked me over again.
I've heard of you. I apologize for the probe. I knew you were familiar, but the name, Kieran, didn't fit. I didn't know why. Since I sensed no deception from Luke, Master Skywalker, I wondered if he knew you were here under a lie.
He suggested it. I smiled. In many ways I think he thinks of me as Kieran Halcyon. Seems Kieran Halcyon was an ancestor of mine and a Jedi of some note in the Corellian system.
I see.
The smile on her face slowly died and I sensed her closing toward me. I didn't know why and was fairly certain I could have tried to probe her for eons without getting so much as a sign of life from her. Part of me wanted to once again become very suspicious, but I kept that side of myself at bay. I had decided to trust her, so I trusted her. That might have seemed stupid, but it felt very right. Master Skywalker felt I should attend the academy under this alias so I wouldn't distract the students.
And there were other reasons you didn't want to attract attention?
Why would you ask that?
Your father-in-law is Booster Turek.
Mara Jade let the barest shadow of a smile tug at the corners of her mouth.
That's reason enough for anyone to go into hiding. I don't seem to recall having heard anything of Mirax for 6 weeks or so. You've been here, what, a month?
And you wonder if I murdered her and have come here to hide?
No.
Mara's words came cold and solemn.
I wondered if someone else murdered her and you're here learning how to find them.
Her hitting so close to the mark sent a jolt through me. How is it that you know how long ago anyone heard about my wife? She shrugged easily as we passed into the back corridor leading to the old pilot's quarters.
She's very good at what she does, you know. As a smuggler, she's easily in the 95th percentile in finding exotic goods and finding buyers for them. Talon Card still talks about the Sith Landvarok she enabled him to unload. When someone like her drops out for more than a couple of weeks, either they're up to something big, or they're dead.
I flicked on the glow lamps in a small room. This room belonged to a female rebel pilot. She died before the Death Star battle. Mara took a quick look around the room, then nodded.
It'll suit me. So, what happened to Mirax?
She's alive, but that's all I know. I leaned against the door jamb. Master Skywalker and Wedge think she was kidnapped for reasons unknown. They think someone has her in hibernation. She's out there, somewhere, waiting. The fire-haired woman folded her arms across her chest.
And you're here learning what you can so you can find her.
Find her and save her. Mara nodded.
Lucky woman.
I hope so. I let my voice descend into a growl. If she's not, if I arrive too late, her captors are going to find all the luck in the galaxy won't do them any good. 18. I think Master Skywalker planned on or hoped for something a bit festive in the way of a meal for our guest. This meant I got tagged with kitchen duty. While I didn't really have any formal training in the culinary arts, and the holocron had not revealed any Jedi power oriented toward making food taste good, I had been raised on Corellia and had seen a fair amount of the galaxy. Luke reasoned that I knew more about interesting food than a Bespin hermit or Dorsk 81, especially because the clone's digestive system was so specialized he could only eat processed food wafers. Ugh. Luckily for me, I'd learned all I needed to know about cooking from the chef on Sial Tinta's private yacht. During a party with which I had become bored I met Chid. Like all great artists, he asserted he only needed one name, and we chatted about the self-important guests on the cruise. We also drank, and after a lot of chatting and even more drinking, Chid confided in me the keys of great culinary success. First, make portions small. If they want more, they think it was good. 2. Give the dish an exotic name and make it sound like there are secret spices in there. Snobs will spend much time trying to see if their palate is sophisticated enough to detect 1 part per million of Ithorian saffron, and they won't dare pass judgment on the food for fear someone will think them a boor. 3. Serve things that are supposed to be cooked raw, and serve hot things cold. Makes them think it's special. 4. Most important, tell them you created it special for them. Only a Gamorrean would protest such an honor. The Academy's supplies weren't really long on spices. Calling them survival rations would actually be stretching a point, but mashing up ration bars, mixing them with fruit compotes and baking them into long slender loaves that I sliced on a bias made for an interesting bread-like food. Dried meat became something of a stew with enough boiling, and tossing the dried veggies into the meat broth allowed them to soak up some flavor. And since we'd all gotten to realizing that the grain gruel the New Republic sent probably wouldn't kill us, I concentrated on spicing it, and garnished a big plate of it with a couple blue leaf sprigs that made the yellowish mound of grain look special for the occasion. I also included the obligatory salad of local greens, but only because Master Skywalker seemed to enjoy it. I just finished serving everything and was returning from the kitchen after shutting down the stove, when Kip stormed out of the dining room and clipped me with a shoulder. "Hey, Kip, what's the problem?" The younger man said nothing and continued to stalk down the corridor. I ran after him and caught up with him after a couple of steps. I dropped my left hand on his left shoulder. "Kip, answer me." Kip whirled beneath my hand, his dark eyes blazing. I felt something solid hit my chest, but I'd already begun to move to my right. The force blow he aimed at me glanced off the left side of my chest, yet was strong enough to bounce me off the corridor wall. I caught myself against the rough stones, but not before I'd slid halfway to the floor. "You are not my master." Kip shifted from pointing at me to pointing back toward the dining room. "He is not my master. What good is it being a Jedi if we do not act? What good is it if we are Jedi that don't act responsibly?" I hauled myself upright. "Remember, Kip, no good Jedi kicked Exar Kuan's butt." Kip struck at me again through the force, but I expected it this time. I relaxed and let the force energy flow over and through me. I absorbed enough of it to let me create a shield that split the attack. The fact that I didn't end up being ground back against the wall surprised him. "You're good, Kip, but you're not great." I held my hands up in a non-threatening gesture. "You're involved with someone who lost a long time ago. Don't compound his error." "And who will stop me?" I hesitated because Kip's words seemed to echo within themselves. It took me a second or two to figure out that the echo wasn't a purely auditory phenomenon. I was hearing Kip's voice through my ears, but the undertones were coming to me through the force. We were not alone, which meant Kip's mentor had come to aid his apprentice. "I will, if you make it necessary." An ancient sneer of contempt twisted Kip's features. "Puny Jedi, you are of no concern to me." Even though I braced myself for another attack, it did no good. Kip's previous force blows were like light breezes compared with a full-out gale. I slammed back into the wall with a teeth-rattling impact. As my body absorbed force energy and fed it back out, the shield I'd created grew in size. More importantly, my surprise and survival instinct opened me up to the force and allowed it to flow into the shield. Even so, Kip's attack jammed the shield back against the wall and I watched stone crumble beneath its rim. The safe area I had began to shrink, and my chest became tight as it compressed my ribs. I looked Kip straight in the eyes and tried to shoot into his brain the image of the mask of hate he wore, but the world around me went black before I could tell if I'd had any success at all. I awakened probably less than a minute after that, judging by how much of the grain gruel had been consumed in my absence. I hung in the doorway to the dining room, my ribs a bit sore. Stream got up from his place and helped me to a chair while Tyan poured me a glass of water. I drank it, wishing it was full of Corellian whiskey. Luke's blue eyes became slits. "What happened to you?" Kip didn't like the menu. I winced as a twinge ran through my ribs. We had a discussion in the hallway. You didn't feel anything? Heads all around the table shook and I felt cold dread begin to congeal in my stomach. If Exar Kun could mask the attack on me in such a way that Luke could not feel it barely 15 meters away, then he could have slain Gantoris and could still wreak more havoc here with impunity. We were up against something more powerful than I'd ever cared to imagine existing. I stood. Master Skywalker, I would have a word with you, alone. The other apprentices started to get up, but Luke waved them back down into their seats.
We will be but a moment. The kitchen?
I nodded and followed him. Once alone in the kitchen, Luke turned on me.
You should not have attempted to interfere with Kip.
I blinked with surprise. I wasn't trying to interfere. He was upset. I just asked what was happening.
But you did something to provoke an attack, didn't you?
I rubbed a hand along my jaw and leaned back against the conservator. It's an old interrogation technique. I drew a conclusion from what I saw earlier this evening and tried it out. I told him Exar Kun had gotten his butt kicked by the Jedi, and that Kun was wrong. I got a reaction, a very strong one.
Kip is strong in the Force.
Luke folded his arms over his chest.
He has a certain sympathy for Exar Kun. The reaction was not to be unexpected.
I could buy into that, but I felt another presence. Not strongly, but it was there and it helped Kip's next attack pack a wallop.
And you think that was Exar Kun?
I thought for a moment before answering. Either it is Exar Kun or someone calling himself Exar Kun because Kip reacted to that name. Could be it's someone just trying to wrap himself up in Kun's legend, just the way he presented himself to you as your father. Regardless, he's powerful. Kind of what I would expect from a Dark Lord of the Sith. Luke shook his head.
You're making a mistake jumping to the conclusion that we're dealing with Exar Kun. We don't know what happened to him in the end.
Look, I've been with Tyan as she's pulled as much information as we can from the holocron about Kun. He was running the culture here and a massive Jedi strike wiped it out. Certain conclusions seem logical from there. I shrugged. I think planning for the worst-case scenario can't hurt.
There might be gatekeepers in the holocron that have data about Exar Kun that neither you nor Tyan can access. I will have to conduct my own investigation in that area.
I caught a note of hesitancy in his voice. You're not thinking that just because you were able to redeem the last Dark Lord of the Sith that Exar Kun might have had a change of heart, are you? Luke's face became impassive.
That can't be ruled out.
Wait a minute, you can't be serious. I watched him carefully. Look, if Exar Kun was never redeemed, if no other Dark Lord of the Sith ever saw the error of his ways and came back to the light side, that means nothing concerning your father. You're letting yourself think that if you'd been good enough, if you'd done everything right, your father would have survived. You're thinking that you didn't work hard enough to redeem him because, if you had, he'd still be here. And you're thinking that if another Dark Lord had been redeemed, then you could compare what you did to what happened to him and learn if you really did do all you could do.
No, no way.
Luke shook his head adamantly.
You have it all wrong.
Could be, Master Skywalker, but... I swallowed hard. Look, I know exactly how this game is played because I did the same thing when my father died. Neither one of us can be certain that we did all we could to save them, but all the second-guessing in the galaxy won't give us a second chance at saving them. The only thing we can do is accept responsibility and live with the consequences. Luke's expression remained impassive, but even that told a story. Just for a moment I got to see him as the human being he was. Raised by relatives on Tatooine, always wondering about his parents, never learning how to properly deal with a mother or father. He had to constantly wonder why his life wasn't normal, not realizing that everyone asks themselves that question. And then, when he discovered who his father was, it turned out that his father was the trusted henchman of the galaxy's most hated individual. His father had not only killed people, but he had been the betrayer of the most noble tradition in the galaxy. He determined he would save his father and did, just in time to lose him forever. I walked over and rested my hands on his shoulders. You did all you could do. You know that. Here, with this academy, you are helping erase the legacy your father left behind. What you are doing is good and vital, but you can't let your need for reassurance blind you to what's going on here, right now. Kip is out of control and under the influence of someone that is steeped in the dark side. You have to talk to him and straighten him out. I felt a wave of peace flow down over Luke.
You've now reasoned your way to a conclusion I made before your confrontation with him. Kip is still in a state of turmoil. I think he would see intervention right now as a confrontation, don't you?
I nodded. Let him sort his head out himself. He's a smart kid, it could definitely work. If I can be of any help.
Just don't provoke him.
I shook my head. I'm sorry for interfering, Master Skywalker. I'll gladly leave him alone. With his ally he's out of my weight class anyway. I smiled carefully. I don't pick fights where I know I'll get pounded. Luke returned my smile.
Unless there is a good reason.
Right, and I can't think of one that will be good enough to deal with Kip anytime soon. In retrospect, there were billions of reasons to confront Kip and risk getting my head handed to me. Luke was the Jedi Master and he asked me to step away, so I did because I agreed with his plans. Even now I wish I'd tried to do something, but all the scenarios I worked out in my head turned out just as bloody as the real thing did. Short of murdering Kip, I could have changed nothing. And by murdering him, I would have irrevocably changed myself for the worst. I returned to a meal that we completed in relative silence. What comments were offered were light, often of pleasant remembrances of childhood days. I noticed that Master Skywalker and Mara Jade remained quiet during those exchanges, as did Brachus and I. The food itself was actually pretty good, though no one seemed to notice. And no matter how small the portions, no one seemed to finish what they had taken. After cleaning up I retreated to my room, and heard Mara eventually go to hers. I was having trouble getting to sleep and almost strolled over to talk with her, but the way she'd politely shut me out earlier gave me a clue that I would just be courting rejection. I clearly didn't need that, so I remained in my room, mentally reviewing and rehearsing the various moves I'd learned in using the lightsaber. At some point the shrill bleating of an R2 unit penetrated my meditations. It took me a second to realize it wasn't Whistler. I grabbed my lightsaber and went running out of the Great Temple, trailing two silhouettes that had to be Master Skywalker and Mara Jade. As I came out into the cool night air, I saw Mara Jade's Z-95 headhunter streaking away into the starry sky.
He stole my ship.
Anger poured off Mara Jade in waves.
We've got to go after him.
Luke shook his head.
We cannot. What do you mean?
I cleared my voice. We don't have any ships here. Mara's jaw dropped.
No ships. No X-Wings. You two without X-Wings? This is a school for Jedi, not pilots.
Luke's face closed up as the other apprentices began to filter out of the Great Temple.
Kip is gone. I don't know if he will be back or not. I hope so. Me, too.
Mara slowly ground a fist in the palm of her opposite hand.
Steal my ship, will he?
Luke fixed her with a hard stare.
Mara, please, calm yourself. You're not helping the situation. I've got to deal with my apprentices and explain this to them. After I see to them.
The anger pulsating out from Mara lessened, but I had the feeling she just shielded its output.
Go, Luke. I understand.
Master Skywalker walked back toward the Great Temple and never gave me a glance. I watched him go, but felt no inclination to follow. I didn't know what he was going to tell everyone else, but I was fairly certain I already knew more than he would share with them. Being there and questioning his motives and thinking would have been as disruptive as Mara's anger, so I remained behind. She glared at me.
You can go, too.
I shook my head. Kind of a chilly night. Basking in the heat of your anger seems like a good choice.
And if I don't want you here?
Easy now, Mara. Your ship was stolen, that's all. I kept a light tone in my voice. It's not like the sun went supernova.
It might as well have.
I frowned. Am I missing something? That was just a Z-95 headhunter, right?
Right. It was nothing.
She scowled and then let it melt with a sigh.
It was everything.
I'm not tracking.
Of course not, you've never had to track.
Mara graced me with a disgusted look.
You were incredibly lucky, you know that? Your family was part of Corsac, so your life was all mapped out for you. You went as far as you could there, then joined Rogue Squadron and strung victories together there. And then you find out that you're really from a Jedi family and you end up here training to be what you've been destined to be since birth. It must have all just come very easy to you.
It wasn't very easy at all.
But at least you had a course plotted out for you. You had family supporting you in your decisions.
She shook her head.
In a galaxy coming apart at the fusion joints, you were able to cruise along smoothly. You're even here, studying to become a Jedi while your wife has been taken away from you. You're so sure that what you're doing is right that you can set aside the anxiety and concentrate here, and you can do that because this is just one more trial in the life of a hero.
I started to protest what she was saying, but faint echoes of it rang true. They meant little to me, however, because of the chill cutting at my spine as I reversed her words and applied them to what little I knew about her. You thought you were on the same sort of hero path, doing what you had to do to make a difference in the Empire. Then, bang, it's all gone. Everything you worked for and with vanishes, cutting you off, leaving you adrift.
You've made your point.
Sorry. I glanced away from her and off toward the jungle. You're smart enough and skilled enough to take care of yourself, but you've no longer got the benchmarks you used to use to measure your performance.
Right, and everything has been swapped black for white in the galaxy.
She turned to look off in the same direction as me, but jerked a thumb back toward the great temple.
I came here for instruction and to learn where I fit into the new order of things.
And the ship was your escape valve. If you didn't like things, you could take off. I felt a hint of resentment from her.
I'm not one to quit a project I start.
Didn't say you were. It's just you might find that what you get here isn't actually what you want or need. I turned to face her. You're not wholly wrong about my life, but you're not right about it either. When my parents died, I was left without knowing how to calibrate my moral compass. I found others who stepped in and helped me, but the search for that sort of support is one that goes on forever. You'll continue to do it. I'll continue to do it. Even Master Skywalker will do it.
Is that so?
It is. I found my hands had knotted into fists, so I willfully opened them. You and I are lucky in that we've got someone like Master Skywalker around to help us figure out where we are and where we're going. Her voice hardened.
But you don't think he's handling this Kip Duran thing correctly?
He's not doing it the way I would, but that doesn't mean I think Luke's heart isn't in the right place. It is. He knows where he wants to go and where he wants to take the Jedi. I'm just not sure he's navigating as smooth a course as he would like for the journey. Her head nodded, but she said nothing for a bit. I remained quiet, listening to the hunting cries of stinterels split the night. For all the turmoil of the earlier evening, once Kip had left, things seemed to settle down. I let the evening's growing peace slowly seep into me.
I don't like losing my freedom like this.
I understand, but it really isn't a critical loss. New supply ship is due in a week, and it took Kip at least that long to get as good as he is. I gave her a quick smile. Allow yourself the chance to see if what Master Skywalker offers really is what you need.
It's as good a plan as any.
Considering there's no alternative. Mara Jade let a little laugh slip out.
You're destroying this image I had of you as a dumb fighter jock.
Serves you right. You've been listening to things Booster Turek has to say about me.
True enough.
She turned and started walking back to the Grand Temple.
I understand you get up early and run in the morning.
With the dawn.
Mind company?
You'd go running with me? I trotted over and fell into step with her. I generally take a pretty nasty course.
You said it, I'll run it.
Good enough, I smiled. Welcome to the Jedi Academy, Mara Jade. I hope you'll enjoy your stay. 19. Enjoy her stay she did, at least as measured by the purely pleasurable expressions she wore when showing me up on our runs, or holding off one more remote than I possibly could at lightsaber practice. She might have been little accustomed to smiling, but she had a triumphant smirk down perfectly, and I got to study it enough to be able to etch it into stone from memory. This fact was made all that more damning because we actually saw very little of each other. In the mornings we would run together, then Luke would concentrate on working with Mara much as he had with Kip. That left Cam instructing the rest of us. After lunch we would listen to more Jedi lore from the holocron, then Mara and I would practice with the lightsaber. While I was not her equal with the shimmering blade, we would have been closely enough matched to seriously hurt each other, so Cam just pitted us against remotes. Kip's disappearance left the apprentices a bit uneasy. The arrival of a new apprentice, the Mon Calamari ambassador, Silgal, both brought relief from the dismal mood that had fallen over the students and linked us back to the rest of the galaxy. She told of Admiral Dalla's assault on Mon Calamari and the loss of one of her star destroyers, which was good news. The fact that pro-Imperial forces still existed out there also reinforced our resolve to become Jedi Knights, since the need for our presence was very clear. Early one afternoon I sat in the common room, listening to Tyan practice her ballads and Mara Jade interrogating Silgal for details about the Imperial assault on Mon Calamari, when Artur rolled over and tugged on the shoulder of my robe with his pincer. He tootled briefly at me, then spun around and headed back out of the room. I followed him and, not surprisingly, he led me to Luke's chambers. Inside the door I caught the acrid scent of melted electronics. A blackened puddle of melted plasteel on the room's table was the source of the stink. It still smoked and some of it appeared to still be liquid. I looked over toward where Luke sat on his bunk, his brows knotted with concentration. What happened? Luke glanced at the little droid.
R2, close the door.
He waited until the droid had complied with his wishes before continuing.
You remember I said I'd check the holocron for more information on Exar Kuan?
I do.
There was. Vodosiask Bass was modeled on the Jedi that trained Exar Kuan. I used him as a vector for my inquiries about what happened to Kuan.
Luke fell silent for a moment.
Bass went to Coruscant to speak to his disciple, to get him to return to the way of the Jedi. Kuan killed him in the Senate chamber.
I drew in a deep breath through my nose. That's not good news.
No, it isn't. When I asked what happened then,
he pointed mutely at the melted device.
In the resulting fire and bright light I thought I saw the shadow of the dark man and heard his laughter.
I stared at the black mess again and felt my mouth go dry. That is the holocron?
I think is the correct verb tense.
I ran a hand back through my hair. I think my brain hurts. And the shadow you saw, could it have been a trick of the light? The Jedi Master shrugged uneasily.
Could have been.
I passed my hand above the melted holocron and caught some residual heat. Is Exar Kuan our guy? Luke shook his head.
I don't know. 4,000 years is a long time. I'd rather think someone being trained by the Empire, someone being used like Mara, discovered Exar Kuan's studies and has fashioned himself into a new Dark Lord of the Sith.
Don't have to go far for a candidate. My nostrils flared. I think Kip will do.
Don't think that's not crossed my mind. He was so powerful and eager, but that just fed his impatience.
Luke looked up at me.
You said the other day I was afraid I'd failed my father. Maybe that's true. I know I've failed Kip.
No, Kip failed you. I leaned back on the table. Kip agreed to undergo serious training, but didn't know what he was getting into. He'd been a mind slave all his life. You showed him how powerful he was. He was learning how to make his own decisions and suddenly, grand new vistas opened up for him. It's all but impossible for people like me or Cam or Mara to deal with such power, but Kip? Luke's expression darkened.
You're not making things better here.
I'm sorry. You're the Jedi Master and you know what you're doing, but I think you need to refocus on those students still here. I sighed loudly. Kip may be gone forever, or he may come back. We don't know. What we do know is that your original mission, the reason you created the Academy, is still valid. The Jedi Knights need to return to the galaxy and you're the only hope to make that happen. The Jedi Master remained silent for a moment, then nodded just once.
The Order is what we need. That has to be my focus.
Agreed. I gave him a hopeful look. I also think we need to decide what we're going to do about Exar Kun.
Right.
Luke hunched forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His cloak slid down around his shoulders and flanks, making him look smaller than I'd ever seen him before.
Evidence we've got points to Exar Kun or a disciple of his pretending to be. I've searched this temple and have found tiny traces of evil. Not enough for Exar Kun.
I toyed with my goatee for a moment. I thought I heard someone, Bodo Bass, perhaps, say the temples here had all been raised as a focus for Exar Kun's power. Maybe this temple isn't the focus of it, but just linked to it. If the link was forged of Sith magic, Exar Kun might be able to block backtracing. Another of the temples here, then, would be the center point of his power. Luke nodded, then sat back.
Good idea. That temple could also be where Gantoris and Kip obtained instruction. If we only knew where it was.
I smiled. I think we can find out.
How?
Survey logs. Everyone has been out surveying the local sites.
Yes, but that was after Gantoris died.
Luke's eyes narrowed.
And Kip would have falsified his logs to hide where he had been.
True, but he was out all the time with Dorsk 81, who wouldn't have any reason to falsify his survey reports. I smiled slowly. If you ask for everyone to turn in their survey logs and tell them you will be conducting an exercise about observation, I can go over them and sort out the likely spots our Kun clone is hiding out.
Okay, we'll do that.
Luke stood and came over to stare at the ruined holocron.
By destroying the holocron, our enemy may have done more to hurt us than he knows.
In his fondest dreams. I gave him an easy grin. What we've learned of Jedi history is good. We're certain we're heirs to that tradition. Now you need to use what you know to transform us into the people who will further that legend. Feeling Mara Jade's back pressed against mine, I had to smile. Cam isn't making this easy, is he? Her blue lightsaber hummed then spat as it batted away a remote's fiery dart.
Easy isn't for Jedi, is it?
Nope. I extended my senses as far as I could, taking in most of the darkened hangar space. Cam had closed the door and turned off all the lights, leaving our lightsabers to provide the only illumination. 8 remotes floated out through the darkness, dancing through a complex weave of paths that allowed one to eclipse another. If we did not concentrate enough to project our senses into the hollows behind the remotes or the pillars, we left ourselves pitifully vulnerable. Cam had also turned the exercise into one of teamwork because half the remotes were meant for me to deal with and half for Mara, yet they could target either one of us. For every dart from one of ours that would hit home, we lost a point, points we earned by blocking shots. I was actually less worried about losing in score to Mara than having her at my back with a lightsaber when my remotes peppered her rump with stingers I should have blocked. Out there, in the darkness, I felt a shift of energy. With my lightsaber on my right, I swept it out parallel to the floor, picking off a low shot coming in at my right knee. At my midline I snapped the blade vertical, then waggled it right and left, intercepting 2 more bolts sizzling through the dark. Then, releasing with my right hand, I dropped to my left knee and slashed out, deflecting a dart coming in from my flank. I cranked my left wrist around, relishing the lightsaber's tenor hum and getting my right hand back on the hilt. While I'd learned enough to be fairly good with the blade in one hand, my left was still my off hand and didn't possess all the fine control I wanted. The blade itself could be wielded effortlessly, but that made it deceptively dangerous. Twirling it in my hands would have been as easy as twirling a stylus through my fingers, but dropping the lightsaber, or having it wobble in the direction of face or knee, would have hurt. A lot. I felt a shot coming in from directly above me. My initial reaction was to raise the blade and stab it back behind my head, but Mara was standing there. Given no choice, I leaped up as high as I could and thrust the lightsaber above my head. The silvery blade took the dart on the point, infusing my blade with a red sheen for a moment. I laughed triumphantly, then saw Mara's cerulean blade whirl through a complete circle, passing beneath me, as it picked off 3 darts vectoring in at odd angles. I landed and crouched again, then pivoted left and blocked another shot a second before Mara's blade came around and struck mine. Light flared where our blades intersected, then I threw myself backward and rolled off to the right, letting the strength of her cut provide the energy for my roll. Coming around and up, I one-handed the blade with my right hand, flicking 2 more remote darts off into the darkness, then I took one straight in the stomach. I shunted the pain away immediately and stepped back. I saw Mara spin away from a trio of darts, one of which hit her in her right shoulder. Her blade moved a fraction too slow after that, allowing 2 more to lance through her right hip. Her spin, which had started voluntarily, continued without her consent, dropping her to the hangar floor. Her blade came up and warded off another shot, then a dart hit her in the small of the back, collapsing her legs as she tried to get back up. I saw her lying there on her belly, her legs tangled, her hair a veil that picked up argent highlights from my lightsaber. At the same time I felt 3 remotes moving around, closing in for the kill. 2 were coming in toward her feet and 1 near her head. Her lightsaber had winked out and lay there, next to her left hand, now useless in her defense. I was left one choice that was no real choice at all. I dove toward her, slicing my lightsaber through the air near her legs with my right hand. The argent blade blocked the 2 darts meant to further cripple her. I couldn't help letting a smile get started when that happened because I knew it would not last long. 2 centimeters in front of her face, my left hand snatched the 3rd bolt from the air. Searing pain shot up my arm, but I pulled the energy into me and turned it around to help calm furious nerves. My smile continued to grow as that transformation took place and my spirit soared because of my success. Unfortunately, a soaring spirit does little for a falling body. I hit the floor rather hard, landing solidly on my chest. I bounced back up a bit, with my toes hitting just before my knees. I tried to twist around and land on my left hip so I could keep my blade in the air and active. But all I really managed to do was start myself rolling, which resulted in my wrapping myself around a pillar. My lightsaber whirled out of my grasp and spun to a stop about 10 meters away. Its silvery glow illuminated the remotes closing in on me. I sighed. I have a bad feeling about this. The remotes did not shoot. I rolled over and flopped on my back. In the distance, between my upraised knees, I could see Mara Jade on her side, dragging herself along in my direction. Sweat had pasted strands of her hair to her face and gave her skin an icy blue gleam in her reignited lightsaber's backlight. The flesh around her eyes tightened as she moved her legs, but she gave no other indication that she felt any discomfort. Cam's voice echoed through the chamber.
That's enough for now. You did pretty well.
I laughed. If that's true, why do I feel so bad?
It's because, Kieran, you didn't do well enough.
Thanks for the clarification, Cam. I dropped my knees and laid my head back down on the cold stone floor. I ran a hand through my goatee, brushing away the sweat that had collected in it, then felt the sting of sweat leaking into my eyes. I let my head loll to the left and smiled as Mara inched her way into view. Hurt much?
A Jedi doesn't know pain.
Right. Me, too. I looked over at where my lightsaber still lay. I extended a hand in that direction and tried to call the blade to me, but all I got was a little twitching of the hilt. These are the times I could really use better telekinesis skills.
You're just being lazy. Just walk over and get it.
Okay. In a minute. Mara laughed lightly, then sighed.
Thanks for the save.
No problem. You'd do the same for me. Her voice drained of all lighter tones.
Would I?
I had to think for a second. You would. The universe you knew growing up may have changed, but your core values of duty and loyalty haven't. Not that I think you'd ever feel yourself that beholden to someone else, but you'd extend that sort of courtesy to someone you see as a friend, right? Silence answered me. I rolled myself up on my left flank and rested my head on my left hand. We are friends, right? Her eyes narrowed, then her lightsaber went out again, sinking her into shadow.
I don't know if I really know what it means to have a friend in the same sense you think of it. I do think I trust you.
I'll take that.
Is that why you sacrificed your hand to protect my face, because you think of me as a friend?
In part, yes. A very big part. I nibbled my lower lip for a moment, then continued. I also did it because I knew I could and, therefore, it was my duty to do so. Even back when I entered Corsac, I knew there were things that I'd be called upon to do, dangerous things, that I would do because others could not. My role in society was to take action and responsibility for those who could not. I think, deep down, that's the essence of being a Jedi. A Jedi places himself where he can defend the greatest number of people from the greatest evil.
Even if it costs him his life?
I exhaled slowly. You never want to think about that, but it's part of the job. I remember a couple of times in my life, with Rogue Squadron and before, when I knew it was my duty to get a job done. I felt pretty certain I would die in those attempts and nearly did on Talicia. Fact was, though, that I had friends who would die if I didn't do anything, and somehow my life didn't seem to matter all that much in the equation. Mara snorted.
The Emperor would have considered you a sentimental fool who deserved to die.
I'll remember that next time I dance on his grave. I levered myself up into a sitting position and crossed my legs beneath me. There are just times the sacrifice feels right. It did then, it did today. Just a judgment you'll have to make for yourself when the time comes, I guess.
Not an easy decision to make.
Nope. I stood and offered her a hand. She took it and I steadied her as she got back onto her feet. But then, as you said, easy isn't for a Jedi, is it? 20. Master Skywalker tossed his cloak to Cam and brought the hilt of his lightsaber to hand.
Thank you, Cam. If you would see to the others for a while.
As you wish, Master Skywalker.
The Jedi Master looked up at me as I slipped my lightsaber into my right hand.
We don't have to do this, Kieran.
I gave him a wry grin. I think we do, Master. And I think you have a question you want to ask. Luke nodded slowly.
Is our duel a prelude to your leaving, too?
The pure pain in his voice sank into me and pinned my heart against my spine. Luke was watching his dream of the Jedi Academy collapse around him. Gantoris had been roasted alive with his own hatred and anger. Kip, his most promising student, had fallen under the sway of an ancient evil and had vanished. Mara Jade, one of the Emperor's trusted practitioners of the Force, had come to the Academy for instruction. But inside a week had chosen to leave again, and even that morning had been whisked away by Han Solo and Lando Calrissian aboard the Millennium Falcon. For having been open for only a little more than a month, the failure rate for promising students was staggering. I could have taken Luke's question as a confirmation of my abilities, but I felt it really marked how battered he felt at the moment. I could understand that because I was feeling a little betrayed by Mara's departure as well. I saw her that morning when I'd arrived to get her for our run. Ready to go?
Yeah,
She replied.
but not running.
She stood in her room in the color-shifting flight suit in which she had arrived. Her bed had been made up and the Jedi robe she'd worn had been folded neatly and placed at the foot of the bed beside her heavy satchel.
Thought another candidate might find a use for the robe.
I leaned against the door jamb, using my body to bar the way out. I thought you told me you weren't a quitter. A little fire blazed in her eyes, but she brought it under control with an ease that surprised me.
I'm not. I've learned a lot here, but what I needed to learn isn't exactly what you need, or what others here need to learn.
Want to run that by me again, with the help files enabled this time? She relaxed just ever so slightly, shifting her weight to her back foot.
When the Empire trained me, I learned a lot of the things all of you are learning. I practiced them and perfected them. You and I have trained together with lightsabers. Do you think I picked all that up in an afternoon or two of quick study?
I shrugged. Well, with Cam and me as examples, it's possible.
Cute, Corran, but you know it's not true.
Okay, score 1 for Mara Jade. The flesh around her eyes tightened.
My Imperial training directed me toward using dark side techniques for tapping the Force. I let emotions fuel what I did. I came here thinking Luke would show me new things I could do, new abilities to learn, but what he did instead was show me how to employ the light side. I'm still doing the same things, but I have a new fuel source.
One that runs a bit leaner, isn't as easily accessible.
Right, but one that won't burn the engine out.
She graced me with an open, green-eyed gaze that surprised me with its vulnerability.
The other day, when you were talking about the willingness to sacrifice yourself for others, you mentioned friends and those who could not take responsibility for themselves. I started thinking about the Smugglers' Alliance. I've got a lot of things to think about.
I nodded slowly. And your little sojourn here was prompted, in part, by being uncomfortable with that responsibility.
And here I thought all Corsac agents were not that bright.
We have our moments.
Up to now I've been responsible for myself. I've been able to make decisions, but I've been comfortable with them on a tactical level. With Card putting me in charge of the Alliance, I need to think more strategically. He's counting on me to do the right thing. More pressure. I can handle it, I refuse to fail him, but...
But you aren't sure you're comfortable doing it. I smiled. I understand. This is why I am content to be a pilot in Rogue Squadron, not someone leading my own group of fighter pilots. I don't want to get so spread out that I can't make a difference when I need to. Mara's gaze sharpened.
I bet the smugglers working your sector of the Corellian system didn't like you at all.
Can't understand why. Should I have had my sting operations catered or something? I shook my head. They traded in rare commodities and I traded them the rarest of all for their wares, time.
Yeah, on Kessel. Time goes a long way there.
And I didn't even charge extra for it. I straightened up and offered her my hand. I'm sorry to see you go. I thought between us we could really kick some life into this place and help Luke move the students on to the next level of development. I hesitate to say it, but it's been fun working with you. Mara gave me one of her carefully hoarded smiles.
For something that started off with our arguing and my ship getting stolen, the experience hasn't been as bad as I would have thought. Thanks for your help. If there is anything I can do for you.
Actually there is. I gave her a weak smile. With your contacts in the smuggling community, maybe you will hear something about Mirax. I'd appreciate hearing anything. I'd owe you.
How about a swap?
She hitched for a second, then glanced down at the floor.
Watch out for Luke for me, will you?
Sure, gladly. I frowned. Anything specific? I know he won't like your leaving.
That, certainly.
Her voice shrank a bit.
His involvement with the dark side. I know it functions as a spur to drive him on to teach his students, but I don't think he knows how much he was hurt by it. The experience had to be unbelievably traumatic and he's still healing. I don't fear a relapse, but maybe, I don't know.
He might try to do too much, too fast.
That would be like him.
I nodded and wanted to kick myself for not having seen it sooner. For Luke, for anyone, the journey to the dark side and back would have been like being shot multiple times at point-blank range. Bacta therapy might heal the physical wounds, but the memories and nightmares resulting would take time to work out. While the Jedi calming techniques might get rid of the resulting anxiety, they just treated the symptoms without curing the underlying problems. Only time could heal them, time and the love and support of friends. I'll watch him for you. Take care of yourself, okay?
Will do.
And if any of your smuggler pals manage to have some spare food, good food they need to offload somewhere, you know where we could use it. Mara shouldered her satchel and slipped past me.
You've got it, Corsac. See you a couple parsecs down the line.
After Luke saw her off, he took us listlessly through the morning's exercises. He clearly was trying to do his best with us, but his heart wasn't in it. I recognized in him the same sort of behavior Iella had reported in me after my father's death. He was thinking too hard about what had happened and allowing himself to dwell in the past while the rest of the universe was sliding on into the future. In my case, Iella and Gil Batra had taken me to one of the seediest cantinas on Treasure Ship Row. The place called the Fell Swoop was packed with a rough crowd of swoop riders and speeder bike jockeys. After a lot of Karelian whiskey, they got me singing a little song about the lack of brains and intestinal fortitude of speeder bike enthusiasts. My singing voice, even at the best of times, would cause a riot in a receptive audience, and the resulting brawl kind of tore the place apart. Fact was, though, that the aches and pains and scars that resulted brought me back into the real world and anchored me there. Unfortunately for me, we didn't have any cantina to hit, nor did we have any whiskey to drink. I felt a little physical activity would still be good for Luke and help ground him again, so I challenged him to a duel. Cam explained that there were things I needed to learn from a living foe and that he, Cam, did not have the control necessary to spar with me. It would be up to Luke to make sure I didn't hit him and he didn't hit me, causing him to concentrate. I lit my lightsaber, letting its snap hiss fill the hangar. Fair question to ask, if I'm leaving or not. You've got ample reason to ask it. No, I'm not going anywhere unless, of course, this fight goes badly for one or the other of us. Luke's green blade sprang to life.
Let me see what you have learned.
I closed with him and arced a cut in toward his left shoulder. He came up and blocked it high left, picking it up in the outer ring of defense. I came down and around in a sweeping blow at his left leg, but he brought his lightsaber down and batted mine aside easily. The spark of light exploding from the contact of the two blades washed shadows across Luke's disinterested expression. About what I expected. Shifting my lightsaber to my right hand, I closed quickly and snapped the blade down in an overhand cut. I picked up my speed on the cut, forcing Luke to block me in the middle ring. Continuing my forward movement, I pushed in with my right hand, then slid the lightsaber's hilt down. I hammered his breastbone with the lightsaber's hilt, then hooked my right leg behind Luke's right leg and dumped him to the ground. I backed off as his blade's green light illuminated the surprise on his face. I let an edge drift into my voice. If you aren't going to respect me, at least respect what Cam has taught me. Luke slowly climbed back to his feet, but did so with his lightsaber always remaining between the two of us. I kept my blade angled across my body, with my hands held near my right hip and the blade's tip hovering near my left shoulder. I stamp feinted with my right foot, as if I were beginning a charge, and Luke withdrew a half step. He's got to focus. I waited for him to set himself, then I came in on a circular approach that worked me toward his left. I slashed twice, crosswise, forehand and back, to keep him away from me, then drove straight toward him. I lunged with the blade. Luke's green lightsaber came around in a circular parry that carried my blade wide to my right. His triumphant laugh died abruptly as my right foot kicked him in the gut. While he'd parried, I'd recovered from my lunge and kicked out straight into his midsection. He doubled over and fell back a couple of steps, his left hand rubbing his belly, but I gave him no chance to recover. I came on hard and fast, whipping my silver blade through an infinity loop, lashing out high and low. Luke looked up at me and his eyes hardened. Which is when I ran into a force wall that bounced me back a couple of feet and set me on my heels. I tasted blood on my lips, but knew it was really coming from my nose, which hurt. I didn't think it was broken, but bumping it up against anything solid is seldom a pleasant experience. I wiped it off on the sleeve of my green tunic, but in the half-light both it and the blood looked black. Nice trick. A feral grin twisted Luke's mouth. He came forward, wordlessly, moving with a fluidity I'd not seen in him before. He aimed a slash at me that would have bisected me from right shoulder to left hip. I caught a momentary flash of surprise from him because he'd expected me to block it high right, but I let it come through the outer and middle rings of defense. With a quick parry, I slid it wide of my right shoulder, then I stepped forward and slammed my right shoulder into Luke's chin. That stood him up, clicking his teeth sharply together. I drove a weak jab with my left hand into his ribs, then ducked a slash that should have trimmed my hair at roughly the level of my earlobes. Dropping into a crouch, I whipped my left leg out and scythed it through his legs, bashing his ankles together and again dropping him onto his back. I whirled away and stood, looking down at him. I would have thought you'd be better than this. Luke slowly got up and wiped a trickle of blood from his split lip away with his left hand.
Never had much rough and tumble growing up. My friends and I were more involved in racing than fighting.
Then maybe you should be a Jedi racer, not a knight.
You don't understand.
Luke spat out some bloody saliva.
There are things in play here, forces shifting.
Maybe I could understand, if you'd talk about it. I lowered my blade. You're the Jedi Master, but that doesn't mean you should shoulder all the responsibility. You know that already. You've been letting Tyan learn and share history. Cam's been handling some of the instruction and you've had me working on the Dark Man problem, and I think I have Exar Kuan's temple pegged from Dorsk 81 survey logs, by the way. Figured I'd check it later this afternoon.
No.
Luke shook his head adamantly.
You're not to go there alone. I don't want any of the students going there.
So you go and I'll back you up. He hesitated, then shook his head.
Can't, not now.
Why not? Luke closed his eyes and sighed.
Do you recall how I told you of knowing my friends were in trouble on Bespin?
Yes. You said that was a vision of the future. I narrowed my eyes. You said Darth Vader allowed you to sense it to lure you into a trap.
I have had other visions, other feelings.
Pain tightened Luke's expression.
There is disaster in the offing. It remained a bit more distant when Mara was here, but now I feel it is much closer.
Do something about it.
What?
Luke's question came almost as a plea.
I have this oppressive sense of doom approaching. It touches on everyone and everything. All the things I think about doing don't seem to make it go away.
I swiped at more blood from my nose with my left hand. Slow down for a moment. Do you know if this doom, this future, is locked in hollow, or is it morphable?
The future is always morphable, but nothing I think to do will change it.
Two things you're overlooking here, Master Skywalker. First, thinking is closer to trying than doing, if you catch my drift. Changing the future has got to require action, not just planning for action. While a Jedi acts in defense and not out of aggression, that doesn't mean aggressively putting a defense into place is bad. Luke nodded slowly.
And the second thing?
Maybe you're not the one who has to act. Maybe it's me or Cam or all of us together. I sighed. You're teaching us how to use the Force, you're opening us up to new powers, and you've established that we are heirs to a Jedi tradition full of responsibility. Fact is, though, that you've not given us any responsibility. Defeating this disaster you feel coming, getting rid of Exar Kuan or whoever the Dark Man is, might just require all of us finally accepting our responsibilities as Jedi. Right now you're accepting every scrap of responsibility here. You're getting buried under the weight of what you see as a string of failures. Mara Jade didn't leave here because you failed her, she left because you succeeded. She learned what she needed to learn, which might not have been what you thought she needed to learn. She left because she didn't want to fail others to whom she felt responsible. He opened his eyes.
You think I've been treating all of you like children?
Closer to the mark than you want to know.
I haven't meant to, but you are children within the Force.
That's fine, Master Skywalker, and true, but we're also a disparate group of adults. Kip was what? Our youngest, and he was the age you were when you started your training? He was the age I was when I went into the Corsac Academy. We're pretty well formed at that point, personality-wise. Those who have come here to learn from you have already made a decision to explore a new life. You need to let us do that. You need to challenge us, and challenges aren't just the size of rocks or the range of a vision one can project. Those challenges test our skills, not our characters, and the failures here have been failures of character.
But you are not ready for such challenges.
Not if you're going to make the marrow-blasting challenges, no. I pointed at his right hand. Did you learn a lot from your failure at Bespin? Luke's fingers flexed.
Yes.
Then let us fail a bit and learn how to deal with it. As we used to say in Corsac, there are two types of speeder bike riders, those who have fallen off, and those who are going to fall off. Jedi will fail, and if they don't learn how to deal with failure, if they don't have the spine to recover from it, you'll lose them. Luke's lightsaber died.
I have to think about what you've said.
Don't just think, Master, act. I thumbed my blade off as well, letting darkness swallow us. If you don't act, the disaster you feel could be on a scale from which none of us can possibly recover. 21. I awoke slowly, feeling as if I'd done my best to drain every drop of liquor from a cantina where the drinks weren't watered, the mugs weren't cleaned, the bottles weren't labeled, and the first aid kit consisted of a blaster with which you could put yourself out of your misery. Actually, I didn't even feel that good. I was pretty sure I'd not been on such a bender because I didn't find any tattoos or scars on me, and the bruises were ones I recognized from my training. The fact that the nearest cantina was a good 5 parsecs away, as the Falcon flies, coupled with the fact that I didn't have a ship, likewise contraindicated a hangover. But, then again, I did kind of feel as if I'd walked that far. Despite my better judgment, which was urging me just to lie down and die, I oozed out of bed and pulled on my running clothes. That helped wake me up, largely because they were still damp, cold, and clammy from the short run I'd taken the night before to burn off some of my frustration with Master Skywalker. Nothing like the feel of wet fabric against the flesh in the morning to remind you that you're alive. Doesn't do much for the quality of life issues some folks find important, but I'd reached that point where I decided being alive was better than the nearest alternative. I even managed a smile. And if I die, I don't want to spend the rest of eternity locked in the rocks on this place. Might be good enough for Exer Kun, but not me. My muscles felt as if they were encased in carbonite, but I managed to get them going and actually had worked up to a brisk stumble when I emerged from the Great Temple. There I moved into a real stumble, landing on my hands and knees, because a Z-95 headhunter rested on the landing pad outside. I panicked for a second, thinking I might, in fact, have stolen it from near the cantina where I did all the drinking, but I calmed myself quickly. Didn't even have to use a Jedi technique to do it, either. I knew, had I flown in the condition I was in, the only landing I could have managed was a crash. And Mara Jade wouldn't like that happening to her headhunter. The realization that I was looking at her fighter washed the last of the muzziness from my brain. Kip had stolen that ship, and if it was back, that meant he was, too. I got up and ran over to the craft, stretching out my feelings to see if I could detect his presence. I caught some faint traces of him, but they emanated mostly from the controls, which looked as if he'd reached a hand into them and just squeezed. Mara Jade isn't going to like that one bit. I turned around, following a wisp of Kip's essence to the base of the Great Temple. A path had been cleared through the rusty vines overgrowing much of the temple. The vines nearest the uncovered stairway looked pale and stunted. They had recoiled from the steps like snakes preparing to strike, and had withered considerably in the process. I took the steps 2 at a time. I had no idea what I would find at the top or what I would do to confront Kip if I found him there. I steeled myself for a confrontation, and worked to tap the Force to fortify myself for one. Even as I did that, however, I had the sinking feeling that no amount of preparation would be enough for dealing with what I would find. As I mounted the final flight of steps, new sensations cascaded down from the top of the pyramid. I sensed the other students up there, and their emotions ran from shock and outrage to sorrow and despair. I crested the edge of the temple and saw the Mon Calamari, Silgal, cradling Luke's head in her lap. Streen, his eyes wide with fear, stood over her.
Is he alive? I can't hear him.
The Mon Cal concentrated on Luke, then shook her orange and algae green head. She reported finding a heartbeat, and I could see his chest moving with shallow respiration.
But I can't find him inside. When I touch him with the Force, all I find is a great empty spot.
I reached out with my senses and tried to find what she could not. Pushing hard, I wove some of the external force with my internal energy and tried to see if I could find a spark of Master Skywalker in his body. I recalled his noting that he had been taught we were luminous beings, not creatures of crude matter, but I found it hard to accept his having abandoned his body. Still, the evidence of that very thing was right there, since I could not feel him at all. Corran pulled her robe tightly closed at her throat.
What can we do?
Silgal blinked her eyes.
We are all alone now.
The despair in her voice found an ally in the fear writhing into my belly. It had never seemed odd to me that Kip had been able to slam me into a wall because he had always been more powerful than me. Even when I felt the other presence reinforcing him and got hammered by the combination of them, I never imagined that they could be more powerful than Luke Skywalker. I had even rationalized away the Dark Man's ability to avoid detection as his being talented in that area, just as I was talented in the area of image projection. Had I even dreamed Luke was in danger, I would have worked harder to convince him we had to act. The saliva in my mouth soured. When we start handing out citations for failure, let me get in the front of the line. I'd told Luke we were dealing with a sociopathic murderer, but I'd not convinced him of the gravity of that situation. He seemed to be in a position to handle it, and all he wanted from me was information that would have given him a direction. And I let him do just that. I closed my eyes for a moment and wanted to smack my head with the heel of my hand. What had I been thinking? I was the one who had experience with such monsters, not Luke Skywalker. I surrendered responsibility for such things to him when he was no more able to deal with it than he felt we were ready to deal with the fate of the universe. My mistake was the reverse of his, yet mine compounded his. The pure arrogance and stupidity of those ideas slammed hard into me. Luke Skywalker had dealt with Darth Vader and the Emperor, even the Emperor Reborn. If they weren't monsters, monsters didn't exist. Master Skywalker was more than capable of dealing with them, which made his condition now that much more stunning and terrifying. I looked down at his body as Silgal straightened his limbs. I'd screwed up badly, and because of it he was lying there. If I'd done things differently, there was no guarantee he wouldn't have ended up in the same place, but things might have taken another turn, one for the better. I'd failed him, and I'd had the arrogance to suggest he was failing us. Failure stops here and now. Muscles bunched at the corners of my jaw. We're not alone. We have each other. We may not be Jedi, but we're not helpless either. The Dathomiri witch looked at me and restated her question.
What can we do?
We can do the obvious, can't we? I jerked a thumb back down toward the headhunter. Kip was here and, if I had to guess, I'd say he was responsible for what happened to Master Skywalker. First thing we need to do is to let Coruscant know Luke has been hurt and that Kip Duran was involved. The Mon Calamari ambassador looked up.
Until you have solid evidence that Kip was here, blaming him for this is wrong.
I frowned at her. But the headhunter
could have been stolen from him and used by someone else.
Your caution is good, Silgal, but Kip's being here isn't that hard a conclusion to draw.
Cam walked over to the edge of the pyramid, looked down at the landing pad, then grunted.
Think Kip is still hiding on this rock?
Stream shook his head.
I can't hear Kip.
I'd like to hope that means he's dead, but I don't believe it. I glanced at Cam. You're wondering how he got off this rock if he left the fighter behind.
Yes, and the only other ride in the system, unless we missed his coming with allies in the middle of the night, is the Sun Crusher.
His hands contracted into fists.
Kip knew how to make it work.
Tyan shivered.
Could he have been powerful enough to recall it from the heart of the gas giant?
Stream crouched down and plucked from the temple's roof a small stone that scintillated brilliantly in the dawning sun.
Coruscant gem. The only place in the universe they are formed is in Yavin's heart. It could have been lodged in the hatch assembly and fallen off when Kip entered the Sun Crusher.
I groaned. Not the news I wanted to hear. Silgal raised a hand.
Coruscant gems can be found here on Yavin, and we have no way of knowing how long that piece of one has been here. More importantly, we have no way of knowing if the Sun Crusher is still in the gas giant or not. Again, you're reaching conclusions on the most circumstantial of evidence.
I can see why you were a diplomat, Ambassador. I sighed heavily. Okay, look, we have to take this in steps. First thing, we get Master Skywalker down and out of the elements. Tyen smiled.
We should place him in the Grand Audience Chamber.
I winced. Won't that be like having him lie in state? He isn't dead. Her smile contracted.
I was just thinking that he liked the chamber and the acoustics are good for singing and it was the site of a great victory celebration.
Cam came around behind her and rested his hands on her shoulders.
Good thinking, Tyen. There's room enough there that we can all gather around and listen to you singing. We want him to feel he's still part of our community.
Cam looked past her at me and raised an eyebrow. Right, exactly. You're thinking a lot more quickly today than I am, Tyen. I glanced at the Mon Calamari. Ambassador, you've got a talent for healing. Will you monitor Master Skywalker and let us know what we need to help him? Our medical supplies are limited here.
I can see to his initial care, yes. We should certainly get a full medical team out here as fast as possible, however.
Silgal slowly blinked her eyes.
We must also notify the New Republic and Counselor Organa Solo that something has happened to her brother.
Brachus added,
And let them know Kip Duran has the Sun Crusher. With his hatred for remnants of the Empire, there is no telling what he will do with a weapon of that power.
I cut off Silgal's protest of Brachus' remarks. At the very least we need to get a survey team out here that can check to see if the Sun Crusher is still in the gas giant or not. Kirana T crouched and mopped sweat from Luke's brow with the hem of her Jedi robe.
We should also make certain Master Skywalker is never alone. He should always have an honor guard with him.
Dorsk 81 looked at her with horror on his face.
You think Master Skywalker is still in jeopardy?
I cleared my throat. We can't discount that possibility. Kip may have wanted him dead and held back at the last moment, for reasons we can't begin to plot. He might return to finish the job. Or the Dark Man might try. Having someone with Master Skywalker also makes sense on the medical front, in case there is a change. The Mon Calamari nodded.
We should get him inside now. He is stable enough to move, I believe.
Good. I'll get on the HoloNet and speak to Coruscant to start notification going. Ambassador, I'd like you to later speak with Counselor Organa Solo. You can answer her questions about her brother better than I can, and news of what has happened here should come from someone who knows her, not a stranger. Brachus peered imperiously at me.
What about the rest of us?
I don't know. Do what you're able to do. Help Silgal. Make food. Meditate. The slender man frowned.
Meditate? Hardly helpful in this situation, wouldn't you say?
Cam shook his head vehemently.
We need to avoid panic and keep our wits about us. We should practice what we have learned so far, strengthening ourselves. If Kip returns, if another problem arises, we need to be able to deal with it.
His head came up.
I'll expect everyone who isn't assigned other duties to meet for exercises as usual.
It's a plan. I gave Cam a nod. And a good one. Everyone clear? Good. Go to it. I descended to the communications center and powered up the system. Luke's R2 unit stood faithfully by to help me, but his anxiety kept him bouncing from tread to tread. His whistles took on a pinched tone, reminding me of Whistler when he really wanted to have his gears lubed. Go, R2, having you near him will make Master Skywalker feel a lot better, I'm certain. And you can monitor life signs better than any of the rest of us. I smiled as the droid raced from the comm center. I wasn't certain I wanted him around while I worked anyway. I tried first to reach Wedge, but could only leave a message in his personal holocake. Next I tried Tycho and managed to get him at Squadron headquarters. He gave me a big smile.
Didn't expect to be hearing from you for a while. How is the training going?
I shook my head and his smile atrophied. We just took a big hit. Luke Skywalker is down.
Down?
Hurt, but we don't know how badly. We can only guess what happened and it's not good. Luke's stable right now, and we hope he'll recover, but we're going to need a full medical team out here as fast as possible. Tycho glanced out of the holograph's frame, then nodded.
I've got a shuttle fueling and pre-flighting right now. I'll alert a med team and fly it out myself.
Good. I also have a list of other things I want you to bring.
Whatever you need.
Could be tough to get. I paused for a moment. I need enough Nurgan 14 charges to level something like the Great Temple here. Tycho sat back and blinked away some surprise.
Are things that drastic?
Could be. I hope what I think might be happening isn't actually going on here, but if it is, I might need to take down a temple to act as a circuit breaker. I lowered my voice. I need the crates mislabeled, too. I don't know that I can trust everyone here.
So you can't really trust anyone but yourself.
That's pretty much it. Tycho looked at me, then slowly nodded.
I trust you know what you're doing.
I think so. I ran my hands back through my hair. Last thing, I need you to put me through to General Kraken. It is vital I speak to him.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Tycho gave me a quick grin.
See you in the better part of 30 hours.
Thanks, Colonel. The rogue squadron crest hung in air above the comm unit's hollow projection pad. It brought an unconscious smile to my face. I remembered when Gavin Darklighter had designed it, surrounding the rebel crest with 12 X-wings streaking outward. For almost 5 years that insignia had helped define who I was. Now it helped remind me of where I came from, and another proud tradition that I was weaving into my new life. Kraken's face replaced it.
Colonel Selchu suggested you had something urgent for me.
I nodded. You remember that sun crusher you thought you'd taken care of by dumping it in the Yavin gas giant?
I don't like the sound of that question, Captain.
Then you're really going to hate the reason I'm asking it. I set my face into an impassive mask. Sometime past midnight local time, person or persons unknown arrived on Yavin 4. They confronted Master Skywalker, defeated him, and departed again. They left behind a Z-95 headhunter with the controls destroyed. Kip Duran, one of the few, if only, people who knows how to pilot that sun crusher, was last seen in possession of the headhunter in question. I don't have tissue samples and fingerprints to prove he was in it when it arrived here yet, but, trust me, he was. I felt a little twinge of guilt at violating Silgal's caution, but soft-soaping facts wasn't going to help New Republic intelligence deal with the situation. Kraken's face sagged and his mouth slowly opened.
You have no idea where he went, who he was with?
None you'd believe. I let a grim note play through my voice. Given things Kip said before he left earlier, his ire seems directed at the Empire. If I had to guess, I'd say he'd be hunting whoever the latest self-styled warlord is, or maybe going after the remnants of Thrawn's fleet. When he finds a target, you'll know.
An 18-year-old kid who grew up in a prison mine in control of a weapon that can destroy star systems.
Kraken scratched at a spot on his forehead.
At least when we were dealing with Imperials we had a chance of predicting their behavior, but a kid who's angry with the galaxy?
Not one of the better days for the New Republic, I agree.
You said Luke Skywalker was defeated. What's his status?
He's hurt and in a coma. No telling when or if he will come out of it. Kraken nodded wearily.
So we're on our own for this one.
Right. Ambassador Silgal will be communicating with Counselor Organa Solo when we have more information on Master Skywalker's status. Colonel Selchu is going to run a medical team and some supplies out here inside a day from now. I shrugged. I'll keep you informed as I am able.
Thank you.
I hesitated for a second, then looked at him. Might seem kind of trivial given what I've just told you, but any word about Mirax?
Not trivial at all, Captain. I admire your restraint in asking.
The general gave me an open stare.
No word, no leads that are panning out. No ransom demands. We're still looking and have hope.
I'm sure you are, and I share your hope. Thank you, sir. I tossed him a quick salute. Yavin 4 out. 22. Frustration largely characterized the week between Master Skywalker's fall and the arrival of his sister and her family. When Ambassador Silgal had told her what had happened, Leia Organa Solo had wanted to travel to Yavin 4 immediately, but the demands of her office were not such that they could be so easily dismissed. Ambassador Silgal suggested she could wait until the medical team had arrived and made its evaluation, and promised to keep her informed of any changes. This direct link with Luke's sister made Ambassador Silgal, our newest student, the de facto leader of the Academy, at least from the New Republic's point of view. Cam Salusser still oversaw our instruction, but he didn't push to expand what we knew, just perfect it. I understood his reluctance to teach us more in Luke's absence, but this meant Cam was inclined to be conservative in what he allowed to go on at the Academy. He kept us all close to the Great Temple and even asked me to curtail my runs. I flat refused to do that, but found myself a circuit that always kept me relatively close to home. Frustration set in, because with Silgal and Cam in charge I really had no standing where I wanted it. When the survey team came to see if the Sun Crusher was still in the heart of Yavin, they roundly ignored me. Some shave-tailed lieutenant told me that all information was on a need-to-know basis, and he'd decide when or if I needed to know. Had he any idea who I really was, he'd have been answering, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," and not daring to breathe unless I gave him leave to do so, but as a Jedi wannabe, I was just seen as part of the problem. Of course, it would have been child's play to meddle with his mind and make him think I was not present in the comm center when he filed his report with General Kraken, but I was fairly certain such a capricious use of my abilities would have left me dabbling in the dark side. While I did want to know what he had to report, I didn't want to put myself in harm's way learning it. Still, I did consider myself as having a need to know, so I convinced Luke's R2 unit to pull the report from the comm center computer. I could have saved myself and R2 the trouble if I remembered the first lesson about junior officers: if they know something neat, they can't wait to share it. If they know nothing, they use ranks and regs to cover their ignorance. This Lieutenant Moores was about as ignorant as a hut is ugly. Because of storms raging in the gas giant's heart, he couldn't be certain if the Sun Crusher was there, had been destroyed or had been taken away. His survey results were labeled inconclusive and seemed to have put the New Republic somewhat at ease concerning the Sun Crusher. While I would have liked to have taken heart in the idea that the Sun Crusher might not have gone anywhere, another development, or lack of one actually, had me worried. Since Luke's defeat, there had been no sign of the Dark Man. This scared me a great deal because his lack of activity was somewhat uncharacteristic and made me think we were just on the cusp of the disaster Master Skywalker had foreseen. I still thought of the Dark Man as a sociopath, and nothing I'd learned about Exar Kun suggested he didn't fit that mold perfectly. Sociopathic murderers tend to cycle, they commit their crimes on a schedule that makes sense for them. As their crimes become more and more horrific, the cycle tends to speed up until whatever little control they had over themselves erodes and they get sloppy enough to get captured. The havoc they wreak in that time is nothing short of devastating and brutally cruel. Gantoris was on Yavin just over 2 weeks before his death, which could be seen as a cap to one cycle. Kip arrived a week or so later and was here just over a week before he stole the headhunter. Inside a week he came back and dropped Luke like a hot rock. By rights the Dark Man should have been back preying on us within days after Luke's defeat, but he wasn't, and this frightened me. There were ample explanations for why he wasn't causing us trouble. The first is that he wanted to give us time to despair over Luke's condition. That would leave us more vulnerable to him. The second reason, and one that chilled me to the marrow, was that he was devoting his energies to controlling Kip Duran and the Sun Crusher. If it was Exar Kun who had influenced Kip, I didn't know what target he'd pick for the Sun Crusher, but I'd hate to be on a world he decided to pay back after 4,000 years. The only vaguely positive explanation for Exar Kun's dormancy that I could come up with was that his effort to draw the Sun Crusher from Yavin and to down Luke had tired him out. I had no way to determine how powerful Exar Kun could be, but it struck me as possible that he'd expended a lot of energy to defeat a Jedi Master. There was no telling how long it would take for him to recover, but with each passing day the apprentices grew in strength as well. In blackest night, any light is welcome. Tycho brought the medical team and my special supplies as quickly as possible. He told me the shuttle he had brought had a fully operational proton torpedo launching system and offered to take me on a strafing run of any temple I wanted to destroy, but I held back. Proton torpedoes probably would have been the most effective way to deal with Exar Kun's stronghold, but I still recalled how adamant Luke had been that neither I nor any of the other students travel there. If we weren't strong enough to deal with the problem, I didn't want to put Tycho in jeopardy. "I'll leave you the coordinates, Colonel." I tossed him a salute as he boarded the shuttle to leave. "If things go very badly, talk Admiral Akbar into a planetary bombardment that will raise it."
I copy.
He returned my salute.
May the Force be with you.
The medical team he'd brought went over Luke from top to bottom, inside and out. His systems seemed to be functioning just fine, but there was no one in residence inside him. The doctors and medtechs and droids all listened to us try to explain that fact to them, but they were creatures of science. While they could watch us do simple things with the Force, they sought physical and scientific explanations for what were spiritual phenomena. Trying to explain the Force to them was like trying to explain altruism to a rancor. Their departure left us with nothing to do but wait for Leia Organa Solo's arrival. It could have come at any time, so we spent the better part of a week waiting. I've probably spent longer weeks on boring stakeouts, but nanoseconds seemed to pass in hours, and long hours at that. And, despite Cam's best efforts to keep us focused, our spirits began to ebb. Princess Leia's arrival worked wonders for us. She looked tired and a bit haggard, but still every bit the exciting and heroic icon she had been during the rebellion. Her twins, dark-haired and bright-eyed, looked around at Yavin 4 with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. Last down the egress ramp from the Millennium Falcon came Han Solo. He looked to me as if he'd lost a bit of weight during his recent adventure on Kessel, but still cut a dashing and vital figure. Ambassador Silgal led the Solos to the grand audience chamber. Sunlight filled the room with a golden glow and warmth that belied the cold and stark reality of Luke lying on a bier as if dead. The sight seemed to stagger his sister for a moment. I hung back enough that I could not hear the family's whispered remarks, but Jaina squirmed down out of her father's arms and gave her uncle a kiss. All of us hoped that gesture might work where our powers and medical science had failed, and my heart ached when the disappointed child turned away, defeated. The enthusiasm spawned by the Solo family's arrival drained away during the rest of the day, leaving us a sullen and worn company by the time for the evening meal. Han Solo did what he could to help out by using the Falcon's food prep unit to create a dinner of Corellian food, fried endwa in an orange gravy and butter-boiled saucer with voila nut slivers. While I didn't think he normally approached cooking with any more joy than I did, being the only person on the moon who was not Force-sensitive had to be rough on him. The conversations we all had were, in retrospect, very self-indulgent and, in the long run, rather trivial. Providing food was what he could do to help the situation that was beyond helping, and it kept him from having to listen to what we were saying. I picked at the food, not really listening to the others. I catalogued their voices and relied on the recall I developed as a detective to let me replay things later, when I could divorce myself from the fears and defeatism some of my colleagues were voicing. It wasn't really fair to them, but I had spent a week trying to quell fears and had had enough of it. Leia Organa Solo tolerated none of the self-pitying chatter, and ended it by slapping her hands on the stone table.
"Stop this talk."
She berated us for shying from the risk involved with becoming Jedi Knights and reminded us that the New Republic was counting on us.
"You must work together, discover things you don't know, fight what has to be fought. But the one thing you can't do is give up."
I wanted to cheer, but a mouthful of endwa prevented me from doing so. I chewed quickly, chewed a bit more and swallowed hard. The endwa slowly slid down my throat, as good endwa will do, and eventually gave me back my voice. Just in time for me to scream. Luke Skywalker had told us that at the moment of Alderaan's destruction, his master, Obi-Wan Kenobi, had said he felt a disturbance in the Force. Anyone who could label what I felt a disturbance could think of Hutts as cuddly. The hollow shock one feels when told of a close friend's sudden death slammed into me at light speed. My conscious mind searched in vain for an identity to attach to that feeling, finding a way to contain it, but the hollowness opened into a bottomless void. Not only did I not know who had died, but I would never have a chance to know them, and this seemed the greatest tragedy possible. Flashes of faces, snippets of dreams, laughter aborted, and the sweet scent of a newborn's flesh undergoing a greasy transformation into roast meat all roared through me. Thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions, these images and impressions came in a whirlwind that screwed itself down into my belly. Hope melted into fear, wonder into terror, innocence into nothingness. Bright futures, all planned, proved the ultimate in morphability when a fundamental truth in these lives proved wrong. For these people there never had been a question of whether or not the sun would rise tomorrow, and yet in an instant they were proved wrong, as their sun reached out and devoured their world. I heard Stream screaming that there were too many voices for him to handle before he slumped to the floor. I envied him in that moment, for the same clarity of recall I cherished seconds before meant I watched a vast parade of dead flicker through my consciousness. A mother, acting on instinct, sheltered a child in the nanosecond before both of them were vaporized. Young lovers, lying together in the afterglow of the moment, hoping what they felt would never end, got their wish as they were torn into their constituent atoms. Criminals, triumphant in some small success, were reduced to fearful puling animals as their world evaporated. I don't recall leaving the dining hall, but my mind was not my own as the Force carried to me the annihilation of a world far away. When clarity began to return, I found myself outside, on the top of the great temple. My throat burned. Trembling arms held me up above a pool of my own vomit and I would have sagged to the side, but strong hands on my shoulders steadied me. I didn't think the food was that bad. Han Solo set a cup of water down on the stone beside me. Wash your mouth out. I sloshed half the water from the container as I raised it to my lips, then rinsed my mouth and spat the foul water over the edge of the pyramid. Thanks, I said. At least I think I said it. Han half dragged me away from the remains of my dinner. Leia said it was something horrible. Sun Crusher killed a system. I wiped my mouth on the sleeve of my tunic. Unless you know of another superweapon sitting around that could explode a star. A smile started to grow on his face and his dark eyes sparked for a second as a wise-ass remark formed itself in his head, but he never let it out. Instead his grin melted into a more serious expression. It has to be the Sun Crusher, that or there is another superweapon out there. The fleeting image of someone who looked like Kip surfaced in my brain. Through his eyes I saw the slender craft, I felt his joy at seeing his brother again, pain from betrayal that stretched into untold agony as his body melted. Kip had a brother? Han's eyes focused distantly. Imps took him to the academy at Karita. He's gone. So's Karita. I guess they won't be inviting me back for a class reunion, then. Han glanced down at me. New Republic intelligence will confirm that, but now I know where to start looking. I looked hard at him. You're going after Kip? Have to. He'll listen to me. You hope. Your lips move but I hear my wife's voice. Han sighed. I have a history with the kid. He's angry and he needs someone to trust. I'm it. I nodded, then lifted my head. Take me with you. Look, kid, I work best alone. So I've heard. I projected an image of my old self into his brain. We've met before, Captain Solo. Wedge Antilles introduced us. I'm here incognito at Master Skywalker's suggestion. Horn, right. Han blinked his eyes. You're a hot hand in an X-Wing, but a Death Star couldn't take out the Sun Crusher. If I needed anyone with me, you'd be the first I'd tap. You're going after someone with incredible power, and I'm not just talking about that ship. I can't allow you to go alone. Han's face clouded over. Can't allow? My ship, my rules, and don't try to pull any rank on me. I was a general with the rebellion before you ever left Corellia. I can handle Kip just fine. And I'm not so sure it's Kip you're afraid of. My eyes narrowed. What do you mean? You were Corsac. You just don't like the idea of someone like me with his hands on the Sun Crusher. That brought me up short. I looked at him, then away at the dark jungle. Was I allowing old prejudices to rear up and influence me? For years I'd looked forward to getting a shot at Han Solo if he ever ventured back into the Corellian system. Even after joining the rebellion, I had severe reservations about him. In meeting him the first time, I thought I had laid all that to rest. I looked back at him. Time once was when you'd have been right. Not now. If I actually thought that, I'd be down there stealing the Falcon and going after Kip myself. Han slowly nodded. Look, kid, Corran, going after Kip is the only thing I can do. You're a Jedi. You can be here and help Luke in ways I can't. I've got to do what I can do, and so do you. I'm going to leave you here so you can take care of Luke, so you can help my wife and watch my kids. You'd allow someone from Corsac to watch over your kids? Getting soft in my old age, I know, but I understand it's possible to let old opinions die. Thanks. I narrowed my eyes. What's going to happen if Kip turns on me? Han slowly shook his head. I think I told you, your father hunted me once. I had to run to Karita to escape having a horn on my tail. Doing what he's done, Kip's destroyed even that haven. If it comes to that, good hunting. 23. That night, as I fell into bed and waited for sleep, I refused to review the dinner conversation, even though I had a nagging sense something of importance had been said during it. I didn't want to get anywhere close to going over again what I'd felt during Karita's death. I had once thought myself so hardened that a distant tragedy like this would tote itself up as just a statistic. My training in the Force had changed all that. It hadn't made me any softer or weaker, but just more aware. I became cognizant of more of the connections between things and people. The pain of those who had died at Karita had echoes in the pain of relatives who would never see kin again, expatriates who could never go home again, people like Han Solo, whose memories of Karita would forever be tarnished because of what Kip had done. While all of this would have been obvious to someone who sat down to think about it, it had come to me full-blown through the Force. It amazed me, and also reinforced how vast my sphere of responsibility had become. Sleep, when it finally came, was mercifully dreamless. I awoke a bit late and skipped my run, instead helping Han pre-flight the Falcon. He loaned me a couple of hydrospanners so I could work on Mara's headhunter. He then said his farewells to his family and raced off, leaving his children flanking their mother, waving fervently until the Falcon vanished from sight. I spent much of the rest of the day working on the headhunter. When Arturo was not busy with babysitting duties, he helped me out. He saved me from a mistake where I cross-wired two boards in the Navicomp that would have transposed coordinates, sending me off in directions I didn't want to go. By early evening I'd fixed most of the things Kip had broken and figured I would resume where I left off the next morning. I finished the day with an evening run and a long soak in a cool stream, then dropped into bed. I felt more than heard the children scream. I bolted from bed and ran to the turbolift, but the car was already moving upward and away from my level. I ran to the internal stairwell and started sprinting upward as fast as I could. Above me, in the grand audience chamber, I could feel forces gathering, and was surprised that the person sitting with Luke had not raised an alarm. Streen is smart enough to summon help. The second the old man's image popped into my mind, a piece of the dinner conversation echoed through my head. I can't get away from him, he'd said desperately. The dark man. A dark man, a shadow. He talked to Gantoris. He talked to Kip. You shine the light, but the shadow always stays, whispering, talking. My chest tightened. By all of Alderaan's ghosts, we've doomed Master Skywalker. A raging windstorm howled through the grand audience chamber and battered me as I burst through the stairwell doorway. As I entered the room, I saw Leia leap for her brother's legs and get carried upward toward the ceiling by the cyclone. At the heart of the storm, Streen danced around in a circle, his arms spread wide, his eyes open but unseeing. He clearly meant for the storm to blow Luke and Leia out through the skylights and hurl them into the jungle, where the fall would kill them. And without any telekinesis, I was powerless to halt the storm. Something urged me to despair over the fact, but I brushed it aside. I'll just have to make Streen stop it himself. As the turbolift door opened and Corran boiled into the storm armoring Streen, I set myself and concentrated. Summoning the Force, I projected into Streen's brain a vision of the room that did not include me or Corran or the other apprentices coming out of the lift. I also showed him that the room was empty save for himself. Those he wished to blow out of here were gone, sent off on the fate he had intended for them. I shoved into him a sense of his mission having been accomplished fully and totally, and I felt an alien wave of satisfaction roll back out from him. Then Corran battered her way past his defenses and tackled him. The wind died, allowing Luke and Leia to plunge toward the ground. Cam Salusar and Tyan rushed forward and used their telekinetic abilities to catch the siblings and lower them to the ground slowly. Master Skywalker appeared to be unhurt. Streen slowly recovered himself and explained that in his nightmare, he thought he was fighting the Dark Man. He had tried to destroy him, thought he had, and then awoke to find he had actually been trying to kill Master Skywalker. Standing up, Streen put an edge into his voice.
We must destroy the Dark Man before he kills all of us.
I retreated back down the stairs, mulling over Streen's words. I'd always known it would come down to that. While I used sociopathic murderers as mental models for Exar Kun, I hadn't located the logical flaw in my thinking. When hunting a sociopathic killer on Corellia, we could still have our blasters set on stun. We could capture him, have him treated for mental illness, have him incarcerated so he would do no more harm, or even exile him to Kessel or some other hideous penal colony. We could also kill him, but only after court proceedings and judicial reviews. If we had to, if we were given no choice, we could employ deadly force against him, but few serial murderers fought to the bitter end. Capture and rehabilitation were not options with Exar Kun. Master Skywalker might have been able to redeem his father, but I held out no such hope for the Dark Man. Luke had a stake in redeeming his father, and his father had a connection to him that invited redemption. Exar Kun had just spent 4 millennia trapped on this rock, virtually forever to think on what he had done. And if he hadn't decided to mend his ways in that time, it wasn't going to happen when one of us asked nicely. But how does one kill a creature of the dark side? I had no clue as to the answer to that question. We would just have to find a way and then do it. It really came as no surprise when, as I lay down in my bunk, an oily, glistening black stain seeped into the ceiling above me. It resolved itself into the shadowy image of a tall, slender, sharp-featured man. He wore archaic clothes and long hair. He knitted his long fingers together at his waist. Your mind trick was quite good, Kieran Halcyon. High praise from a dark lord of the Sith. I watched him through half-lidded eyes. Did it really fool you, Exar Kun, or were you just too trusting in using Streen's senses? The Dark Lord threw his head back in a silent laugh. Fire and spirit, good. I had misjudged you because Gantoris and Kip held you in such contempt. And here I thought a man should be known by his enemies. A truism I once lived by. The shade descended from the ceiling and stood at the foot of my bed. I was once like you, a mere man filled with ambitions. I sat up and snorted. If you're the after holograph, I'm not interested. Quite droll, Kieran, not as full of anger or fear as the others. Exar Kun's obsidian gaze bored into me. I tried to armor my mind against him the way I had with Mara Jade, but he was in and out too quickly for me to stop him. You have more experience and more maturity. You are a riper fruit. But not to be plucked by you. I drew my knees up and hugged them to my chest. You continue to misjudge me if you think there is anything I want from you. Oh, there is, you just don't realize it. A confident grin twisted his ebon features. He gestured casually with his right hand and a window opened in the air, hanging there in the center of my room. Within its confines I saw an Imperial Star Destroyer and I knew I was looking at the Invidious. It looked more worn than it had in the image General Kraken had showed me, but battle damage had far from crippled it. Swarms of tri-fighters cruised around it on picket duty. The image zoomed in, closing on the bridge, and exploded in through the forward viewport. There stood Leonia Tavira, a bit older than Kraken's image of her, but all the more beautiful for it. She wore her black hair longer, so it fell to the swell of her breasts. Her figure had become less gangling and more rounded, while still petite, she had developed symmetrically so without other things or people around to judge scale, she appeared perfectly normal. Her violet eyes gleamed with a feral cunning that sizzled electrically through the image I was being shown. The long-dead Sith Lord laughed lightly. I can give you the power to destroy the Invids. Wipe them out. Or. The image of Leonia brightened slightly. I can give you the power to possess her and rule beside her. I will use the two of you as the focal point for a new empire that I will spread throughout the galaxy. I felt a stirring in my loins, then forced myself to laugh and shake my head. It's been a while for me, and she's pretty, but I'm not interested. No, of course, you are not. You are a man of duty. Still here, on the Invidious, there are things you want. The image pulled back a bit and slid over to center itself on an armored figure standing well back of Tavira. 2 meters tall and apparently male, he wore a gray cloak over steel-gray armor. The armor looked as if it were made of the same plasteel used in stormtrooper armor, but had been shaped differently and layered with another material that provided texture and the gray color. The styling appeared more natural and primitive, as if designed to mimic the armored hide of some animal. This remained true of the face mask the figure wore. Serpentine styling and diagonal eye slits gave it a very viperish cast. As soon as I saw him I knew he was the reason the Invidious could remain hidden. As I watched, his head came up and he stared straight out at me. His head then dipped and the image faded for a moment. Then I saw him striding forward toward Tavira. He gestured and she began shouting orders that started a flurry of activity. Exar Kun yawned. He is the true foe you seek. He is responsible for her successes. With my power you can defeat him, supplant him, do with her what you wish. I'll get there without your help at all, Exar Kun. The Shade's voice sharpened. Perhaps, but you will not get here without it. The image he presented me shifted and my stomach imploded. I saw Mirax lying on a bier, very much like Master Skywalker above us. A soft silver light bathed her. Her arms rested at her sides and she looked as if she were just napping. The only anomalous feature in the image was a small gray band resting on her forehead, pulsing with red and green lights. She looked very peaceful, and try as I might, I could sense no distress from her. And nothing else. I can give her to you. I can tell you exactly where she is. Exar Kun shaped his face into what he thought was a compassionate expression. You know the Force allows me to show you the past, the present, the future. This is where she is, your wife, right now. Hidden away, where you will never find her without my help. And what would you have me do for your help? Kill Skywalker. I smiled. Mirax's life for his? No deal. You want more? The Dark Lord laughed defiantly. I can give you more, I will give you more. I will give you your wife and Tavira. You can have her ship and destroy her fleet. You can destroy your father-in-law's ship. You can return to Corellia and destroy those who hate you there. I shook my head. No. 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 I sighed. You don't get it, do you? You've already lost and you're continuing down that losing path. Haven't the last 4,000 years taught you anything? I know more than you could ever hope to learn in 4,000 years or 40,000 years. That may be, but I know the one thing you don't. I rose from my bed and pointed a finger at him. You're never going to win. You destroy those who oppose you, and what does that leave you? The faithful. From among whom arises a rival. You have a schism. And I destroy the heretics. Yes, you do. I nodded carefully. And again that cycle repeats itself and you let it go on because you've forgotten the most fundamental truth of reality: life creates the force. When Kip destroyed Karita, he diminished your power. When you destroyed Gantoris, you diminished your power. You're a predator overgrazing your prey, but you can't stop because the dark side fills you with this aching hunger that will never be satisfied. Ha! Exer Kuen's laughter slashed at me, but sounded just a bit too shrill. You cannot speak of the dark side until you have experienced it. Join me and learn that you are wrong. I don't think so. A 2-1B droid doesn't need to contract a disease to diagnose and treat it. I folded my arms across my chest and laughed at him. I'm not fodder for your fantasies, go away. Exer Kuen lifted his head. I came to you, now, inviting you to join me. I would have given you much. When next you come to me, and you will, I shall not be so generous. As he spoke, the image of Mirax began to fade, but it did so in a most horrible way. I watched her lying there, aging years for every passing second. Her dark hair became gray and brittle, then fell out in clumps. Her flesh became ashen, her eyes sunken. Her body puddled out through the seams of her clothing, then they split, letting me see bare bones. A gust of wind came up, scattering them, spinning her skull around like a child's toy. Finally it came to rest, gap-toothed, staring at me with empty sockets. I blinked the image away and found myself alone again. I sat back down on my bed and discovered I was trembling. It surprised me, so I made myself laugh. I had to push at first, but it came more easily. The warm sound filled my small room and I swore I could hear the echoes of laughter that Biggs, Wedge and Porkins had shared in here. They had laughed because they knew they had the secret of destroying the Death Star. I laughed along with them. Exer Kuen had come to me to entice me to join him. What he didn't know, what fueled my laughter even more, was that in doing so, he gave me the secret of destroying him. I hoped for a moment alone with Leia Organa Solo to tell her what I'd discovered about Exer Kuen. But between her caring for her children and the unexpected arrival of a B-wing fighter, I had no chance to speak with her. I wanted to talk to her alone because I was operating on the assumption that the Dark Man might have gotten to others of the students. She'd not been on Yavin long enough to fall under his sway, and I had no doubt that she'd be able to resist him. Letting everyone know that I had a way to hurt Kuen was a good way to let him know that, too, and that would rob us of our weapon. The pilot of the B-wing turned out to be a Mon Calamari named Terpfen, who blubbered out a confession about having been an agent under Imperial control who had betrayed to the imps the location of the world Anath, where Winter and the youngest Organa Solo child, Anakin, had been sent for safekeeping. He urged Leia to head immediately for Anath, but she said she didn't know its coordinates. Only Winter, Master Skywalker and Admiral Akbar did. She determined to head immediately for Mon Calamari to find Akbar, and then off to rescue her youngest child. While the other students took charge of the twins and helped Terpfen recover from his journey, I caught up with her in the Great Temple. Counselor Organa Solo, I need to speak with you.
Make it brief. I'm heading out as soon as I can get my stuff together.
I hit the button for the turbolift. You can't go with Terpfen. He's a known traitor. She preceded me into the lift.
I can handle myself on that count.
Despite the assurances that Ambassador Silgul gave you that we can protect your twins, you can't leave them here. Her brown eyes sparked dangerously.
So, what? I load them into a fighter with a known traitor and take them off to a world where Imperial assassins are going to be trying to kill them?
No, but leaving them here, where a 4,000-year-old Dark Lord of the Sith is turning apprentices into puppets isn't much of a choice, either. I shook my head. You don't know any of us. How can you trust all of us with your kids?
I can't trust all of you.
She poked a finger square in my chest.
I'm trusting you.
What? Her expression sharpened as the lift doors opened and she started down the hall to her room.
When my husband left here, he said I could trust you. Not an easy man to earn trust from, my husband. That got me wondering, and you'd be surprised what the president of the new republic can learn when she's curious and has got a HoloNet connection. The fact that my brother picked you to be here counts a lot in your favor, but the rest of your record doesn't hurt at all. I think my children are safe with Corran Horn.
Look, since you know who I am, let me fly you to Mon Calamari. I'm a hot hand with a fighter. I can help when you get to Enoth. She shook her head.
Can't do it, and that's because I do know who you are. I know that if you wanted to be my chauffeur, you'd not have come to me privately. You want something else, and I'm willing to bet that something else means you're going to be staying here. Let me have it.
I nodded as she started shoving clothes into a satchel. First, I think the apprentices who are vulnerable to Exer Kun are those who have had some brush with the dark side in the past. Streen once asked me about something I considered minor, but it might be the vector in for Exer Kun. Can't confirm that about Gantoris or Kip, but it would make sense since those who have fallen once can more easily be lured back to old paths of behavior. Leia paused for a moment.
That would put Cam at risk.
He's pretty tough, but, yes, there's a chance. I glanced down. Streen remains a risk. Can't pinpoint any others, though Brachis has an imperial background that would make him prey.
Right. What else?
We have a basic problem if we're going to figure out a way to deal with Exer Kun. If we exclude everyone who is suspect, he could know something is afoot because of that fact.
And he could use any paranoia that develops as a way into those who aren't yet tainted.
She zipped up her bag.
So is there a solution to this problem, or do we evac Yavin?
With Kip running around in an invincible ship? No way. We're all that can stand between him and his returning with a way to move Exer Kun off this ball.
Evac is out. The problem still stands then.
She watched a smile grow on my face.
I hate it when a Corellian smiles like that. Usually means Han's about to lose the Falcon to Lando in some sabacc game.
Well, it's Exer Kun's chance to lose this time, because he overplayed his hand. My smile broadened. Your brother identified an ability in me, one to project thoughts into others. How well I know them, the degree of contact I feel for them, determines how much I can pump through. Exer Kun came to me last night, after I helped take Streen down by projecting into him the idea that he'd succeeded at what he tried to do. Kun tried to bring me over to his side, but I resisted. He got a good read on me and tried to play me. Leia smiled, and it became easy for me to see why thousands of rebel hearts had been broken when she married Han Solo.
And while he was playing you, you got a good read on him. You can track him when he's active?
I think so. I also think these displays take a lot out of him. I think he'll be keeping a low profile, probably tapping in on Streen, to find out what we're doing. She nodded.
And you can feed enough back through that connection to deceive him?
I nodded. Giving us time to find a way to deal with him.
Good, very good.
Her eyes sharpened.
I can't leave you in charge. He'd notice the change in routine and spot you as a danger.
Right. I'll have to keep a low profile, too. I'll keep quiet unless things aren't going to work or start going really badly. I moved from the doorway as she headed out toward the turbolift. I know I can buy us time, but not much. At the rate he recovers, Kun should be ready for something tomorrow, maybe tonight.
I know you'll do what you can.
She stopped at the turbolift and offered me her hand.
May the Force be with you.
And you.
I hope so.
She smiled at me grimly as the turbolift doors closed.
I have a feeling we'll both need it.
24. I spent the rest of the day working on the headhunter, finishing the repairs. I asked Streen to help me. I didn't need the help, I just wanted to keep him close. Some of the other students were shunning him, and given what had happened, that came as no surprise. By having him help me, I could keep an eye on him and gently monitor him in case Exer Kun tried to influence him again. I also offered Kun the headhunter as bait through Streen. The old gas prospector knew enough about flying a ship that he was able to hover the fighter and bring it into the hangar proper from the landing pad, but he didn't seem able to work the weapons. Mara's ship no longer had the standard weapons package it had been built with. The concussion missile launchers had been scrapped and replaced with a center-mounted ion cannon. Each wing still sported a triple blaster, but they were hardwired for dual-fire mode, which isn't a choice I'd have made. I told Streen enough about the weapons to make him think he could work them, but I didn't tell him about having installed a command override code that was required to use them. If weapons were engaged without the code, the headhunter would cut thrust to 0, click in the repulsor lift coils, and hover. The onboard computers also had the Great Temple designated as a passive flight zone. There would be no running it up to speed and slamming into the temple. The Navicomp would just take over and land the ship in the face of such an obvious pilot error. My thinking was that Kun, still taxed from his having funneled enough power through Streen to create that cyclone, would take the chance at having Streen use the headhunter to kill Luke. I tried to make it easy for him by giving Streen little flying tips and telling him rebellion pilot stories, but Exer Kun never took the bait. I felt a bit disappointed in him at that, but didn't push the issue for fear of tipping him to our connection. It wasn't until that evening, as I was trying to drop off to sleep, that I realized Kun wasn't quite as sophisticated as I had expected. Alarms triggered by R2, who was stationed in the grand audience chamber, jolted me out of bed. I stretched out my senses and caught spiky impressions of creatures that just felt wrong up at the ziggurat's pinnacle. I didn't even think about hitting the stairs or waiting for the turbolift. I sprinted to the headhunter, punched in the ignition code and enabled the weapons. I overrode the passive flight directives and cruised out of the hangar into the orange twilight of the night. I looped and rolled the fighter and took a pass above the temple, but all I could see was the hint of a triangular wingtip slipping through one of the skylights. Frustration rippled through me, but I shoved it away. Those creatures are not my problem right now. Exer Kun is. Stretching out my senses, I discovered slender ebon threads of influence, 3 of them, linked to the creatures the Dark Lord had sent to kill Luke Skywalker. The creatures were mindless beasts, far easier to control than Streen, affording Kun maximum destruction with a minimal amount of energy expended. I overshot the temple, then killed my thrust and cut in the repulsor lift coils. This left me hovering 400 meters above the ground. Using the headhunter's etheric rudder, I twitched the ship around until the nose pointed off toward where I felt Kun's influence originating. I hit a button on my console, locking in that heading. Nudging the throttle forward, I rolled to starboard and cruised back past the Great Temple by a kilometer. I killed thrust again, hovered and pointed the nose off in the direction I felt Kun's influence coming from. I logged those coordinates in the Navicomp. My comm unit beeped and an all-clear signal from R2 appeared on my main screen. I smiled and felt the little link tendrils withering and retreating back to Exer Kun. I pushed my feelings, focusing them tightly, hoping to pick up a flash of anger or disappointment from him, but I got nothing of the sort. Instead, I found 4 more of the anomalous lifeforms winging their way to the Great Temple from deep in the jungle. I allowed myself a low laugh. The one problem with starfighter targeting systems is that they are built around a sensor package that recognizes the durasteel and other components that make up other starfighters or ships or anything else that can legitimately be classed as a target. Additional software uploads can define new targets, allowing systems to be updated as new foes and new equipment come online. And while these creatures did have metal claws, they actually had less metal content than the average civilian strolling around on Coruscant. As far as the headhunter was concerned, they just weren't really targets. As a Jedi, I found them to be big fat targets. They flew in toward the temple, no more able to recognize the headhunter as a threat than it was able to recognize them. The huge creatures were easily as tall in body as a man, with a huge wingspan of ugly, fleshy wings. They had 2 heads, each with a low enough cranium to only be sporting a cubic centimeter of brains. They also each had a muscular tail that ended in a nasty crystalline stinger. Decidedly scary and lethal. Unless you're a pilot in a starfighter. My first shot crisscrossed twin blaster bolts in the thorax of the lead creature. Flesh boiled and scales melted, then the bolts burst out of its back and flew on only slightly spent. The creature's heads curled inward, looking down at the smoking hole in its chest, then the wings collapsed. The creature dropped to the ground with the speed of a droid ejected from a fighter. It impaled itself on the branches of a massive Masassy tree below. My shot at the next beastie came fast and much sloppier, only one bolt hit. The single energy projectile did the job, however. It burned a wing off the one it hit. The creature flapped furiously with the one good wing, but to no discernible benefit. Screaming, the beast spiraled down and smashed into the temple's stone base. For the last two monsters I switched to the ion cannon. The initial shot from it caught the third monster in the pelvis. The blue ion bolt shattered into hundreds of little lightning tendrils. The bolt fired all of the creature's nerves at once, making the creature's limbs spasm. Its tail jerked backward and forward so violently that it stabbed itself. The creature's head struck at its own tail, tearing great jagged hunks out of it, then its wings folded in on it and the falling beast splattered itself down the pyramid's north side. The last beast proved more agile than the others and, freed of Kuhn's waning influence, wheeled through the sky and dove at the headhunter. I got the nose up and flicked on the shields in time to intercept its attack. The beast rebounded off the forward shield, but stabbed out with one clawed foot and snagged hold of the headhunter's nose. Sparks shot through the cockpit as the forward shield failed, and the short circuit killed the ion cannon. The beast grabbed the nose with its other foot, Durasteel screaming as it sank its talons in. It hunched forward over the fuselage, its wings wrapping the headhunter in an embrace, as its head snapped at me in the cockpit. The blasters couldn't hit it and the ion cannon wouldn't fire. I could have hovered the craft, opened the cockpit canopy and engaged the monster with my lightsaber, except I'd left it back in my room. As one thrusting head ricocheted off the transparisteel canopy, I knew it was only a matter of time before the canopy gave way. Fine. I smiled. You want to play? Let's play. I pointed the nose up and kicked the thrusters in full. At top speed it only took a handful of seconds to reach the edge of the atmosphere. Air pressure slammed the beast against the hull and kept it laid out there like a blanket. The friction heated up the ship's Durasteel hull, causing bits and pieces of the creature's wings to fry. When it tried to rear back and unfurl its wings to get them off the hot metal, the air pressure snapped both of them and swept them in around the monster, then pitched it forward and smashed it down on the hull again. Once outside the atmosphere, a different problem presented itself for the creature. The vacuum of space effectively cooled the hull, sucking all the heat out of it. It did the same thing for the creature, leaving the angry and fearful expressions on both of its faces frozen there for an eternity. I killed thrust as the beast cooled, letting the headhunter drift as my nose ornament chilled rather quickly. I was quite relieved to see the beast wasn't suited to surviving in space's cold void, but then I'd not thought anything originating on Yavin 4 would be. Finally, when I thought it had gotten cold enough, I hit the right rudder hard. While the ship's inertial damper field kept me and the headhunter from feeling any of the effects of such a violent maneuver, the creature was not so lucky. Its body sheared off at the ankles and started a rolling tumble off toward the gas giant, while I looped the headhunter and started back down toward the temple. Cam met me in the hangar as I brought the headhunter to a stop. I popped the cockpit canopy and hopped down to the deck. Cam regarded me with cold eyes as I swung under the fighter's nose.
There was an attack on Master Skywalker. Where were you?
I smiled, then reached up and plucked a talon from where it had lodged in the headhunter's nose. I tossed it to him. Target practice.
That's not the sort of thing you should do on your own.
I frowned at him. It was the only thing I could do, Cam. I couldn't get up there fast enough to help inside, so I stopped Kuhn's reinforcements.
You don't know it's Kuhn.
I know. Cam shook his head and jerked a thumb toward the audience chamber.
But we just learned that, from Luke.
Luke's awake?
No, but his nephew and niece can hear him. He said Exar Kun was behind the trouble.
Cam's face darkened.
We have to defeat Kun if we are to get Luke back. We're preparing a council of war right now to figure out what we're going to do.
Council of war, good. Right now, not good. I sighed. Kun has been defeated tonight. He's not going to be coming back right away.
How do you know that?
Hints of betrayal and confusion arced through Cam's question. Trust me on this, Cam, I know it. I reached out with a hand and laid it on his shoulder, but he shrugged me off. Look, if I was on Kun's side, I'd not have vaped 4 of his pets, would I? I've got my own lightsaber and I could have filleted Master Skywalker on any of my watches. You can trust me.
But you have secrets.
Cam's eyes became crescent slits.
You and Master Skywalker have not been wholly forthcoming.
True, but there are good reasons for this, reasons Master Skywalker himself gave me. His sister, despite the dire circumstances here, chose not to violate those confidences. I looked him straight in the eye. You have your reasons for being here, so you can shore up your personality against the weaknesses that allowed you to be seduced by the dark side. My reasons for being here are different, but no less important to me. I want Exar Kun's influence as dead as you do. Together we can accomplish this, each doing our parts. Mine are just going to be different than yours. Cam considered my words for a moment, then slowly nodded.
I'll tell the others you think tonight is not a good time for planning against Kun.
Leave me out of it. It's only logical that working on things now will be to no one's benefit. Let's get some sleep and plan tomorrow, during the day. Kun doesn't seem to strike effectively during the day. I gave him a solid smile. We are going to win against him, you know.
We've got no choice.
Agreed. I slapped him on the shoulder. Kun's picked the wrong people to fight at the wrong time, and that's the last mistake we'll let him make. The Council of War convened in what had once been the rebel command post for the first strike on the Death Star. Dust shrouded the various artifacts that hadn't been hauled away by Imperial survey teams or New Republic museum curators. What remained was largely serviceable and permitted all 14 of us to sit around comfortably. Despite there being ample room for me at the central table, I hung back and pushed my sphere of responsibility out to fill the room and monitor what was going on with my fellow apprentices. I immediately picked up a jet black strand connecting Streen to Kun. I was sure the old gas prospector had no idea it was there. He was still mortified at his near murder of Master Skywalker, and his dwelling on what he had almost done was what allowed Kun to maintain the link. More fortunately, Streen's emotional turmoil meant any information coursing down that line to Kun was unreliable, carrying with it dour emotional impressions. If that were not enough to make Kun think we were hopelessly incompetent, Ambassador Silgal's curious logic must have convinced him of it. She dismissed Dorsk 81's fear that Kun could listen in on our planning sessions by saying,
"We must operate on the assumption we can still fight him. We have enough real problems to confront, there's no need to manufacture worse ones from our imagination."
As a warrior, I couldn't imagine anything worse than our side remaining willfully ignorant of the possibility that our enemy knew what we were planning, but in the espionage-laden world of diplomacy, that didn't appear to be so important. I kept careful track of what information moved through the conduit from Streen to Exar Kun and found I really needed to inject very little into it, or edit very little from it. 12 half-trained apprentices and 2 toddlers planning to annihilate someone who had survived an onslaught by the combined might of the Jedi of his age sounded ridiculous on the surface of it. Tyand carefully told us how our own little council mirrored that of the Great Council of Deneba, when the Jedi united to defeat Kun. She made it sound grand and hopeful, but with only a little push I was able to make it sound hopeless. I let Streen fill Kun with our resolve to unite and defeat him, but Kun's contempt for us came rolling back along the line like an echo. He had faced fleets of ships and all the known Jedi. He had slain his own master. His power was unrivaled. He had defeated our master, and beyond our resolve to fight, we had no operative plans and nothing with which to challenge him. We were snacks he would devour at his leisure, not morsels that might choke him. His connection to Streen atrophied and died as various of us offered plans that wouldn't trap a Stinteril. My quiet laughter from the corner brought Silgal's head around.
This is hardly a matter that is amusing, Kieran. If you will not contribute.
I stood and narrowed my eyes. I'll contribute. You've plotted the right course, uniting is the only way to get him. That's good. Brachis sniffed.
We're pleased you approve.
I ignored his comment. What you've missed is the key. Streen, what do you call him? The prospector raked fingers back through his frizzy gray hair.
The Dark Man.
Right. Master Skywalker described him to me as a shadow, and that was close to what Gantoris reported as well. I watched Cam carefully. And that's what I saw the one time he came to recruit me. Cam's head came up.
So, what is your point?
My point is that he's a creature of shadow, a creature of the dark side. What has Master Skywalker drilled into us since day one? Kirana Tai's eyes widened.
The antidote to the dark side is the light side.
Right. It will have to shine so brightly no shadow can withstand it. I looked around at all of them. That's your job. When he comes for Luke again, you give him more light than he can ever handle. The Mon Calamari ambassador cocked her head at me.
Our job? You must be with us, be part of our united force.
Not going to happen. I leaned forward, holding myself up by posting my arms on the table. Up to this point, Exar Kun has acted on his own schedule. He's moved when he wants to move, done what he's wanted to do. Not anymore. Tomorrow evening, as night is coming on, we'll force him to act. He won't be ready, but he'll think he can still beat us. He'll be wrong. Tyan regarded me with her pearl eyes.
What are you going to do?
I shook my head. You can't know, just as I can't know exactly what you want to do. The key is that when we move, I pointed at Streen, he'll be guarding Luke Skywalker's body.
Streen?
Cam shook his head adamantly.
Impossible. Me?
Streen looked stricken. You, Streen. You're going to be just like the winds you summoned the other night. You're going to seem weak, but you'll be strong. You won't break, you'll hold. I smiled. You'll all hold. The Dathomiri witch watched me carefully.
You make it sound as if you will go after Exar Kun by yourself. You know it will be impossible to stand against him alone.
Dorsk 81 nodded.
He defeated Master Skywalker. Your mission will be impossible.
Could be. I smiled, remembering similar assessments of missions with Rogue Squadron. Then again, I've been to the land of the impossible before. If we all do our parts, I may even survive another little visit there. 25. I used the headhunter's blasters to burn back enough jungle at the edge of the lake to provide me with a landing site, then I set the fighter down. The landing was a touch rougher than I would have liked. Given that the belly cargo compartment contained a dozen Nurgan 14 charges all ready to go, I should have focused more on flying, but I couldn't. Using the same technique Luke had showed Streen to shield his mind against picking up the thoughts of others, I was keeping my presence within the Force as undetectable as I could. I found it tiring, but took heart from the fact that Exar Kun likewise liked to remain hidden, and had to expend portions of his power to do so as well. I climbed out of the fighter and opened the cargo compartment. I shouldered 2 packs with the explosives in them, gingerly shifting them about to let me maintain good balance. All I needed was to get careless and slip on my way to my destination. Do that and our war against Exar Kun will be lost before it even starts. I looked out across the expanse of the lake at the small island centered in it. An obsidian pyramid with smooth sides had been erected there, then a wedge had been chopped out of the center of it. From the shore, the interior angles drew my attention to a massive statue of a man. I was too far away to discern much in the way of detail, but I had no doubt I looked upon Exar Kun, if for no other reason than that someone of his ego never would have let a statue to another be raised on his world. I knew this is where I would find him. The clues had been painfully easy to put together. Dorsk 81 had reported traveling in this direction, but the survey logs that Kip Duran had prepared showed no trip here. What little information about this place that had been recorded by the rebel scout Yoon indicated that he found it unsettling and likely a monument to some ancient lord. The fact that it had escaped the ravages of time further suggested it was a focus for Kuhn's power. In addition, when I'd plotted the direction from which Kuhn's power had flowed the other evening, the two courses crossed over this location. And, as if I needed more proof, I really didn't feel like marching in there. I frowned at myself. You've survived having Booster Turek for a father-in-law, you can survive this. The water surrounding the island picked up orange highlights from the gas giant, but the system's dying sun still streaked it with jets of gold. I moved forward, stepping on the first of the stones set bare centimeters beneath the surface of the water. One misstep would plunge me deep into the pond's icy depths, so I moved cautiously. I watched where I placed my feet and had a moment of grudging admiration for Exar Kun. By making the pathway to his shrine so tricky and difficult, he forced all who approached him to do so with bowed heads so they could watch their feet. Ripples spread out from my every step and lapped against the far shore, but they provided the only activity I saw over there. This pleased me because I was really in no position to deal with Kuhn's winged terrors. The fact that Jason Solo, though not quite yet 3 years old, had managed to hold a trio of them at bay with his uncle's lightsaber did not make me think my chances would be good in dealing with them. Though I thought myself more nimble than a toddler, with 30 kilos of explosives hanging on my back like lead wings, graceful wasn't going to describe me at all. I reached the island's shore without opposition and mounted the steps to the temple. Sith hieroglyphs had been incised into the stones, still as crisp and sharp as the day the Massassi had carved them. The Celestin scout had translated some of them as magics to preserve the temple, and others to call down doom on defilers. Somehow the Massassi script, with hooks and barbs on each glyph, seemed more menacing than any curses they could call down. Once inside the pyramid I worked quickly, distributing the Nurgan 14 charges and arming them. I tried to put them near structural points that would promote the collapse of the whole building, but with that massive sort of blocked construction, I couldn't be certain it would work. The detonators could either be set for a time and triggered manually, or keyed by remote through codes I could broadcast from the Headhunter's comm unit. Having seen the results produced by such charges in the past, I didn't want to be anywhere nearby when they went off. The last charge I brought forward like a sacrificial offering. I paced quickly across the open courtyard and laid it at the base of the pedestal on which Exar Kun's colossal statue stood. I made certain to wedge the charge tightly against the base and the floor, so when it went off it would open enough of a crater to topple the statue. I measured the height of the pedestal with my eye, then glanced back toward the lake. I smiled. Mon Calamari tourists will get a chance to have a good look at you, once this goes. I retreated to the center of the small courtyard, then unveiled my presence. I pushed my sphere of responsibility out, but had barely gotten it 2 meters before Kun appeared and swallowed my reflection in the obsidian stones of the pedestal. So, you have come to me to ask me to help you. Haughtiness rippled through the force. I warned you that I would not be generous with you this time. I laughed at him. I remember. That's not why I'm here. Kuhn's head came up as his face contracted into a fierce scowl. What? Why have you violated my sanctuary? Just the thing I wanted to talk with you about. I stroked my goatee and began pacing back and forth before him. I checked New Republic law. Property claims are abandoned well shy of 4 millennia. As a result, I've filed a claim for this place, and now it's mine. I'd love to have you stick around, but your statue is right where the wife will want the entertainment center. You understand, don't you? You insolent bug. Kun opened his shadowy arms wide. You prattle on as if your wit can armor you against my might. And you think you can hurt me? I scoffed at him. This is your eviction notice. You're playing with powers more titanic than you could ever know. Save the threats. I yawned. I've been going over all the stuff you've done, and I've figured out your weakness. While disembodied, you can't affect the physical world. Kuan's expression darkened. No? I shook my head. No. Ah, then I cannot do this. The wraith waved an ethereal hand and sparks shot from each of the explosive packets I'd scattered about. Blue flames flared as the detonators each melted. Just like the Jedi holocron. My nose closing against the stink of melted plastic, I glanced up at Kuan. Oops. Kuan flicked a finger at me, sending me whirling across the courtyard. I tried to gather the force around me to protect myself, but the shock at my error kept me from it. I slammed into an obsidian wall and heard a bone in my right forearm crack. I clutched the limb to my chest, but Kuan spun me again, smashing my flank into a low wall. Ribs crunched with that impact and I felt something inside go, as well. Kuan was enjoying himself, probably for the first time in millennia, the very thought of which made me vomit. Kuan's laughter echoed through his stronghold as he pitched me around, dancing me and rolling me back and forth across the courtyard. I thought his actions were haphazard, especially when he lifted me into the air, then dashed me down, shattering my left leg, but even through the pain I had a clarity of mind. He wanted me thinking, not dead, yet, and that made my stomach roil again. Eventually, like a child tiring of a toy, he let me go. I slumped to my side and involuntarily flinched as his shade came to cover me. Just because you never saw me affect the material world, it doesn't mean I couldn't. And even if it is something of an effort to do so, here, in my stronghold, it is a pleasure beyond your possible ken. I let my words hiss out between clenched teeth. I think I'll put a wide-view holoprojector right where you're standing. Childish jokes from a childish mind. He gestured casually and all the explosive charges I'd placed sailed out of the temple and splashed in the black lake. Glancing down at me, Kuan let his voice become icy. You could have been raised to the level of divinity by my hand. Now you will be destroyed by it. Even before I could taunt him again, he gestured and I felt a presence behind me. I rolled over and saw Mirax standing there, her eyes full of fire.
I should have known, Corsac, that you would abandon me. You said you wanted me more than you wanted your Jedi heritage. I gave you all that I am. I want to bear your children. This is how you repay me. You leave me alone, all alone, dying alone, while you play games with rocks and pictures?
The vehemence in her voice ripped straight through me. It collapsed my stomach and shoved it out through my spine. I wrapped my hands around my belly and hunched forward. No, Mirax, no. The wailing calls of all the infants who had died on Karita swirled around me to accompany her voice.
Hear them, Corran. They are your sons, your daughters. They are the children you have denied to the world. You accused Exar Kun of being a fool because he destroys life, but you are more of a fool. You could have created it. With me. If you wanted me. If you truly loved me.
I hugged my broken arm to fractured ribs, folding around the pain in my middle. I knew she was nothing but an illusion Kun had conjured from my mind, but it seemed too real for me to disbelieve it. Kun was feeding back to me my own image of Mirax, and infusing it with everything I feared. Because the attack came from within, I had no emotional armor with which to shield myself. I heard in her voice exactly the words that terrified me. I reached out to her with my left hand, lifting my face toward her. No, Mirax, no. I do love you.
How can you love her?
My father's voice slashed at me from behind.
Her father hired the bounty hunter who murdered me. A murder you could have prevented. Was that it? Had she seduced you even then? Were you her creature? Did she lay warm in your arms so I could lay cold in them?
I levered myself around into a sitting position to meet my father's accusing stare, then had to tear my eyes from him. Gone was the man I had known in life. His flesh had become ashen, his eyes holes onto a void. The only color on him came from the blood spurting from his wounds to puddle around him. I heard it splashing from him. I couldn't get the cloying scent out of my nostrils and dreaded the touch of the rivulet slowly snaking its way toward me. You know that's not true.
I only know you failed me. You left me to die.
Mirax chimed in.
As you leave me to die.
My mother's voice joined them.
He never cared if I died, either.
Laughter, low and cold, echoed from the obsidian walls. I looked up and saw the image of Lejane Forge, one of my first friends in Rogue Squadron. The right side of her face had been burned away by blaster fire.
He let me die. He wanted to play the hero, so I paid the price.
No. I slammed my right fist against the courtyard stones, breaking it and grinding the bones in my arm. I latched onto the pain and used it to recapture control of my mind. Their accusations bored into me, freeing the part of me that second-guessed everything I did. I knew that piece of me well and loathed it. I could replay conversations in my mind for hours when it held sway, wishing I'd said this, wondering why I'd said that, hoping things would not be taken in the worst way, but dreading the fact that they would. When I began doubting myself, I was paralyzed. The cycle always built on itself, growing, reviewing more things, until I dissected my whole life. And it continues until I get angry at myself and stop it. The desire to give in to the anger and cut Exer Kun short almost overwhelmed me. That option hung there, tantalizing me. I could use my anger like a lightsaber. I could slice to ribbons these false spirits, these treacherous phantoms. I would cut down Exer Kun's army, then I would rip into him. He would be nothing before me and my anger. I would sunder him the way my explosives should have sundered his shrine. And then I can find other targets that deserve destruction. I raised my right hand triumphantly, then curled it down into a fist. Pain jolted through me again and in its wake came outrage. I slammed my hand against the ground and screamed, then shot Exer Kun a sidelong glance. No. My anger is not for you to use. The Dark Lord towered above me. Anger is a most sweet nectar. Despair will also suffice. Another phantom congealed before me, looking and feeling and smelling and sounding more real than I was myself. The little boy, all tow-headed and gray-eyed, barely older than Jason Solo, looked at me with his lower lip quivering. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes. He reached out with little stubby-fingered hands and took my broken hand into his.
Who hurt you, Daddy?
His innocent gaze searched my face.
I can make it better. I can. Let me. Please.
His voice became a plaintive wail that faded with his image. I felt his grip, feathery and gentle, soothing and kind, fading to be replaced with pain.
Why won't you let me help?
The lump rising in my throat strangled me. Through the boy's fading image I saw Mirax, no longer hateful, standing there. She wore a simple white gown. She rubbed her hands lovingly over her swollen belly, the look on her face one of pure, unadulterated joy. The image shifted slightly as the boy reappeared, older, yet still a child, to place his hand against his mother's rounded stomach. Then both of their images blew apart into a million razor-edged fragments that burned through me.
Just as well, I heard my father say, any child of that union would have been as disappointing as you have been.
That simple remark detonated like a bomb inside me. I had forever hoped that I would win my father's approval, that he would like me for who and what I was. He was never stinting with his praise, but with his death I had been left trying to guess what he would have thought about this action or that. Even my decision to become a Jedi had been made to win his approval and to model myself on him. Yet in his voice, I heard that I had failed. The sum and total of my life, the sum and total of the lives of any children I helped create, and whatever they would create, all of it would be worthless in his eyes. One of the anchor points for my life crumbled, eroding in uncertainty, cutting me adrift without a chance of recovering myself. I was lost. I was hopeless. I was the ultimate failure. I could take no more.
Is that the best you've got?
The tone of the voice had enough edge to etch transparent steel and would have flensed me alive, but I knew it wasn't directed at me. Through tear-clouded eyes I looked up and saw Mara Jade sauntering into the temple.
Babies crying and ghosts whispering lies from beyond the grave. The Dark Lord of the Sith I knew would have been ashamed to use such tactics.
What? Exar Kuen's voice roared, as if in volume and intensity it could batter her down. Who dares?
Who cares, more correctly.
She pointed at me.
Horn here has been worked over by the Empire's best and never broke. Isard would have had you digitized, analyzed and discarded without a second thought, and she wasn't even force sensitive. Darth Vader would have found you amusingly quaint, and the Emperor. Well.
Mara Jade's eyes flashed mercilessly.
The Emperor succeeded in destroying the Jedi, so he'd see you as the very definition of failure.
Yes, but your vaunted Emperor is dead. I found my voice again. Something the two of you have in common, then. I shoved myself up and balanced awkwardly on my good leg. And something else, he didn't know when he'd lost, either. It's over. Kuen regarded me anew and I felt his consciousness stab into my brain. It withdrew quickly, as if it had been stung by the thought I had nestled there. Kuen laughed aloud. A trap? You and your companions seek to trap me? Kuen doubled his image's volume and smiled most cruelly at us. You think your petty plans will work against me? You thought your coming here would defeat me? Never. He looked away toward the great temple, then back down at us. This may have been a brave attempt on your part, but your friends have made a grave error. Their defense of Skywalker is only as strong as the weakest person defending him, and they have left him vulnerable again. Mara looked at me, clearly alarmed.
What's he talking about?
Luke's hurt. I winced as pain shot through my belly. Streen is guarding him. Exar Kuen laughed again. Yes, Streen. My Streen. The Dark Lord's image began to shrink back into the obsidian of his temple. I will finish him, then come again for you. Tremble in fear. Cower in anticipation. His presence faded from the temple and I tried to straighten up. I managed a half-staggered step, then went down on one knee. I guess I fell further or faster than I expected because I next found Mara kneeling next to me.
Come on, Horn, wake up. What's this about Streen?
I managed a weak smile. Bait. Kuen's heading into a trap. A big trap. She weighed my words.
Any chance he can get out of it?
Shouldn't be able to. It really is over for him. I coughed once and felt pain in my chest. Gonna have to help me out of here, because I can't make it on my own.
I think I can handle that.
She reached down, helped haul me to my feet, then dipped a shoulder and lifted me in a rescue carry.
Always glad to help a friend.
The sun had set by the time we got back to my headhunter and the other one that had brought Mara Jade on her second trip to Yavin 4. She lugged me back to shore and eased me to the ground without complaining about what a burden I'd been. She ran to her ship and got a first aid kit.
Sorry for the rough spots out there.
No problem. Beats swimming. I coughed lightly. Besides, a Jedi does not know pain.
Need to be more convincing when you say that.
Mara shook her head.
Your arm fracture is dislocated. I should set it, unless you want to do it yourself.
I stared up at her. Set my own arm? Only an idiot would set his own broken arm.
Some would say only an idiot would go after a Dark Lord of the Sith by himself.
Ah, that's big idiot, thank you. I held my arm out toward her. Do what has to be done, which is what I was doing out here myself. Mara crouched beside me and grasped my wrist and elbow.
He worked you over pretty solidly. What little I saw wasn't very pleasant.
The image of the boy's face surfaced in my mind again. If I never go through that again, I'll be happy. I looked up at her. Thanks for intervening. If you hadn't have come in then.
You'd have just broken your other hand.
She shrugged her shoulders, then summoned the force, pulled on my wrist and twisted the bone into place before I even knew what was happening.
There.
I slumped down on my back, determined not to scream. Sith spawn. Don't ever go into medicine.
You're welcome, Horn.
Mara tucked a strand of red gold hair behind her right ear.
I found some stuff out about Mirax, which is why I came back here. Details are on a data card you can review while you're recovering. Anyway, when I entered the atmosphere I could feel you and Kuan tangling. The force was boiling.
And you came anyway?
I owed you. We're even now.
I leaned my head back and uttered as much of a laugh as I could muster. If that's how you repay debts, I'll catch remote bolts for you any day.
But not today.
She reached out and took my left hand.
I'll slave your ship to mine and we'll go back to the Great Temple.
Right, see if Luke is okay. Mara paused for a moment, then nodded.
He is, and they know you're incoming wounded.
I rolled myself forward and stood with her help. They succeeded?
They did. Exer Kuan is no more.
Mara smiled unguardedly.
The Jedi Academy, it seems, has gotten rid of a Dark Lord, and produced itself a crop of Jedi.
26. Exer Kuan's attacks had messed me up more than I knew. My left leg and right arm were broken, as well as my right hand. I'd cracked a half-dozen ribs and had bruises and lacerations on my liver and kidneys. My blood chemistry was all off and the 2-1B that looked me over thought I'd ejected from a crashing fighter and never had my parasail open. In reality I wished I actually felt half that good. Upon my return I got immediately dunked in the Bacta tank that Tycho had shipped out with the medical team for Luke barely a week and a half earlier. I'd been in Bacta tanks more than I cared to think about in my life, but this was the first time in one of the emergency ones. Most tanks are vertical tubes, but this one was a horizontal box. I got to lie there being very still because there was no place to go, and the treatment was broken up into 6-hour stints because the Bacta had to be drained, filtered, and replaced. Luke visited me a couple of times, and I read Mara's data card while not doing a Bacta soak, but I was pretty well out of it in the beginning. As I started to come around, Kip Duran was returned to Yavin after Han Solo had gotten him so Luke Skywalker could judge him for his crimes. I was back in the tank when that took place, and by the time I got back out, Luke, Kip and Silgal had departed Yavin to destroy the Sun Crusher and heal Mon Mothma of a mysterious malady. Tyen did her best to keep me company after that, and fill me in on details of the Academy life, but I wasn't really fit to be around. The physical damage Exer Kuan had done to me had healed on schedule. Had I had access to and used Jedi healing techniques I might have been fitter faster, but that really didn't matter. The battering my mind had taken shook me badly. I knew Kuan had only plucked my fears from my mind and displayed them for me in all their ugly glory, but I still had to deal with the fact that they were my fears, generated by me and mine alone to conquer. After Master Skywalker returned with Kip from destroying the Sun Crusher, and after Kip had healed up from his injuries, I asked to speak to Luke alone. We met in the simple room where he lived. He looked a bit weary, but buoyant nonetheless.
What is it, Kieran?
I leaned against the door jamb with my right shoulder, taking pressure off my left leg. I can't stay here any longer. Looking up from the bed where he sat, Luke stared through me for a moment.
Not you, too.
I wasn't certain what he meant by that remark. I suspected it might have had something to do with Mara Jade and her quick departure after delivering me back to the Great Temple. Tyen had said that Mara looked in on Luke while he slept, but left without speaking to him. Luke had clearly assumed that she had come to Yavin when she heard he had fallen ill, and his discovering that was not the case seemed to cause him some discomfort. I can't stay because there are things here that just are not working. I glanced down and added in a smaller voice. For me, they're not working.
Things have not been perfect by any means, but that's no reason for you to leave.
Luke frowned at me.
There could be adjustments. We can fix things.
I shook my head. I don't think you can.
Give me an example.
I stepped into the room and found both of my hands balled into fists. It's a lot of things. Just the way you run this place. If it weren't for the bugs, the monsters and the Dark Lords of the Sith, this place would be a holiday resort. I've had more challenges learning how to eat Twi'lek food. Luke's jaw dropped open.
How can you say that?
I tapped my breastbone with my right hand. I've been through a training academy, remember? I recall having my life radically altered. A training camp breaks you down and rebuilds you into the person the organization wants you to be. The Jedi Master's face darkened.
I don't want to be turning out Jedi clones.
You're missing the point. Training academies don't turn out clones. They don't erase the personality of the people they're dealing with, they merely make sure that individual is prepared to handle all of the challenges their new job will thrust at them. I spread my arms wide. While we did manage to deal with Exar Kun, we could have done things more efficiently and more effectively had we been a team before that, not becoming one because of it. Luke closed his eyes for a second, then nodded.
I understand what you are telling me. There certainly is room for change. I can look at the Corsac Academy and see if there are things we need to adapt. You can help me do that.
You can get New Republic Armed Forces drill instructors to do that sort of stuff. I hesitated for a moment, then glanced down at the floor. The fact is, I can't remain here with Kip.
He's changed, Kieran, changed a lot.
I don't doubt it. Murdering billions will do that to a fellow. My eyes narrowed as I looked up. I know the New Republic turned him over to you for judgment and he passed some sort of test.
Yes. I took him to Exar Kun's temple.
You what? My mouth hung open. You took him back to that Sith stronghold? Luke nodded calmly.
In that domain of evil he was able to come to grips with his dark side. He has been able to lay his past behind him.
And that's it?
No, he further atoned by helping to destroy the Sun Crusher.
Luke's face sharpened.
He almost died doing that.
I pulled a chair out from Luke's desk and dropped myself down in it. I'm sure it was harrowing for him, but I have a hard time with someone who destroyed star systems being made a Jedi Knight and held up as an example to the people of the New Republic. Luke stiffened.
Don't you believe he could be redeemed? Don't you believe it is possible for people to learn their lessons and refrain from evil in the future?
Sure. I believe that of many of the criminals I arrested with Corsac, but that doesn't mean I think they should be released from Kessel before their sentences are up.
Compassion is a Jedi's strength.
And how compassionate is it to the friends and relatives of Kip's victims to see him free and exalted? The Jedi Master regarded me warily.
The blood of millions is on my hands, too. The crew of the Death Star. The people slain while I served the Emperor Reborn.
I sat forward, resting my elbows on my knees. The Death Star was a military installation and self-defense, pure and simple. While you served the Emperor, yes, people did die, but you sabotaged the Imperial effort, saving the lives of many more than you killed. In a time when all choices are evil, choosing the least of the evils is a virtue. I paused for a moment. Punishment for a crime serves a multitude of purposes. It proves there is a consequence for violating the social contract that binds us all. It serves as a deterrent to others who contemplate committing such acts. Lastly, and most important here, is that the infliction of just punishment establishes and sustains the moral authority of a group. In trying to re-establish the Jedi Knights, this is important. Luke shook his head.
And I think it is just as important to show that evil can be forgiven, amends can be made. I think you also need to remember Kip was under Exar Kun's control when he committed his crimes.
I shook my head. I don't believe it. Under his influence, perhaps, but not under his control.
How can you say that?
It's simple. I looked at him openly. If Kip had been under Exar Kun's control, you'd be dead.
What?
Think about it, Master Skywalker. Kun uses Kip to force you out of your body, then spends the next 10 days trying to get someone else to kill you. He uses ancient monsters and poor old Stream to get the job done, when all he needed to do was have Kip strap your body to the Sun Crusher and fly on out into space. Or, to make it simpler, though messier, Kip just parks the Sun Crusher on your unconscious form. Why didn't that happen? Because Kip didn't want to kill you. You weren't his enemy, only Exar Kuan's enemy. Kip wouldn't have attacked you except that you would have stopped him from taking the Sun Crusher out and killing imps.
No, that's not possible.
Luke stood and began pacing beside his bed, then glanced over at me.
I think your time with Corsac has made you too suspicious. You think too much about this stuff.
Oh. My head came up and I felt anger beginning to rise in me. I think, sometimes, you don't think enough, Master Skywalker. That stopped him.
Really?
His blue eyes became as icy as the tone of his voice.
Would you care to enlighten me?
I sat back and held my hands up. You don't want me to do this. Luke nodded and opened his hands toward me.
No, please.
You're the Jedi Master. You know better than I what you're doing. Luke's expression hardened.
Tell me what you think, tell me where you think I am going wrong.
Okay. Gathering my courage, I kept my face impassive and my voice even. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda both knew your father had been Anakin Skywalker, and had become Darth Vader. You and your sister were separated at birth and hidden away from him to keep you safe, correct? Luke nodded. Then how is it that you were brought to live on Tatooine? Wasn't that Obi-Wan Kenobi's homeworld? You were allowed to live under the name Skywalker. Did they expect Vader's people would overlook such a reference? And weren't you trying to get into the Imperial Academy at Carida? Wouldn't Vader's people notice that name on your application? Luke focused distantly.
Are you trying to say they were using me as bait to lure Vader into a trap where Obi-Wan could confront him?
I don't know, but from a certain point of view, that could appear to be the truth, couldn't it? Or it could be something as benign as wanting you to grow up with the Skywalker name to provide you with greater motivation to want to redeem it. And they could have had you on Tatooine, so there was a logical reason why traces of Obi-Wan's presence would be detected there, where he once lived, in case your guardian's attempts to keep himself hidden failed somehow. I watched him carefully. I do think, however, your education has channeled your thinking into certain pathways, just as you suspect my training has done with mine.
Such as?
You see everything in black and white, cleanly defined absolutes. I think, whatever they had intended at first, Obi-Wan and Yoda decided they needed to shape you into a weapon they could use against Vader and the Emperor. Why didn't they tell you Vader was your father? They knew, as an orphan, you wanted to know who your father was. They didn't let you see him that way so you would not be vulnerable. When he told you who he was, he blunted their strategy, but he didn't count on your strength. You saw his admission to you as a covert cry for help, a bid for salvation. From what you've said, your mentors doubted it, as did the Emperor. You fooled them all and succeeded. Now you've turned that success into a validation of everything you were taught, even though what you were taught doesn't support the results you got. Luke stared hard at me.
You do not think there is only light and dark? If you leave here with that thought in your mind, you will be vulnerable to the dark side. You will be seduced by it.
I shook my head slowly. I've nothing to fear from the dark side. Luke's voice became cold.
You're as good as lost to it, then. You know nothing of its power, its draw. You know nothing of its temptations.
I stood abruptly, tipping my chair over backward, and I poked a finger toward his chest. No, Master Skywalker, you know nothing of what I have been through in my life. I've been eyeball to eyeball with the dark side more than you will ever know. You stand back and see good and evil on a grand and cosmic scale, but I've been right down there, right at the point where light meets dark. I know that border intimately, and while I've towed the Terminator line, I've not strayed as much as a micron over it. I tried to tamp down my anger, but I found it very difficult to do. I've been called out to a domestic disturbance and walked into an apartment where the woman of the house is lying there on the floor, in a pool of blood and vomit. Her nose has been pulverized. Her eyes have been blacked and are swollen shut. Her throat has bruises that show a hand and fingers, and fading bruises cover the rest of her body. Standing over her are two teary-eyed toddlers the age of your niece and nephew. And lying there, on the couch a room away, is her glit-biting husband, his fists still raw and bloody from the beating, his clothes spattered with her blood. His snores are enough to cover her sobs. I've seen that and had every fiber of my being wanting me to give that animal the rudest wake-up he's ever had. I've wanted to beat him so badly he'd look like a ranker's chew toy, but I didn't. I pulled back. I've walked into a warehouse and arrested a spice lord in his office. He opened a case and it had over 1 million credits in it. 1 million, more money than I'll ever see in my lifetime. It was mine, he said, if I'd just take it and walk away. No one would ever know. I narrowed my eyes. But I'd know, and I didn't do it. He started to say something, but I cut him off with a wave of my hand. My father died in my arms, his life leaking out of him. I had no goodbye. I had no chance to tell him I loved him. I had to hold him, feeling his life fade, hoping for a response, anything to let me know I'd not failed him, and I didn't get it. I went out and I found the bounty hunter scum that killed my father, and I arrested him. There wasn't a person in Corsac that would have whispered in protest if I'd shot him, resisting arrest. I could have marched Bosk into one Corsac plaza, right there in the lobby, and blown his head off in front of hundreds of witnesses, and they'd have all said the prisoner was escaping and a threat to others. I could have killed him, I could have avenged my father, and I didn't. And when our imp liaison officer let Bosk go, I didn't hunt either one down. I tapped myself on the breastbone again. I don't know if you think that makes me weak or just stupid. Maybe by not taking revenge I can't be the kind of Jedi you want, maybe by not having wallowed in the dark side and returning you can't be certain of me. I don't know, but don't tell me I don't know the dark side, that I don't know its temptations. I've been there, and I've walked away. Luke looked ashen-faced, then glanced away from me.
I don't think you are weak or stupid. I think you will make a fine Jedi Knight.
He hesitated for a moment, then plunged on.
I am concerned, though, that you think I'm an incompetent idiot. You don't like how I run the academy, my choices concerning other students and my view of the way the universe works.
I shook my head slowly. No, I just don't think those things work for me. Couple of points here. You were trained to be a Jedi Knight, and you have become a Jedi Master. I accept that and respect you for all you've been through and learned. What you've done I never could do. I softened my tone as I realized I was jumping all over him while he was at a low point. Though I had problems with the academy, he didn't deserve to be beaten up. Despite all that, there's no guarantee you're going to be an ace at teaching, especially the first time out. That said, you've done a fine job with the majority of the students. Even tossing Gantoris, me, Mara, Silgal and Kip into the mix, your first class only has 3 failures out of 15. That's only a 20% failure rate, and I don't think Mara was really a failure. Me, neither. As for what I said, that's just one opinion. As we used to say in Corsac, if one guy calls you a hut, ignore him. If a second calls you a hut, begin to wonder. If a third calls you a hut, buy a drool bucket and start stockpiling spice. The Jedi Master smiled for a second.
You really are going to leave?
I have to. I closed my eyes for a second, then opened them again. You told me, Tyan has told me, and even the Holocron told me about how the Corellian Jedi tradition was different from other traditions. We have the Jedi credits and tended to keep more to our home system. You invited me here to bring part of that tradition with me, but I'm not truly following it unless I head out and discover more about it myself. Luke nodded slowly.
I am still concerned about you and your development. There are things, in the future, challenges you will face.
I know. I shrugged. I can only face them as I find them. He sighed.
Well, you have some time to reconsider. It will take a while to get a ship out here to take you away.
I have Mara's headhunter. Luke frowned.
I thought the hyperdrive motivator was shot.
True. Before I could finish my explanation, R2 rolled into Luke's room, bleeding frantically. Luke squatted in front of the droid.
What is it, R2? What's the matter?
The droid's holographic display unit glowed. Hovering in the space between us, I saw the image of an Imperial Star Destroyer in orbit over the Academy. The Jedi Master groaned.
What now?
I patted him on the shoulder. I wouldn't worry too much, Master Skywalker.
An Imperial Star Destroyer shows up here and we shouldn't worry?
Nope, I said, letting a smile grow on my face, that's just my ride.